Chapter 934. The Clash of the Desolate Race Geniuses Pudong. All the Rain Clan geniuses were blown by the strong astral wind, as if they were being affected by the profoundness of the sword. They fell to the ground as their eyes stared intently. Lin Ling's sword was terrifying. Bullying me with numbers? At the same time, a cold voice floated out from the square, causing the square to fall into a dead silence. Previously, the Rain Clan geniuses were unhappy with Lin Ling's rise, so they wanted to suppress Lin Ling's momentum. However, they were eventually defeated by Lin Ling's sword. His sword had even caused 100 to fall to the ground from shock. They had lost all their face. 100 Ying's attack was nothing more than that. When 100 flowers bloom, I do not bloom. After I bloom, 100 flowers die. The pupils of the Desolate Race experts congealed. It was a very fitting name. Previously, the Rain Clan's top 100 elites had wanted to take back their glory, but when their 100 flowers bloomed, the Flower King also bloomed. With the Flower King appearing, the 100 flowers paled in comparison. When a genius met a monster, how could a genius have the right to speak? Is that the profoundness of life? Rain Master Mo Ping felt a sense of familiarity, but he was not very sure. This was because the profoundness of life in his impression was not something that could be easily comprehended. Loser, don't be too arrogant. Mo Zihu's pupils congealed. Previously, Lin Ling had trampled all the Rain Clan geniuses under his feet. This time, he was even crazier. He had fought 100 alone. He could not throw his face away. Loser? May I ask how I lost to you? Did I lose to you in 1 move or 3 moves? Lin Ling's eyes swirled as he coldly shouted. Previously, you were not my match, so you were a loser. Don't try to show off. Mo Zihu said in a deep voice. The one trying to show off is you. I admit that you are very strong, but you have never defeated me, so how can you win? Lin Ling took a step forward and said without any weakness. You will know. Mo Zihu's tiger-colored hair fluttered in the wind. He waved his right hand and an azure halberd appeared in his hand. It was true that he didn't defeat Lin Ling last time, but he thought that it was because of the timing. But this time, Lin Ling still dared to be so arrogant. Then he would make Lin Ling lose in front of everyone. Neptune's halberd paired with the emperor body of the ocean rain. Is this Mo Zihu's strength? The crowd's pupils constricted as they looked at the insufferably arrogant Mo Zihu. The 2 prides of the Rain Clan indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Great waves washing away the sand. Mo Zihu took a step forward and waved his halberd. Light lingered in the air as if the god of the sea had descended. Brother Zihu, defeat him. The geniuses of the Rain Clan who were sitting on the ground all cheered. Only the 2 prides of the Rain Clan could help them regain their face. With regards to the strength of the Rain Clan's prides, they were incomparably confident. Of course, they were not the only ones. The others were the same as well. Innate emperor physique? So what? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that a battle with Mo Zihu was unavoidable. Moreover, he also wanted to test Mo Zihu's strength. Soon after, his right hand also pulled out the tyrannical song sword. An unending stream of life profound rippled out as the sword swept out. 1 sword to kill 100 flowers. The green sword light was ancient and divine. It formed a huge circular sword slash and rushed towards Mo Zihu's halberd. Rumble. In the air, profound energy erupted. The Neptune's halberd was blasted apart by the impact, causing rain to scatter in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. One had to know that under the emperor physique, everything was just an ant. Lin Ling's innate talent couldn't compare to Mo Zihu's innate emperor physique. In addition, Mo Zihu had a 2nd-grade innate emperor physique. However, no one had expected that Lin Ling would be able to block Mo Zihu's attack. Looks like this kid has comprehended the profound meaning of life from the eternal youth technique. What a genius! Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. This time, he was finally sure that Lin Ling had comprehended the profound meaning of life. However, he was even more shocked. After all, the profound meaning of life of the eternal youth technique was very difficult to comprehend. The profound meaning of life was endless. It was an extremely powerful profound meaning of defense. It wasn't strange that it could block Mo Zihu's innate emperor physique. Moreover, Lin Ling's physical body was strong. This also increased Lin Ling's ability to fight above his level. This Lin Ling's strength had doubled after rising from the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Interesting. You should be proud that you were able to block my attack. Unfortunately, you're still going to lose. Next, I'll use my true strength. In the distance, Mo Zihu's eyes narrowed slightly. The halberd in his hand emitted the sound of crashing waves. The sky also started to rain, making him look even more hazy. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate emperor physique to suppress Lin Ling, but he had failed. However, this time, he wouldn't hold back. The halberd twisted and tore apart the void. The sun and moon lost their light. The profound meaning of sea and rain bloomed. The two prides of the Rain clan will never be something that you can understand. Ocean. He swept out with his halberd. Rumble. Waves surged and countless sea demons appeared, turning the square into a world of the sea. This wasn't an illusion, but a world of profound meaning. This also meant that he controlled this world, like a god of the sea. The entire world disappeared, leaving only the sea. Are you the only one who hasn't used your full strength? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The tyrant's song trembled, and the golden and red flames on the blade intertwined. The entire sword became dazzling, like the sun on the horizon. At the tip of the sword, a sacred lotus with 10 petals appeared. It was as if the tip of the sword had been lit up by his sword as it ruthlessly slashed out. First layer of the profound meaning of fire, world lotus of 10 directions. At present, Lin Ling had awakened 40,000 small worlds in his body. Although his innate king physique was ordinary, his innate physique allowed him to have the power of an innate emperor physique. Coupled with the first layer of the profound meaning of fire, he dared to challenge any genius. Shwa! The dazzling sword light slashed out. The power was vast and the flames were tyrannical. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, and some experts' eyes narrowed. Another profound meaning of martial arts. This Lin Ling actually had two profound meanings of martial arts. Moreover, the profound meaning of fire was even more tyrannical, capable of destroying everything. Rumble. The ocean and the lotus collided. The void was torn apart, and the frenzied power continued to mix and devour. In the next moment, the raging ocean rushed towards Lin Ling, and the flaming lotus bloomed as if it was made of rotten wood. The profound meaning of fire swept towards Mo Zihu. What? Mo Zihu's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The lotus that seemed capable of burning everything sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground. Mo Zihu is injured. Bang! The surrounding experts watched the scene in front of them and were all shocked. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, the sea god's halberd surged towards Lin Ling. This collision seemed like it would end in a draw. One sword to kill 100 flowers. However, at this moment, the tyrant song sword turned into a beautiful trajectory and fiercely slashed out again. It was like another flower blooming, firmly blocking the sea god's halberd. The profound meaning of life was full of vitality and had the strongest defense. Rumble. After the power of the sea god's halberd disappeared, Lin Ling's slender figure appeared once again from the emerald green sword light. He stood tall like a mountain. He hadn't lost. The crowd's eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 935. Bodhi Flower. No one doubted Mo Zihu's strength. He was a true reclusive genius. Compared to the elites of the 7 major martial halls, he far exceeded them. Only the top elites of the various desolate races had the qualifications to fight him. However, today, one of the Rain clan's 2 prides had been defeated by a youth who was even less famous than him. As for that youth, he did not have a powerful king body, but he had 2 profound meanings. His perception was monstrous. It had to be said that he had exceeded everyone's expectations. Back then, when we exchanged pointers, you didn't defeat me. It was just that you were so arrogant, calling me a loser every time you opened your mouth, looking down on everything. Until this battle, I thought you were amazing, but you're nothing more than this." Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and stood up. In the past, he was inferior to Zihu, but today he had surpassed him. There is always someone better. In the world of martial arts, no one has ever dared to call themselves invincible. If you remain stagnant, you will be surpassed by others. At the same time, his voice sounded once again. And far away, Zihu's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost. He had lost in disgrace. He had lost in shame. He had lost in shame. He was one of the Rain clan's two prides, so he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match. Hence, he had always treated Lin Ling as a loser. Even if Lin Ling did not lose, he still believed so. However, today, his so-called loser had defeated him and surpassed him. The words defeated opponent had inexplicably become incomparably ironic. Lin Ling's talent is average, but his perception is terrifying. He rose up from an ordinary genius to become one of the Rain clan's two prides. The Rain clan sure is lucky. The eyes of the various desolate race members flickered. They were extremely jealous. For such a monstrous Lin Ling to not be a junior of their desolate race, it was too easy for the Rain clan. Two profound meanings. Rain Master Mo Ping muttered to himself. Not long ago, Lin Ling had swept through the Rain clan's elite geniuses, but was ultimately not Mo Zihu's match. However, in this short period of time, Lin Ling had risen up again, surpassing Mo Zihu, who he thought highly of. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Mo Nianshan's son. The Rain clan's elders felt extremely uncomfortable. Their juniors could not compare to Mo Nianshan's son. Today, Mo Nianshan had gained face. Lin Ling, you can enter the Bodhi flower to cultivate. You can cultivate for 1 day. Everyone, disperse. Prepare for the year-end assessment in 3 days. Rain Master Mo Ping stood up and sighed softly. He then shook his head and left. Lin. And. Lin. And. Lin. And. 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 Secondly, Lin Ling was unruly and uncontrollable. Hence, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer. He wanted Lin Ling to know how strong the Rain clan was. He wanted Lin Ling to learn how to be respectful. He wanted Lin Ling to flatter him. However, Lin Ling's arrogance soared to the clouds. He didn't lower his head. Instead, he defeated the geniuses of the Rain clan. Even Rain Master Mo Ping had nothing to say. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling clasped his hands and bowed. His words caused Rain Master Mo Ping to tremble. He sighed again. This grandson of his still called him Senior. The crowd gradually dispersed. However, everyone stared deeply at Lin Ling. Among the two prides of the Rain clan, one of them was not surnamed Mo. His surname was Lin. He was the son of Mo Nianshan. Big brother Lin Ling. From afar, Yu waved at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He didn't expect to see her here. I'll look for you in a few days. Yu followed the elders of the Sparrow clan into the depths of the Rain clan. They didn't come here for a day or two. They also wanted to see the year-end assessment. Okay. Lin Ling nodded heavily. After that, he brought Yin Sha and the others with him and left. After passing through several streets, an old man who looked like a butler looked at Lin Ling and said, "Young Master Lin, please follow me." He was here to bring Lin Ling to the Bodhi flower to cultivate. Cultivating in the Bodhi flower depended on timing. Only when the flower bloomed could one enter. The spiritual qi emitted at that time was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. It was extremely rare. The geniuses of the Rain clan were also with them. They could only cultivate in a faraway place. They couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the only one who could cultivate beside the flower. The geniuses of the Rain clan were looking at Lin Ling with fear and reverence. Lin Ling was an outsider, but now he was above their heads. This made them feel very uncomfortable, especially Mo Zihu. His expression was the most unsightly. He wasn't even sure how he lost. The group of people continued to advance and gradually arrived at the depths of the valley. They were on top of a mountain peak. Purple chi came from the east and radiance leaked out. A majestic spiritual chi assaulted their faces. In the hazy radiance, they could vaguely see a huge flower bud. It was as if it was a living thing that existed since the beginning of the world. What a rich spiritual chi! It's even richer than the Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He felt that the small world in his body had become active. You all stop here. The old man who led the way said indifferently. He was Rain Master Mo Ping's trusted aide and had followed the Rain clan for many years. His authority wasn't small. The geniuses of the Rain clan helplessly stopped and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Young Master Zi, you can come closer. The old man looked at Mo Zihu and said. His attitude wasn't bad, but when he looked at Lin Ling, his expression became cold again. Follow me. He also saw that this young Master Lin Ling even dared to refute the old master. He didn't care about seniority, which made him extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. The three of them continued to advance. When they were closer to the Bodhi flower, Mo Zihu stopped and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He didn't complete his mission, so he could only cultivate here. Lin Ling continued to advance until he reached the Bodhi flower. Only then did he stop. Cultivate here for a day. After a day, you can leave. Remember, if you exceed the time limit, you will be breaking the rules of the clan. The old man reminded. The Bodhi flower was extremely important. There was a time limit for cultivating here, and no one could exceed the time limit. Understood. Lin Ling indifferently replied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, from the mysterious flower bud, surging life essence swept out, making Lin Ling feel as if he was in an ancient paradise. The life essence was the gas of the Bodhi liquid. It could allow a martial artist to continuously absorb it, opening their spiritual wisdom and transforming their entire body. The effect was 100 times better than the yang spiritual fruit. Lin Ling grasped this opportunity and crazily opened the small worlds within his body. At the same time, his cultivation realm also slowly entered the Saint Spirit realm. Pa. One small world after another rose up. The innate One Chi body absorbed the spiritual energy of the Bodhi flower at an even faster rate, causing Lin Ling's cells to become incomparably condensed and his foundation to become even more solid. This kid with a different surname is lucky. The old man indifferently looked at Lin Ling and said with some unwillingness. After all, this kind of treatment should have been young Master Zihu's, but now it had been snatched away by Lin Ling. He slowly walked away. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a stop. He saw a petal emitting a 5-colored light floating down from the huge flower bud. This was a petal leaving the body. Although it was rarely seen, it wasn't impossible. It was said that once all the petals left the body, the flower would disappear. Chapter 936. Strength increased as time passed. The geniuses of the Rain clan who were relatively far away from the Bodhi flower left one after another. Because, once the time passed, the Bodhi flower would begin to bud, and the effects of cultivation wouldn't be that great. Gradually, Mo Zihu also left. He had improved by quite a bit, but he still looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness. Obviously, Lin Ling's benefits were greater than his. With his talent, even if he got lucky, it wouldn't be of much help. If I could cultivate beside the Bodhi flower, I would definitely break through to the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Damn that Lin Ling. Mo Zihu clenched his teeth and left. If Lin Ling hadn't completed the mission, he would have been the one who benefited the most today. However, everything had disappeared with the wind. He had lost the best place to cultivate. Moreover, he had lost to Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't even know how he had lost that battle. Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as his, and his cultivation was weaker than his. However, Lin Ling had suppressed him with just 2 profounds. It made him feel like he was in a dream. He believed that if they fought again, he would definitely win against Lin Ling. Everyone had left, and Lin Ling was the only one cultivating in the hazy light. At this moment, the Rain clan was bustling with noise. In a room filled with sandalwood fragrance, Rain Master Mo Ping was sitting indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and filled a teapot with water. Then, a flame spread out and the water gradually heated up. He gently brewed the tea. Master, This Lin Ling is too much. Beside Rain Master Mo Ping, the old housekeeper said. Because today, Lin Ling had actually humiliated the patriarch of the Rain clan. Don't worry, he's just a child. However, this Lin Ling's talent is ordinary, but his comprehension is not bad. Rain Master Mo Ping said indifferently. No matter how powerful he is, he doesn't have the bloodline of the Rain clan. He doesn't have the Water Emperor physique. He can't win glory for the Rain clan. The old housekeeper was still unwilling to accept the result. I know. Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. He also felt unwilling, but what could he do? The geniuses of the Rain clan weren't Lin Ling's opponent. Therefore, they could only blame the geniuses of the Rain clan for being useless. This little bastard is as stubborn as Nianchen. The old steward sighed again. If Lin Ling had humbly flattered him, then he would have accepted Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had always been proud and awe-inspiring, which made him very unhappy. That's right. Unfortunately, his wings have already hardened, and it's very difficult to discipline him. In the entire Rain clan, apart from Mo Zilong, I'm afraid there's no one who can suppress him. Alright, let's not talk about Lin Ling anymore. Although Rain Master Mo Ping was dissatisfied with Lin Ling's lack of discipline, he still confirmed the facts. Young Master Zilong has come out of reclusion. Today, the other members of the desolate race are also here. Master, you should grant them their wish. The steward suddenly said with a laugh. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flashed as he said with a smile, this marriage alliance is not bad. It can bring our two clans closer. What Nianchen failed to do in the past, let Zilong do it today. That's right. With the marriage alliance between our Rain clan and the Sparrow clan, in time to come, our two clans will definitely become the #1 clan. It's said that the heavenly meteor era is about to arrive, but when that happens, our two clans will be as one. The steward nodded with a smile and said, I've seen that lass from the Sparrow clan. Her talent is not bad. She is a match made in heaven with our Rain clan's young Master Zilong. Then let's prepare the dowry today. Take out my 1000 Emperor Jade as a betrothal gift. 1000 Emperor Jade? Master is really generous. The two of them constantly conversed as they walked towards the hall. Along the way, due to the marriage alliance between the two clans, the steward had forgotten to take out the Bodhi flower's petals. And at this moment, the hall was bustling with activity. With the experts of the 4 desolate clans gathered, it was indescribably lively. And along the way, the desolate clan's geniuses also livened up the atmosphere with martial arts, causing the banquet to reach an unprecedented climax. When the banquet ended, everyone left one after another, quietly waiting for the end of the year assessment. And at this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been forgotten. He was still cultivating in front of the Bodhi flower. Only when the sun's rays shone from the horizon did he open his eyes slightly. 50,000 small worlds, awaken! Lin Ling roared as his slender body exploded with powerful energy. It caused the ground to shake as the wind and clouds churned. It was as if an ancient giant had arrived. A weight of 50 million. With just one punch, Lin Ling was able to shake an ordinary person at the beginning stages of the sacred spirit realm. One had to know that increasing one's physical strength was harder at the later stages. Even a tiny 50 pounds would require endless resources. And Lin Ling was in the right place. With the help of the Bodhi flower's spiritual essence, he had opened the door to 50 million strength. On the surface, Lin Ling's strength did not increase, but in fact, it had increased by 30%. An increase in strength would greatly increase the power of one's profound. Unfortunately, the flower bud has already been retracted, and the life essence's spiritual energy is no longer spreading. If not, I could still increase my strength. Lin Ling stood up and shook his head regretfully. Be content. A day of cultivating in the Bodhi flower is equivalent to using an endless amount of Bodhi liquid to nourish your body. In my Rain clan, other than those who have made great contributions, there are only 2 people in the younger generation who have such opportunities. One is you, and the other is me. At this moment, a faint voice rang out from not too far away from Lin Ling. A young man in a blue robe stood there quietly. His arms were crossed over his chest, and there was an indescribable expression on his face. Although he was standing not too far behind Lin Ling, it was as if he had vanished from the world. If he didn't speak, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to detect him. Most importantly, that blue robe was exactly the same as what Lin Ling was wearing. Lin Ling turned around and was secretly surprised. This person's strength was very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Moreover, he gave Lin Ling a feeling as if the water of the world could contain hundreds of rivers. If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the two prides of the Rain clan, Mo Zilong. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was not difficult to guess the other party's identity. In the entire rainforest Holy Land, other than me, which genius has my strength? The youth shrugged his shoulders. His words were filled with pride. However, he had the qualifications to be proud because he was already standing at the peak of the true geniuses. However, your strength is also not bad. After being proud, the youth said another sentence, acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It's a pity that your surname is not Mo. However, the youth shook his head. Is there a difference? Lin Ling faintly smiled. Of course, the Rain clan is an ancestral royal family. They value face the most. Everything is for the benefit of the Rain clan. If an outsider rises, the Rain clan will not nurture you. The youth shrugged his shoulders again. I don't need them to nurture me. I can rely on myself. Lin Ling also shrugged his shoulders, causing the youth to be startled. Soon after, the youth laughed. Your comprehension is very monstrous, but your talent is very ordinary. If you rely on yourself to grow, it will be very, very difficult. Time will prove everything. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a confident radiance. Did he need to rely on the Rain clan to grow? No, he did not. He was already a saint prince and could rely on the Bodhi Saint Palace to grow. At that time, he would show the Rain clan that he, Lin Ling, could also shake the rainforest Holy Land without the Rain clan's help. Chapter 937. Embezzlement, such confidence. The young man's pupils constricted as he carefully looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was younger than him by 1 or 2 years, but he had the sharpness and arrogance of a martial artist. Moreover, he was also wearing a blue and white robe, but for some reason he felt as if he had met a confidant. This Lin Ling was not bad. He was much better than the other geniuses of the Rain clan. All right, thank you for your reminder. I'm leaving. Looking at the sky, Lin Ling somewhat missed his mother, so he waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait, my father is also your uncle. You can be considered as my younger cousin. Shouldn't you call me older cousin when you see me? The young man was somewhat surprised by Lin Ling's carefree attitude, then he laughed. Then did you call me younger cousin? Lin Ling looked back and blinked. Hi, your strength is tough, but your mouth is also tough. However, I like it very much. The young man was startled for a moment, then he laughed loudly, causing Lin Ling to also laugh. He had a good impression of the legendary Rain clan's twin prides, Mo Zilong. This person was also open and above board, a magnanimous person. Finished cultivating? At this moment, a large number of people slowly walked over from afar. The person in the lead was Rain Master Mo Ping. After these people arrived, Mo Zilong curled his lips and whispered, "The old antiques are here. Sigh, I hate their arrogant faces the most." I feel the same. Lin Ling also smiled as he watched Rain Master Mo Ping and the others arrive. Mo Zilong was chatting happily with Lin Ling a moment ago, but in the next moment, he regained his serious appearance and respectfully bowed to Rain Master Mo Ping. However, Lin Ling only nodded indifferently. That indifferent appearance made Mo Zilong secretly envious. This younger cousin of his was so arrogant and unruly. In the entire Rain clan, only Lin Ling dared to treat the old man like this. Rain Master Mo Ping was obviously familiar with Lin Ling's temperament, so he also nodded indifferently. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left. He didn't owe the Rain clan anything, so there was no need for him to pretend. As for being able to cultivate in the Bodhi flower, that was because he had found the eternal youth technique, so he didn't owe them anything. Stinking brat, how rude of you! The Rain clan's elders all had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Wait, Suddenly, someone shouted anxiously, and then he pointed at the Bodhi flower and said, "Grandfather, if I'm not wrong, the Bodhi flower has a total of 36 petals. However, it seems like there are only 35 petals left now. Moreover, there are obvious signs that one of the petals has just been plucked off. This means that one of the petals is missing." The Bodhi flower was priceless. It was even more precious than the Bodhi liquid. A praying mat made from the petals of the Bodhi flower would allow a martial artist to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. Even those with ordinary talent could enter the saint spirit realm. How could the Rain clan not value such a precious treasure? Clan leader, it's true. One of the petals is missing. The others also looked at the Bodhi flower. Although many of them didn't have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower, they were still very familiar with it. "There's nothing on the ground," another person exclaimed. Then, many people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Mo coldly shouted, "Lin Ling, stop." At this moment, Lin Ling was still walking forward. However, under Mo's angry shout, he stopped and frowned. "What's the matter?" "The Bodhi flower is missing a petal. Do you think it's fine?" Mo took a step forward and said indifferently. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with suspicion. Therefore, he guessed something. "The petal is missing. Do you all suspect that I took it? We came here to cultivate. Other than you, none of us have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower. Therefore, I'm afraid that the petal is related to you." Mo said word by word. "Do you have proof?" Lin Ling's brows furrowed tightly. What he hated the most was being wrongly accused. He had never touched those petals, but Mo insisted that it had something to do with him. This was too much. "During this cultivation, you were the closest to me. Other than you, who else could it be? This is the proof. Moreover, for so many years, although very few people in our Rain clan have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower, it doesn't mean that no one has. It's just that every time we cultivate, the petals are always in perfect condition. However, every time you came here to cultivate, a petal was missing. Therefore, it must be you who took it." A senior of the Rain clan angrily shouted at Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling's uncle. "Father, Lin Ling is an outsider. Moreover, he came from a rural area. He has never seen a treasure before. It's rare for him to see a treasure, so naturally, his heart would be moved. This kind of person is simply throwing away the face of our Rain clan. A person with a different surname must have a different heart." The others also shouted angrily. Their Rain clan was proud. How could they do something like embezzlement? Lin Ling was an outsider. They didn't know Lin Ling's temperament, so they all thought that it was Lin Ling who stole the petals. Most importantly, the petals had disappeared, but Lin Ling was the only one who cultivated under the Bodhi flower. Therefore, Lin Ling's suspicions were the greatest. "You all suspect me?" Lin Ling's expression became even colder. "It's not suspicion, it's certainty," Mo said sinisterly. He was very certain. "If it wasn't me who took it? Then, are you going to slap yourself 3 times? Are all of you going to slap yourselves 10 times? Lin Ling's breathing became heavy. Being wrongly accused by others was nothing, but being wrongly accused by one's own family was not a good feeling. Following that, he looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. He wanted to see if this so-called grandfather of his would believe him. "Lin Ling, you come from the 100 domains, so you do not know much. This is your first time in the Rain clan, so you will definitely be tempted by treasures. However, you are after all my grandson, so if you take out the petals, we will let bygones be bygones." Rain Master Mo Ping said lightly. Everything was on the surface. Lin Ling had indeed taken the precious petals. "You don't believe me either?" Lin Ling took a step back as his voice turned colder. His impression of Rain Master Mo Ping plummeted. Because his background was inferior to theirs, and because his surname wasn't Mo, he coveted the petals. Therefore, these people were certain that he had stolen the Bodhi flower's petals. This was too chilling. The facts have already explained everything. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling had disgraced the Rain clan. Even the matter here had attracted the attention of the other desolate race. They were watching from afar, causing the situation to turn into a stalemate. It's not him. Brother Linling is not such a person. Only Mo Xiaoyan spoke. She believed that Linling was not such a person. There must be some misunderstanding. It's not fair to Linling to make a decision too early. Mo Zilong also spoke out. He had seen Linling finish his cultivation, but he did not see Linling steal the petals. Xiaoyan, shut up. The palm is curved inwards, not outwards. How can you help an outsider? Mo Xiaoyan's parents reprimanded her. Chapter 938. Unyielding character, shut up. The other elders glared at him. Someone said to Mo Zilong, Zilong, this is your first time meeting Linling. You're not familiar with him. You don't know that this little guy is very wild. He doesn't listen to anyone and doesn't care about his elders. Obviously, after Linling had returned to the Rain clan, everything had caused them to be humiliated. This made them very dissatisfied with Linling. Hee, you all are too self-righteous. Just like what Linling said to me before, I didn't even call him cousin, so why would he call me cousin? You all have never treated him as your family, so why would he treat you all as his family? Mo Zilong laughed in a carefree manner. Many people narrowed their eyes. Mo Zilong was actually helping Linling? Zilong, thank you, but there's no need to say more. There are some things that can't be changed no matter how much you say. In the Rain clan, Mo Nianchen is my mother, and the others are just passers-by. Of course, you and Xiao Yan are my cousins. Linling madly laughed. Within his laughter, there was a sense of break and disappointment. That sudden laughter made all the Rain clan's people feel complicated. Especially Rain Master Mo Ping, his brows furrowed. This is my green ring. You all can check it. Looking at everyone's expressions, Linling waved his right hand and the green ring landed in Mo Zilong's hand. Mo Zilong nodded. He believed in Linling, so he helped Linling check the green ring to see if there were any petals of the Bodhi flower in it. Yang Spirit Fruit and Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pellet. Although these pellets can't be compared to the Bodhi liquid, they are still priceless. Mo Zihu exclaimed. The other Rain clansmen narrowed their eyes. They also saw that Linling's green ring contained a lot of treasures. There were so many heavenly treasures and pellets that even they were moved. If that was the case, they would think that Linling came from the countryside and was moved by wealth. This was simply nonsense. Linling was richer than many of their Rain clan's geniuses. What a shame. You're talking about other people's low status, but you don't know that other people are richer than you. Mo Zilong mocked as he took out the treasures in the green ring. Brother Zilong, who knows where he got it? Maybe he stole it. Mo Zihu said unwillingly. Linling was an outsider, but he was richer than him. Mo Zihu, you said that I stole the petals of the Bodhi flower, but if I didn't, you'd better slap yourself 3 times. Linling glared at Mo Zihu coldly. The more he looked at the latter, the more annoyed he was. Mo Zihu's face turned ashen. Linling was at death's door and still dared to be arrogant. Sorry, I don't see any petals of the Bodhi flower. However, at that moment, Mo Zilong raised his head and looked at the crowd, confirming everything. Everyone frowned. Linling's azure ring didn't have any petals? That's impossible. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Master, I forgot to tell you yesterday. One of the petals of the Bodhi flower fell off yesterday, and I collected it. I originally wanted to give it to you, but the feast had already begun, so I forgot about it. At that moment, a figure walked over quickly from afar, then apologized to Rain Master Mo Ping. This person was the housekeeper of the Rain clan. Yesterday, he brought Linling here to cultivate and collected the petals of the Bodhi flower, but he forgot to remind Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone's pupils constricted, and they looked at Linling at the same time. Their expressions became complicated. They seemed to have wrongly accused Linling. The crowd became silent. Because you all were prejudiced against him, you all felt that he was in the wrong no matter what he did. And now you've embarrassed yourselves. Mo Zilong's gentle voice rang out, causing everyone's expression to become even more unsightly. Some people even lowered their heads, embarrassed to look at Linling. They were indeed prejudiced against Linling, so they hurriedly came to decide on Lin Ling's crime. But in the end, they realized that they had wronged this person with a different surname. Lin Ling smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He slowly walked towards Mo Zilong, took back his azure ring, and left step by step. The whole process was casual, and he didn't fly into a rage from being wrongly accused. But because of this, everyone felt that they didn't have the face to face him. Slap yourself 3 times. Mo Zilong spoke for Lin Ling. These people were too excessive, and they were asking for their own humiliation. Of course, this included the Rain clan's self-righteous patriarch. Lin Ling, we missed you before. As an apology, next month at this time, you can come cultivate in front of the Bodhi flower again. Rain Master Mo Ping was stunned for a long time, and his heart became complicated. In fact, he was also sure of Lin Ling's crime, and even thought about how Lin Ling would beg his grandfather for forgiveness. However, Lin Ling didn't, and even smiled. That smile made him feel complicated. And now Lin Ling left without saying a word, making him feel as if he had lost something. No need. I, Lin Ling, relied on myself to reach where I am today. I've never begged for charity. Also, don't think that the Rain clan is so arrogant. In the future, I will surpass the Rain clan. In the distance, Lin Ling's firm voice floated out like the wind. He was still so proud and stubborn. His blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, pure and clean. He didn't need these people's pity, he would rely on himself for everything. He also didn't need these people's apology, because he already didn't treat them as his family. He, Lin Ling, came to the Rain clan to find his mother, not to rely on the Rain clan. In the future, he would let the Rain clan know who was relying on whom. Ling the Rain Master Mo Ping said heavily. At this moment, the thin and weak figure in the distance seemed even more lonely, but his spine was firm, as if he could reach the heavens and step on the earth. That proud figure didn't bend from the moment he arrived at the Rain clan. That was his grandson, Lin Ling. And in the future, would this little grandson of his that he had never paid attention to surpass the Rain clan? His heart was shaken. Everyone from the Rain clan was shaken. Today they had wrongly accused and looked down on Lin Ling, but in the future, Lin Ling would prove everything. I believe in you. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Mo Zilong muttered to himself. That was the only bloodline in the Rain clan that defied the Rain clan's rules. He believed that the latter would do it. Big brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu looked at that slender figure and clenched her fist tightly. She already knew that Lin Ling was treated unfairly in the Rain clan. The Rain clan was too arrogant and didn't even recognize Lin Ling as a bloodline. Lin Ling's journey back to the Rain clan was much more difficult than her, Yu. However, she believed that if her brother could rise up in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, he would definitely rise up in the Rain clan too. There will be a day where I will make Mother proud of me. While walking slowly, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails pierced into his palms. He didn't feel it, but his heart to become stronger was even more determined. Chapter 939. Yuyu's arrival. The 9 prefectures are filled with wind and thunder. 10,000 horses are silent. How sad. I advise the heavens to be full of vigor and not stick to one pattern. Among the various desolate race members in the distance, an elder looked at the proud youth and said lightly, the assault of the wind and frost will make him even stronger. Rain Master Mo Ping has been proud all his life, but he has missed this grandson of his. The others were also moved. Lin Ling had given up the next opportunity to cultivate the Bodhi flower. It was all for the sake of his pride, for the sake of his hot-bloodedness. It gave them a feeling that they wanted to see how terrifying this genius who had been looked down upon would be after he rose up. Previously, all of you wronged him and boasted. Now, you should slap yourselves 3 times. In the silent crowd, Mo Zilong's voice floated out, causing the Rain clan's people to be extremely embarrassed. Some of them laughed and said, it was just a joke. How can you take it seriously? How can the Rain clan joke? When you wronged him, why wasn't it a joke? Mo Zilong took a step forward and looked at the elder indifferently. He was not afraid at all, causing the elder's eyes to narrow. However, he knew that he was in the wrong, so he could not say anything. Those who spoke before, slap yourselves 3 times. Rain Master Mo Ping's expression turned serious. After leaving behind a sentence, he turned and left. As for those who had wronged Lin Ling, their expressions turned ugly, especially Mo Zihu. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Previously, he had wanted to win a round against Lin Ling, but in the end, he had brought shame upon himself. Serves you right. Mo Zilong sneered at Mo Zihu. He was even more disdainful towards this cousin of his. How could such a person be qualified to be called one of the 2 prides of the Rain clan with him? At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the ice gorge. Mo Nianshan was looking at him worriedly. Previously, she had already found out through her slave uncle that Lin Ling had completed his mission. At that time, she had been happy for him and proud of him. Later on, she had learned about what had happened to Lin Ling in the Rain clan. She felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling. Her father did not value Lin Ling and did not treat Lin Ling as his own grandson. Of course, no one knows a father better than a daughter. She also knew that her father's temperament was serious, old-fashioned, and could be said to be stubborn. Towards this, she was helpless. However, her heart was pained. One had to know that her son had lived a difficult life since he was young. After returning to the enormous Rain clan, he didn't receive any love or care. How could she not feel heartache? Mo Nianshan walked over and called out softly. His eyes were already wet. Young Masterling. Slave uncle's heart ached as well. However, in the eyes of the 2, Lin Ling was incomparably calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Mother, it's fine. I'm already used to it." His casual words caused Mo Nianshan and slave uncle's hearts to tremble once more. Lin Ling was already used to it. What had Lin Ling experienced in the past that allowed him to remain so calm in the face of such injustice? They discovered that they had underestimated Lin Ling. "Mother, I'm hungry." After Lin Ling smiled, he returned to his usual self. He held his mother's hand and led her into the depths of the ice gorge. He didn't speak too much about what had happened earlier. Mo Nianshan and slave uncle exchanged a glance. They didn't speak too much about that topic. However, they could sense that Lin Ling's eyes were shining with a strong fighting spirit. Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. The ice gorge seemed cold, but the 3 of them were laughing indescribably. In the evening, a beautiful figure appeared in the ice gorge. Mo Nianshan's eyes narrowed. What a beautiful girl! The girl was wearing a purple dress. She was like an orchid in an empty valley. Her temperament was otherworldly. She stood quietly on the ice and snow. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look lively and innocent. Her body was like a jade willow, light and tender. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. When the girl saw Mo Nianshan, her delicate little face blushed inexplicably. She was a little shy. "Auntie, I'm here to see Lin Ling." "Lin Ling?" "Yes." Mo Nianshan trembled. Such a beautiful and perfect girl was here to see Lin Ling. Her son was really lucky. She hurriedly said, "Come in. Come in." "But..." "Yes." The girl nodded obediently. The more Mo Nianshan looked at her, the more she liked her. At this time, Lin Ling also saw the girl. He couldn't help but be delighted. You're finally here." "Yes." He wasn't surprised because Yu had said that she would come to see him. "Big brother Lin Ling." "Yes." Yu's voice was as clear as a bell. She stepped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling, rushing into Lin Ling's embrace. This made Lin Ling chuckle. He hadn't seen this girl for a long time. He missed her. This kid. Yes. Mo Nianshan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The relationship between the 2 of them was not simple. Her son had actually found her such a perfect wife. It made her feel as sweet as honey. "Nushu, add an extra pair of chopsticks tonight," Mo Nianshan said to her Nushu, who was also smiling. The smile on her face was much gentler, with a kind of gratification. No matter how famous Lin Ling was outside, in her heart, Lin Ling was still her child. Seeing her child find a partner made her happier than anything else. Big brother Chen, Ling, has grown up. Mo Nianshan was happily cooking with her Nushu. Mo Nianshan murmured to herself, causing the eyes of the old housekeeper to moisten. This meal was incomparably warm and filled with laughter. The more Yenshin looked at Yu, the more she liked her. She also knew about Yu's identity. She was actually the little princess of the Sparrow tribe. However, Yu didn't have the willfulness of a princess. Instead, she was extremely obedient and her voice was sweet. Yenshin even treated Yu as her daughter-in-law. Auntie Yenshin, I'll help you with the food. Although Yu was the little princess of the Sparrow tribe, she didn't like the Sparrow tribe. Instead, she liked to spend those peaceful days with Lin Ling. Good. Yenshin was grinning from ear to ear. She believed that if Lin Chen was still alive, he would definitely like such an obedient daughter-in-law. Ling, look at Yu. She's so beautiful, her butt is round and big. She's so obedient. When are you going to marry her? Yenshin smiled and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Lin Ling spat out the soup that he was drinking. What kind of eyesight did his mother have? How could she see that Yu's butt was round and big? Moreover, she had only seen Yu once and she was already talking about marriage. Say something. Let me tell you, I'll only recognize Yu in this life. Yenshin's expression became even more serious. Lin Ling raised his hands in surrender. Alright, I'll marry her soon. But she has to agree first. That's true. Yu is so beautiful and obedient. She's also a little princess. It'll be difficult for you to marry her. Yenshin rubbed her chin and said, Are you really my mother? How can you talk to your son like that? Lin Ling rolled his eyes helplessly. Although he said that, he knew that his mother was joking. Moreover, he liked this kind of harmonious atmosphere. Yu could naturally hear Yenshin's words from afar. When she heard that Yenshin liked her, her heart was filled with sweetness. When she heard that Lin Ling wanted to marry her, her heart was in a mess. In her heart, she had already decided that she was Lin Ling's woman. She had been waiting for Lin Ling to say the word. Chapter 940. My only wish is to have a person of my heart. Alright Ling, there's no need for you to help. You can take a walk with Yu. After the meal, Yenshin winked at Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling was about to help clear the table. What do you mean? Lin Ling was also blinking. His mother was so strange today. Idiot, she came so far to see you. Of course you have to accompany her. You're just like your father. Yenshin immediately reprimanded. Lin Ling opened his mouth and looked at Yu, whose eyes were already red. He smiled and held Yu's hand as they walked into the depths of the ice valley. The ice valley looked cold, but it was also quiet and elegant, as if it was the quietest place in the world. Lin Ling led Yu forward. Under the night sky, the ice dragons quietly flew out, but they did not dare to approach Lin Ling and Yu. Instead, they flew in the distance, shining like fireflies, adding to the beauty of the ice valley. It's so beautiful! Yu stretched out her hand and looked at the beautiful scene. Her delicate face revealed a smile. She suddenly wanted to walk with Lin Ling like this until the end of time. It's very beautiful. Lin Ling nodded gently. His right hand suddenly hugged Yu's slim waist. With a step, he floated into the sky like the wind and finally landed on a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, the place was covered in silver and white snow, and the fireflies were shining like stars. It was even more beautiful. It's even more beautiful here. Yu's Hongyan mouth revealed a surprised smile. At this moment, she was even sweeter. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the beautiful face, which made his heart beat violently. Yu was so beautiful, as if she was the purest girl in the world. However, those clear eyes of hers were filled with innocence, especially those red lips. Lin Ling's breathing became heavier as he quietly approached her face. Brother Ling. Yu's heart was also beating violently. Her hand that was holding Lin Ling's hand tightened. In her mind, everything that had happened in the Guyen sect was like a fleeting cloud. At that time, she was an ugly duckling. It was Lin Ling who held her hand and walked under the sun, protecting her until the end of time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have gotten a little closer. After their lips touched, an indescribable electric shock flowed through their bodies. It was as if the two of them had blended together and would never be separated. The two of them quietly looked at each other. However, they slowly closed their eyes and allowed time to pass in the sky. Yu. Lin Ling's hands embraced that perfect body, and his heart beat even more violently. He also felt that Yu's breathing had also become heavy. However, Yu did not stop him. A long time ago, she had already decided that this man would be her for the rest of her life. This was because she loved this man. She loved this brother who had always protected her. As for Lin Ling, when he had transformed into a celestial vortex and shared weal and woe with Yu, he had already decided that this girl was his. In fact, there was only a thin barrier between them. A bell-like moan quietly rang out. Yu, who was hugging Lin Ling, exerted even more strength. It was as if she wanted to melt into Lin Ling's body. In the distance, the silvery sky was wrapped in snow. Fireflies were like stars. Everything was so peaceful. Let time pass through the long river. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, it would not change until death. Brother Ling, Yu believes in you. After a long time, Yu finally raised her shy little face. Her eyes were clear and resolute as she looked at Lin Ling. She was talking about what she had seen today. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded gently. The smile on his lips was still as confident as ever. Today, the Rain clan had wronged him and looked down on him. However, in time to come, he would definitely make the Rain clan regret it. He would definitely not embarrass his mother. Why don't you come to the Sparrow clan? Yu was still worried about Lin Ling. After all, she was part of the 4 desolate races, so she naturally knew how powerful the desolate race was. Without the nurturing of the Rain clan, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to grow. Furthermore, she did not want to see Lin Ling receive unequal treatment in the Rain clan. There's no need. Don't you believe in Brother Ling? Then continue believing. Besides, Brother Ling is not as simple as you think. In this rainforest sacred land, the 4 desolate races are not the only ones at the top. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he scratched Yu's little nose. Yu's eyes lit up. She somewhat understood what Lin Ling meant. Could it be that place? However, that place rarely nurtured geniuses. Even if it did, it would only be for a short period of time. However, she sensed that Lin Ling did not want to talk about it. Hence, she guessed that it was a secret. Perhaps that place was already nurturing geniuses, but for some reason, that place did not allow those geniuses to speak of it. I believe that Brother Lin Ling will definitely rise. Yu said as she waved her little fist. This made Lin Ling give a confident smile. Suddenly, his eyes turned strange. Lin Ling's breathing became heavy, and he even had an impulse. As for Yu, her bright eyes also became dazed. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and her breath was like orchids. Her body felt sore and weak. The two of them were in love with each other. At this moment, there was no barrier between them. It was as if there was no distinction between you and me. They were both enjoying the most wonderful feeling in the world, and they were even immersed in it. This was because they loved each other. Brother Ling, Yu shouted softly. The feeling of being with the person she loved made her lose some of her rationality. Yes. Lin Ling looked at his woman gently. This girl, who was his childhood sweetheart, finally belonged to him today. After that, he waved his hand, and a flame spread out, enveloping the two of them. It blocked out the merciless frost of the world, and made the two of them, who were wrapped in the flame, feel incomparably warm. At this moment, they were in a state of deep love. In addition, they were in love with each other. Hence, it was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. Brother Ling. Yu's painful but satisfied voice came from within the ball of flame. It made Yu's eyes burn with passion and madness. Gradually, she forgot everything. She only wanted to be with the man she loved the most until the end of time. Outside the ball of flame, the snow was still falling, and the fireflies were still flying. It was as if they were proving the most perfect union between a man and a woman in this world, proving their love. Chapter 941. Entering the Holy Spirit realm, the morning sun shone down as the wind blew. The valley was still peaceful, and a touch of warmth and love drifted out from the mountain peak. The girl lay quietly in the young man's arms, allowing her hair to cascade down like a waterfall. Her face was filled with happiness. Yesterday's entanglement brought with it a bit of piercing pain, but it also made her integrate into the young man's heart. At that moment, in addition to the heart-wrenching pain, there was also an indescribable masculine qi that rushed into her body and mixed with the spiritual qi in her body, forming a pleasant and exciting feeling. With the help of the pure yang qi, she unknowingly reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. The combination of yin and yang was the wonder of heaven and earth. When the two of them both had the most outstanding spiritual energy in heaven and earth, they could promote each other and bring their strength to another level. At this moment, the girl looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She looked at his handsome face, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. She lightly kissed the young man's cheek, and then quietly lay down beside the young man again. She knew that her lover had also obtained great benefits, and was currently making a breakthrough in his cultivation. Holy Spirit realm. With the help of the terrifying innate power in her body, he had broken through to the Emperor Spirit realm and officially entered the ranks of the top experts in the rainforest's holy land. Being able to help the person she loved the most, the girl was incomparably happy and satisfied. At this moment, earth-shaking changes were happening in Lin Ling's body. The Tao platform had collapsed, the Saint platform had condensed, and it had connected to the other side. He had comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth. As if the universe was collapsing, countless spiritual energy rippled in all directions. However, a black hole appeared and crazily sucked in the scattered spiritual energy, quietly forming a planet-like object. This object, the Saint platform, was the source of all Holy Spirit realm experts' power. The most frightening thing about it was that it could connect to heaven and earth and control the power of heaven and earth. It was as if it wasn't born from a human body, but a gift from the heavens to every Holy Spirit realm expert. Because the Saint platform could connect to heaven and earth, it could control the power of heaven and earth and form its own profound. It could be said that every Saint Spirit realm expert had their own martial profundity as long as the conditions were right for them to break through to the next realm. The profound world was the pinnacle of martial arts. Even a simple punch contained the rules of heaven and earth. It could crush any martial arts because it was a heaven-level martial arts. The Saint arena slowly condensed, and a wisp of flame floated around the arena as Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged. This was the profundity of fire. Moreover, fire seemed to be the foundation of the Saint arena, and it was also the beginning of the Saint arena. Therefore, the fire grew bigger and bigger, as if it was the fire that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It allowed the fire element to grow bigger and bigger, growing bigger and bigger. The Fire Upanishad had another transformation, gradually entering the second level of the Fire Upanishad. It was even more ferocious and scorching, as if it could destroy everything. This kind of fire was not some strange fire. It was the purest fire in the world, the most original fire. If this kind of fire was combined with the strange fire in the world, the fire would be even more terrifying. The first flame at the beginning of the world was like this. It seemed ordinary, but in fact, it was the source of all flames. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current king body talent was still ordinary. Because of this, after the fire element reached the second level of the Fire Upanishad, it didn't transform again. Then a green light slowly rose up, as if a sapling was growing. Billowing vitality rippled outwards. It was gentle, but it also had a sharp edge to it. It was like a sword that could draw out any life force. However, this green light was obviously not the foundation of the Saint arena, thus it didn't increase as the Saint arena formed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The inner world emitted a thunderous roar as it gradually took shape. An ancient power quietly bloomed, becoming even more massive. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes, a confident smile on his face. Saint Spirit Realm. In the rainforest Holy Land, Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses were top existences. For instance, the 7 profound martial houses Apprentice Elder Xian, or the 5 great ancient countries Lord Long and Duan Xuanwang. But now, Lin Ling was almost 20 years old, and he had already stepped into the circle of top powerhouses. At this moment, he was like a dragon that had risen from the abyss, possessing the power to summon hundreds to his call. Moreover, he had become the second genius of the Rain clan to step into the Saint Spirit realm. He had the qualifications to laugh at everything. Saint Spirit realm. Lin Ling said again, his heart incomparably excited. According to his estimate, if he wanted to reach the Saint Spirit realm, he would need at least half a year. But now, after being in perfect harmony with Yu Yu, he had smoothly broken through. All of this was because of Yu Yu's help. And now, if he fought Mo Zihu again, he could easily crush him. After all, although Mo Zihu had the talent of a king body, the latter didn't have as many profound meanings as him, nor was he as strong. Lin Ling's fire Upanishad had already reached the second level. This kind of fire was like the fire of the beginning of the world. It was even hotter than before. Even a light punch had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, to incinerate the heavens. Yu Yu, thank you. Lin Ling gently smiled as he looked at the young girl in his arms. Hee, this is the result of Big Brother Lin Ling's bitter cultivation. Yu Yu gently smiled. Her beautiful little face was still blushing, but more of her feminine charm was revealed. This made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He inexplicably thought of yesterday's beautiful scene. He thought of those perky peaks and the leisurely forbidden area. Let's do it again, okay? Lin Ling faintly smiled. There was a touch of evil charm in his smile. No, it's not good in broad daylight. Yu Yu's body suddenly softened. Yesterday, Lin Ling had fought more than 30 times, but this guy still wanted more. Hee, that's true. Then let's do it tonight. Lin Ling shrugged, causing Yu Yu's delicate cheeks to turn even redder. The two looked at each other, but they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they embraced each other and continued to enjoy this rare moment. This was because they both knew that in the following days, they would be moving towards becoming stronger and would have less time to interact with each other. After a long time, Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and jumped down from the mountain peak. They walked towards the ice gorge. At this moment, in the ice gorge, Mo Nianchen and slave uncle were talking. Young Master Ling is fierce. When he was cultivating in the ancient face sect, he was the weakest existence. Later, he rose step by step and became the #1 genius of the ancient face sect. He was found by 14th uncle of the Fire Ancient clan and brought back to be trained. Young Master Ling lived up to expectations and surpassed all the other geniuses in the Fire Ancient clan. When the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom changed, he protected the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Slave Uncle excitedly said. Today, he had gone to the 7 Profound Martial House and learned everything from Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ling, has done even better than his father. Mo Nianchen was also incomparably excited at this moment. Hearing his son's proud achievements was more exciting than hearing any other news. Later, young Master Ling assisted His Majesty the Second Prince in the turmoil of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He turned the Second Prince from a nameless competitor to the most powerful existence. Finally, young Master Ling decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 942. Marriage Alliance. After entering the 7 Profound Martial House, young Master Ling is no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. He once again rose up step by step, becoming first place in the semifinals. Now that he has come to our Rain clan, everyone thinks that young Master Ling is a country bumpkin and doesn't place him in their eyes. But the result is that all of the Rain clan's geniuses have lost to young Master Ling. Young Master Ling is one of the 2 prides of the Rain clan. Miss, your son has really won glory for you. Slave Uncle's face flushed red with excitement. Even he was exceptionally proud of his son. Mo Nianchen also trembled, the smile on her face becoming even wider. Her son had walked further than her lover. This made her incomparably proud. She also believed that Lin Chen was also incomparably proud. This was the fruit of their love, their son Lin Ling. Unfortunately, father is too stubborn. He always thinks that only the Rain clan's bloodline can fight for endless glory for the Rain clan. He simply doesn't believe in Ling. After smiling, Mo Nianchen said with some disappointment. The Rain clan was an ancient and great clan. They naturally believed in their bloodline. Even though Lin Ling had created countless miracles, in the end, his surname was not Mo subconsciously, They didn't regard Lin Ling as a direct relative, but rather as a collateral relative. Collateral relatives had a great status in the Rainforest Holy Land, but their status in the Rain clan was ordinary. In the end, the Rain clan was proud. Don't worry, Mississippi. I believe that young Master Ling will change the Patriarch's opinion. He absolutely won't lose face for you. And when young Master Ling rises, you will definitely be able to leave Ice Gorge. At that time, no one in the Rain clan will look down on Miss and think that Miss has let down the Rain clan. Slave Uncle affirmed. He had complete confidence in Lin Ling. Yenshin faintly smiled. I don't care what I look like. I just don't want Ling to suffer too much. She simply didn't care about her own situation. She was only worried about her son. That's true, but if Miss can leave Ice Gorge, that will also help young Master Ling. He knew very well how frightening his master's strength was after he regained his strength. His words made Yenshin's eyes light up. She did not care about her own situation, but she cared about her son's situation. As far as she knew, Lin Ling had many enemies in the sacred rainforest. She would not allow those people to bully her son. However, the Rain clan's rules were very strict. If she wanted to leave Ice Valley, she needed the Patriarch's approval. Therefore, she still wanted to see Lin Ling's rise and have the Patriarch agree to let her leave Ice Valley. Mother. Auntie Mo. Yenshin looked over and saw a couple walking over. The man was handsome, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. Everything was so perfect. Even she was a little taken aback by the sight of them. Although Lin Ling was her son, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her son was really very good-looking, and her daughter-in-law was the most beautiful girl in the world. Miss, looking at their relationship, it seems like it has taken a step closer. Slave Uncle was indeed experienced. He immediately smiled and was happy for Lin Ling. That's right. They have long been in love. They just lacked the opportunity to break through that barrier. Now, they have finally confirmed their relationship. Yenshin was also extremely happy. Following that, their eyes narrowed. This was because they sensed that Lin Ling and Yuyu's strength had broken through. Yuyu was originally the #1 genius of the Sparrow clan. She had received the attention of the Sparrow clan's elders and had been nurtured with endless resources. She had long reached the sacred spirit realm. She was also the #1 genius of the Desolate race along with the Rain clan's Mo Zilong. And now, she had reached the mid-stages of the sacred spirit realm. As for Lin Ling, he was not as lucky. He had relied on himself. Therefore, his cultivation level was lower than Yuyu's. However, he had also stepped into the sacred spirit realm. As such, Lin Ling had become the 3rd genius of the Rain clan to reach the sacred spirit realm. Yenshin and Slave Uncle looked at each other and became even more excited. Mother, I have broken through. Lin Ling held Yuyu's hand as they walked over from afar. He knew that his mother had sensed his cultivation level. Good. Yenshin was so excited that she did not know what to say. All she could do was say good. This was because she knew what it meant to enter the sacred spirit realm. It meant that he had stepped into the circle of the top experts in the rainforest sacred land. Congratulations, Lin Ling. At this moment, a surprised voice came from afar. A young man walked over and appeared in front of them. He was Mo Zilong. He had come to see Lin Ling. However, when he saw Lin Ling and Yuyu holding hands and looking at each other sweetly, he was stunned. Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand the relationship between Yuyu and Lin Ling. You two seem to be lovers. Mo Zilong frowned and said. Everyone was a little surprised by his appearance. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. She and I are childhood friends. We've actually been lovers for a long time. He had a good impression of Mo Zilong. This is a little troublesome. Mo Zilong was stunned again. Then he shrugged helplessly. Yesterday, the Rain clan and the Sparrow clan had a marriage alliance. It was a marriage alliance between the #1 genius of the Rain clan and the #1 genius of the Sparrow clan. In other words, it was me and the little princess of the Sparrow clan. However, I never expected that you already knew her. Well, everyone's eyes narrowed. Yenshin immediately stood up. Father, you are going overboard. Back then, The marriage alliance between me and the Desolate clan was for the sake of the Desolate clan. Today, you want my daughter-in-law to marry someone else. Father, you are too selfish. A powerful aura quietly emerged from her body. It was so cold that it was like the wrath of the heavens. She could tolerate any hardship, but she could not tolerate this matter. Therefore, she looked at Mo Zilong coldly. Mo Zilong's body trembled. It was rumored that among the children of his grandfather, Aunt Nianshan's strength was ranked in the top 3. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Aunt Mo, that was grandfather's intention. It has nothing to do with me. Then, Mo Zilong smiled bitterly and said, furthermore, that is an engagement. It has not been confirmed yet. He could sense that Lin Ling's gaze was cold. However, he was helpless. After all, the marriage was arranged by the Rain clan. He had no choice. Furthermore, he did not know that Lin Ling knew the little princess of Yuyu. I will tell the Sparrow clan that I, Yuyu, will not marry anyone other than Lin Ling. If they force me, I will just die. Yuyu's firm voice sounded. She looked like a weak girl, but at this moment, she was extremely strong. Her voice made Mo Nianshan's heart tremble. He liked this girl even more. Don't look at me with hatred. I have already said that this has nothing to do with me. Grandfather wants the Rain clan to become stronger, so he arranged the marriage. Mo Zilong said bitterly. He knew that it was not a man's doing to snatch someone's love. However, he was really innocent. Rain Master Mo Ping did everything for the benefit of the Rain clan. He did not do anything wrong. His mistake was to treat everyone as a chess piece. Cousin Zilong, this has nothing to do with you. Chapter 943. That was what he said. However, Yuyu is my woman. Not to mention Rain Master Mo Ping, even the heavens can't take her away from me. If a god tries to take her away, I'll kill the god. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was resolute, causing Yuyu's heart to tremble. Her lips curled into a smile. Lin Ling was very domineering now, but it made her feel even sweeter because her man was telling everyone that she was Lin Ling's woman. It's only an engagement now. There are still 3 months left. Lin Ling, you still have time to prepare. Mo Zilong's heart trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was determined. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't have much time left, but there was still hope. Let's go and see Rain Master Mo Ping. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said coldly. It's not good to see Senior Rain Master now. Yuyu was a little worried. She was afraid that Lin Ling's relationship with his grandfather would worsen because of her. Silly girl, you're my woman. How can I not announce it to the world? So what if you're Senior Rain Master? If you provoke me, I'll exterminate the Rain clan in the future. Lin Ling's eyes were even colder. He rarely got angry, but this time, he was furious. Today, he wasn't as strong as the Rain clan, so he was bullied by them. However, if the Rain clan went too far, so what if he exterminated them in the future? His family didn't treat him as family, so why should he give them face? Moreover, he had already given them a lot of face. Then, Lin Ling left the ice valley with Yuyu. Mo Zilong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything in the end. He was shocked. This Lin Ling was really a sentimental person. He dared to go against the world for his lover. Luckily, he had a good relationship with Lin Ling. If they were enemies, he would feel that it would be a nightmare. Moreover, he didn't know why, but he was somewhat supportive of Lin Ling's previous words. Perhaps he was also very unhappy with this big family that had so many rules, because all the rules didn't pay attention to human relations. At this moment, in the Rain clan's Grand Hall, people from the various desolate races were gathered there. It made the Grand Hall extremely lively. They were obviously discussing the marriage between the two races. And in the Grand Hall, other than the desolate races experts, the Rain clan's respected seniors and top geniuses were also present. Young Master Ling, you're not invited to this banquet. You're not allowed to enter. However, at this moment, outside the hall, Lin Ling arrived while holding Yuyu's hand. However, they were stopped by 2 guards from the branch family. Moreover, their words were extremely dignified. Scram! Lin Ling coldly looked at the 2 of them, causing their pupils to dilate. Lin Ling wanted them to scram? Although they were from the branch family, their surname was Mo. As for Lin Ling, his surname was Lin, so he had the right to tell them to scram. And in terms of seniority, they were Lin Ling's elders. The two of you make way. Lin Ling's mother is from the direct bloodline, and the elders in your family are from the branch family. By blocking Lin Ling's path, you are offending your superiors. Yu Yu was relatively calm as she coldly looked at the two of them. This made them frown. What Yu Yu said was the truth. However, Lin Ling was not invited to the banquet, and if they made way for Lin Ling, they would be mocked by others. Hence, they were momentarily hesitant. Although that is the case, if you want to enter, we can help you pass the message. One of them said with a frown. You, why are you wasting your breath on them? However, Lin Ling did not plan to waste his breath on them. He was angry today, so he did not plan to use his status to pressure them. He dared to come here, so he dared to attack anyone who blocked his path. What do you mean? The two of them narrowed their eyes. This is what I mean. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and a wisp of fire rippled out. There was the 9 nether heavenly flame and the vermilion bird flame, as if it was the fire of 10,000 flames. Then he waved his hand, and without any complicated martial arts, the profound of fire bloomed. Boom! The flames bloomed, as if the first fire of heaven and earth had erupted. The door was instantly shattered, and the two of them spat out blood. Their bodies were wrapped in flames, and they were sent flying backwards. Moreover, the power was mighty, and they flew over the garden in front of the main hall and crashed into the main hall. What did he mean? Attacking meant, go in. Lin Ling said coldly, and led Yu Yu through the door, passing through the garden and appearing proudly in the main hall. At this moment, the hall was completely silent. Previously, everyone was laughing and talking about the marriage. However, in the next moment, 2 figures smashed into the hall, causing everyone to have no idea what was going on. And now, Lin Ling had appeared in the main hall while holding Yu Yu's hand. It was domineering and magnificent, but it explained everything. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Today, all the ancient figures of the desolate race were present, and yet Lin Ling had barged in. At the same time, Mo Zilong had rushed over from outside the main hall. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils immediately constricted. Indeed, there was nothing the angry Lin Ling did not dare to do. This was equivalent to slapping the old master in the face. Lin Ling, are you mad? There are guests here. Who allowed you to be so rude? Quickly kneel down and apologize. In the silence, Mo Zihu took a step forward and pointed at Lin Ling, shouting angrily. As for Rain Master Mo Ping and company, their faces were livid. They still did not understand what had happened. Loser, scram. Countless gazes were on Lin Ling as the corners of his mouth moved slightly. A cold voice came out of his mouth as he looked at Mo Zihu condescendingly from above. Don't be too arrogant. In the past, I lost to you because of my carelessness. Today, if you do not give me an explanation, don't even think of leaving here. Mo Zihu gritted his teeth. He was one of the Rain clan's 2 prides, but ever since Lin Ling appeared, he had been humiliated to the point of losing all his dignity. Explanation? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. The primordial fire in his hand bloomed once again, transforming into a lotus flower with 10 petals. However, it was even hotter and more sacred. The flames were 5-colored. It was the combination of all Lin Ling's flames in the past. This is an explanation. The flames were gently waved by Lin Ling. Although it looked slow, it froze space. Destruction, dominance. Boom. With one move, Mo Zihu spurted out blood and was similarly blown away. In the past, he was not Lin Ling's opponent. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Holy Spirit realm, he could defeat him like a defeated dog. So powerful. The crowd's pupils trembled. Mo Zihu was defeated in one move. One must know that in the previous battle between Lin Ling and Mo Zihu, the result was only decided after they were almost evenly matched. Holy Spirit Realm. Soon after, some experts looked at Lin Ling's cultivation and their hearts finally trembled. Lin Ling had broken through again. Silence. The entire hall was silent. Everyone looked at that frivolous figure and were so shocked that they were speechless. Is this your pride, the Rain Clan's two prides? Only Lin Ling's tyrannical voice drifted out. However, it was directed at Rain Master Mo Ping and contained a thick sense of sarcasm. Rain Clan's two prides? Trash that couldn't even block a single move. What do you want to do? Chapter 944. Announcing to the world, Lin Ling's face was cold and fearless. Yu was his reverse scale, and no one could offend her. Since he dared to come here today, he had already prepared himself. He would rather die than live in dishonor. If he was pushed to the edge, he would at most summon the ancient flame devil. He did not answer Mo Ping's question, but looked at Mo Zihu with disdain. The so-called Rain Clan's prides are just a dog that knows how to bootlick. Compared to Mo Zilong, you're too lacking. You're simply an insult to the name of the Rain Clan's prides. Lin Ling. On the ground, Mo Zihu's mouth was overflowing with blood. His body was surrounded by a mysterious flame, and he had lost all face. Last time, when he fought with Lin Ling, his attack could affect Lin Ling, but it was blocked by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's flame lotus also affected him, but it was not blocked by him. This led to his loss. He was unwilling to accept his loss, but he believed that if they were to fight to the death, Lin Ling would not be his opponent. However, today, Lin Ling defeated him in one move. It was like a dream. Grandpa, I haven't lost yet. Mo Zihu slapped the ground and jumped up. He did not care about his injuries and pounced at Lin Ling. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not believe that Lin Ling had surpassed him. The crowd's eyes flickered. The previous incident was too strange. They did not believe that Lin Ling could defeat Mo Zihu so easily. I have an innate emperor physique, I have a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and I have profound. How can I lose to you? Following Mo Zihu's roar, an azure halberd of the sea god appeared. It cut through the void and slashed at Lin Ling. Crush. The profound of ocean rain appeared. It was like the rain of an ancient sea, causing the waves to roar and the earth to shatter. Lin Ling smiled gently. Mo Zihu was unwilling to accept this? Then he would beat him until he was willing. The tyrannical song sword appeared, and flames surged. The second-level fire profound surged out like the most primitive flame, overbearing and majestic. Rumble. The halberd and greatsword collided and a tyrannical wave of spiritual energy erupted. In the center of the hall, two figures emitted a radiance similar to that of a sea urchin as they resisted each other. However, in everyone's eyes, Mo Zihu's all-out attack was blocked by Lin Ling with a single hand behind his back and a single sword. I have 50 million points of power, and I have the Tyrant Song Sword, a mid-tier spiritual weapon. I even have two profound meanings. How can you not lose to me? Scram. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from the huge sword, and it slashed out as if it was capable of annihilating an army. Puff, puff. A black crack appeared in the void. Mo Zihu couldn't even hold the halberd of the sea god firmly. He was sent flying again, this time towards Mo Ping. But in the end, Mo Ping extended her right hand and blocked the terrifying force of the attack. Clang. At the same time, the Poseidon's halberd drew a beautiful arc in the air before ruthlessly thrusting into the ground. The crisp sound was shocking. Overpowered, the second time it was overpowered. At this moment, everyone finally knew that Lin Ling had defeated Mo Zihu with ease. Moreover, through Lin Ling's words, they had a clear understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Although Lin Ling did not have an innate emperor body, his physical body was an advantage. With 50 million points of power, his spiritual weapon was not weaker than Mo Zihu's, and his profound martial meaning was several levels higher. It would be strange if Mo Zihu did not lose. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. In front of him, Mo Zihu was just trash that couldn't even block a single move. Flattery. Apart from having your grandfather help you, you don't seem to have anything else to be proud of. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. His figure seemed to have returned to the frivolous and arrogant days of the past. Mo Zihu's face was incomparably pale. Shame. He had been ruthlessly defeated twice by Lin Ling. Moreover, it was a complete suppression. This was a great humiliation. However, In the face of this humiliation, he could not resist. He could only stand there and be humiliated by Lin Ling. All of this was like a dream. One had to know that when he first met Lin Ling, he was high above and could suppress Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling was even nobler than him. You came here to humiliate Mo Zihu? Rainmaster Mo Ping frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very arrogant. Today, not only did he not report his arrival to the main hall, he even directly fought his way in. He simply did not put his grandfather in his eyes. I came here for only one thing. Yu is my woman. She was, is, and will be. His gaze swept across the crowd. Lin Ling finally looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of restraint. There was only a fearless heart. For Yu, he did not fear the entire world. What? Everyone's pupils constricted. They were shocked by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, you are too audacious. You do not put us in your eyes at all. Yu represents the Sparrow clan and Rain clan in marriage. What qualifications do you have to speak for her? In the silence, a Rain clan elder shouted angrily. Haha, do you have the qualifications to speak? Get lost. That person was Lin Ling's uncle, but Lin Ling did not treat him as his uncle at all. Instead, he laughed frivolously. His laughter shook the heavens, causing the hearts of the Rain clan's juniors to tremble. In the history of the Rain clan, only Lin Ling dared to speak to his seniors in such a manner. You said that I do not put you in my eyes? Then have you ever put me in your eyes? When I defeated your juniors, you were unwilling to accept it and targeted me everywhere. When I completed the task, you were still unwilling to accept it and made things difficult for me everywhere. It was as if I was supposed to be under your feet and you could step on me however you wanted. You did not verify it and casually wronged me. At that time, did you treat me as your relative? The angry voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the entire hall into silence. Everyone was speechless. Yes, they did not treat Lin Ling as their junior. Instead, they treated Lin Ling as an outsider. But now, they used their status as seniors. Why should Lin Ling give them face? You are right. I do not agree with them on this point. However, Yu is the little princess of our Sparrow clan. Since when did it become your turn to speak? On the side of the Sparrow clan, an elder spoke slowly. In fact, he was rather optimistic about this junior who had an ordinary background but constantly amazed the world. However, this junior was too frivolous and did not even put their Sparrow clan in his eyes. Then may I ask where you were when Yu was just an ordinary disciple of the Guyan sect? When Yu was just an ordinary martial artist, where were you? Lin Ling took a step forward and looked at the elder fearlessly. This matter was related to Yu. Hence, he would shoulder everything and would not tolerate it. The old man was also speechless. In the Guyan sect, it was Big Brother Lin Ling who protected me. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it was Big Brother Lin Ling who helped me awaken my bloodline. If I was still an ordinary girl, the Sparrow clan would not even value me. Now that the Sparrow clan values me, it is just icing on the cake. The most important thing is to help me in my hour of need. Yu also took a step forward and held onto Lin Ling's hand. Her beautiful eyes looked resolutely at everyone as she spoke. Icing on the cake was something to be grateful for, but the most important thing was to help him in his hour of need. That elder from the Sparrow clan was even more speechless. He did not expect that Princess Yu and Lin Ling had such a past. Chapter 945. Debt Collection. My goal for coming here today is to announce to the world that Yu is my, Lin Ling's, woman. Lin Ling's gaze turned even more resolute. Yu was already his woman, so how could he not dare to affirm it? I know you are indignant, but it won't be long before I personally bring Yu back. All of you raise your eyes and wait. Let's go. Under the silence, Lin Ling finally said those words. Following that, he held Yu's hand and left. This was his goal for coming here today. How resolute! And in the grand hall, everyone's hearts palpitated. However, a few of the Rain clan's juniors were moved, especially the girls. Their eyes shimmered. If there was a man in this world who treated them in such a way, announcing their relationship without fear of power, they would also give themselves to him. Unfortunately, How many people had the courage to say such words in front of an expert? As for the seniors of the Rain clan and Desolate race, their expressions were ugly. They had just discussed the marriage between the two races, but Lin Ling had told them in front of countless people that the marriage did not count. At the moment Lin Ling stepped out of the door, Rain Master Mo Ping could not help but shout. Not everyone is like you, prioritizing profit in everything you do. However, outside the door, Lin Ling did not stop. His cold voice replied. He was going to step out of the door today. If Rain Master Mo Ping wanted to shed all pretenses, then he would release the ancient flame demon. When that happened, they would see who would suffer more casualties. You can try taking another step. Rain Master Mo Ping's expression was extremely cold. This grandson of his had not only embarrassed him, he had even rebutted him in front of his face, causing his dignity to be violated. Father, in the past, you sacrificed me because of benefits. Today, you want to implicate my son because of benefits? I can give in to you on anything, but on this matter, your daughter will not allow it. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the grand hall. It made Rain Master Mo Ping's angry eyes focus. It was her. If you insist on separating them, then don't blame your daughter for not acknowledging you. The voice resounded once again. This time, Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. For Lin Ling, his daughter, who had always obeyed him, was going to sever ties with him? Other than that time when she ran away from marriage, his daughter had always been obedient. Every dog has its day. Time will prove everything. Don't underestimate your grandson. The cold voice resounded in the hall, causing the hearts of countless people. They knew that Mo Nianchen was talking about Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling did not have the Rain clan's bloodline, so his future achievements were limited. However, they had forgotten that Lin, with his ordinary bloodline, he had crushed all the geniuses. Therefore, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, all of this might not be impossible. Perhaps they would not Rain was, but not to be accepted to be. Alright, the engagement will continue. However, I will give him half a year's time. After half a year, if he can't prove everything, then don't blame your father. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flickered. He finally made a decision. Perhaps he did not want his daughter to sever ties with him because of an outsider like Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left with Yu Yu's hand. However, he had also heard those words. This caused his lips to curve into a faint smile. Half a year? Sure, at that time, he would return in a domineering manner and crush everything. Unless the mountains are no longer sharp and the heavens and earth are united, I will marry you. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked gently at Yu Yu. There was only determination in his eyes. Brother Ling, Yu Yu believes in you. Yu Yu's beautiful face revealed a smile as she nodded heavily. This time, I will be leaving. It won't be long before I return. At that time, we can be together. Lin Ling took a step forward and gently hugged Yu Yu. As he looked at the ancient Rain clan building, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This place had left him with far too many bad memories. However, the moment he returned, he would change everything. The news of Lin Ling's departure spread throughout the Rain clan in half a day. As for this arrogant youth, many Rain clan members had complex feelings. They never thought that a foreign bloodline would be able to cause the ancient Desolate clan to stir up monstrous waves. And now, Lin Ling wanted to use half a year's time to prove everything. This caused them to raise their heads in anticipation. Of course, many Rain clan seniors did not favor Lin Ling. After all, they already stood at the pinnacle of the rainforest holy land. If Lin Ling wanted to prove everything, what did he rely on? Because of the 7 profound martial house? There simply wasn't enough cultivation resources there to satisfy Lin Ling. And as far as they knew, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was forged with the help of Mo Nianchen. Thus, Lin Ling did not have any hope. I believe in him. In the ice gorge, Mo Nianchen looked at the fluttering white snow, her eyes filled with incomparable determination. Her son had walked through countless storms, and now he could create a miracle. And at this moment, after Lin Ling left the Rain clan, he immediately headed towards the main city. The main city was still bustling with activity. To the main city, the matters of the 4 desolate clans were like matters of the royal palace. Not many people knew about it. The Rain clan is vast, arrogant, and overbearing. If I want to surpass the Rain clan, then I must have a strength that can match the Rain clan. Lin Ling walked down the street. He thought of the Flame Legion, and a heroic thought rose in his heart. He wanted the Flame Legion to shock the entire rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the street. Then a youth in a green brocade robe walked over with 4 people. Qin Tian. Lin Ling could not help but smile. After returning to the rainforest Holy Land, he had not seen Qin Tian for a long time. The person who came was Qin Tian of the Great Qin Empire, the son of old Master Qin. Patriarch Lin. The faces of the people behind Qin Tian changed. They came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently one of the 24 patriarchs of the Great Qin Empire. After you returned, I also knew that you were busy, so I did not disturb you. Qin Tian looked at Lin Ling and smiled happily. In his heart, he had already treated Lin Ling as his family. This was because the destruction of the fighting evil lineage was done by Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling had done it for his father. Why are you all here? Lin Ling and Qin Tian had been through a lot, so there was no need to be courteous. It's all because of the Justice Duan family. They opened a pill shop again, and their business is booming. They seem to be trying to steal our business, so I came to take a look on behalf of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Tian sighed and shook his head helplessly. The resources of the 5 ancient countries could not be compared to the 4 desolate tribes, so they placed great importance on the rainforest Holy Land's business. The Justice Duan family. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. After old Master Qin died, he swore to destroy the 2 ancient countries. This promise was still fresh in his mind. It just so happens that I'm short of money. Since they dare to open a pill shop, we'll benefit from it. Then, Lin Ling's lips curled into a devilish smile. He had been thinking about how to increase the strength of the Flame Legion, but now he seemed to have heard good news. Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? Qin Tian was puzzled. Chapter 946. Hanging Pothalchi. Qin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. The people behind him also sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, what great courage. The Justice Duan family dared to open an elixir shop in the rainforest because they had something to rely on. Although the Great Qin Empire did not want to see the rise of the Justice Duan family, they did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling dared to do so. Yes, Lin Ling is from one of the 4 great desolate tribes. Qin Tian thought of the reason for Lin Ling's confidence. Let's go. Lin Ling chuckled. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang In Sha, quickly come and see me. Since he was going to rob the Justice Duan family, he naturally needed help. So, Lin Ling also summoned the powerhouses around him. Okay, their elixir shop is on Changlong Street. Although Qin Tian found it unbelievable, he was familiar with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not an impulsive person. If he dared to do so, he must have his own confidence. Changlong Street was an ancient street in the main city. It was also the 3rd street to be developed in the rainforest. Naturally, it was more prosperous than the other streets. The warriors who came here were either rich or noble. The Justice Duan family indeed had a geographical advantage by opening an elixir shop here. What a beautiful elixir shop! It can be compared to the ancient elixir shops of the 4 great desolate tribes. Yes, and the elixir shops of the 4 great desolate tribes are not open often. However, this elixir shop is open every day. It is really good news for us warriors. It is said that as long as you have the money, you can buy any elixir shop. It is very powerful. Of course, this elixir shop is opened by the Justice Duan family, one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. It is said that this elixir shop used up a quarter of the Justice Duan family's income. In front of the elixir shop, the crowd discussed with envy. In their eyes, the elixir shop was grand and majestic. The building was built in the shape of an ancient cauldron. It was as if the heavens had bestowed this elixir shop to the mortal world. At the entrance of the elixir shop, 4 words were hung there. Medicine to help the world, all lives are equal. Grand and majestic. At this moment, at the entrance of the elixir shop, there was an endless stream of people entering. They were either rich or respectable. Obviously, ordinary martial artists could not enter. Of course, this was normal. After all, there were all kinds of elixirs here. The spiritual herbs were priceless. Would ordinary martial artists be able to afford those rare medicinal pills? From the very beginning, the Justice Duan family had planned to let the pill shop take the high-end route. Therefore, there were many alchemists and powerhouses in charge. Practicing medicine to help the world, all living beings are equal, what a hypocritical plaque. At this moment, several silhouettes slowly walked towards the sacred medicinal pill shop. The young man in the lead indifferently said, causing the passers-by to suck in a breath of cold air. These people were extremely arrogant, daring to say such things about the Duan clan's medicinal pill shop. Hee, I wonder which family's hedonistic young master is from. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people laughed coldly. They were not surprised because the world did not lack such hedonistic young masters. Only when they suffered would these hedonistic young masters understand that there is always someone better out there. At this moment, the hedonistic young masters in everyone's hearts were indifferently looking at the majestic medicinal pill shop. The eyes of the handsome young man in the lead turned cold. Looking at the bustling medicinal pill shop, a wave of anger rose in his heart. He thought of the old man who died unjustly. Young Master Qin, the Duan clan's medicinal pill shop has everything you need. It shouldn't be difficult to buy the medicinal pills we want. Hee, young Master Lin, don't underestimate the power of the 5 great ancient countries. The young man turned his head and said, while the other young man behind him nodded. They were Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian. Behind them were Yin Sha and the other guards of the great Qin Empire. Today, they were here to collect their debts. Then let's go in. Lin Ling said indifferently and strode towards the luxurious door. Hee, dear guests, do you have the medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall's medicine hall? After taking a few steps, a lavishly dressed attendant smiled and said with a sincere attitude, "What is a healing token?" Qin Jingtian asked. Hee, the Xian Hall is the medicinal pill shop of the Justice Duan clan. It is the first time it has opened, so customers come like clouds. To avoid causing chaos in the Xian Hall, only those with a healing token can enter. The attendant said respectfully, but his tone was arrogant and his eyes were full of disdain. These young men seemed to have an extraordinary temperament, but they did not even know this rule. They were obviously hedonistic young masters from some small family. Unfortunately, they dared to come to the Xian Hall and pretend to be rich. They were simply courting death. Those people are indeed hedonistic young masters with empty shells. The crowd in the distance secretly laughed. They all knew this rule, but those people did not. To put it bluntly, those without status were not allowed to enter. It did not matter which country's crown prince you were, as long as you did not have a healing token, you could not enter. This was the prestige of the Justice Duan clan. Guests, please go back. The attendant was still smiling, but his voice was full of disdain. Let me ask you, what is the meaning of healing to the world, and all lives are equal on your signboard? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently, healing to the world is to save the world. This is the original intention of the Justice Duan clan. As for all lives are equal, that is because the Duan clan does not bully the weak. Everyone is equal. The attendant said proudly, puffing out his chest. Slap. A slap flew over and landed on the attendant's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. His eyes widened and he could not speak. Nonsense! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Crazy! The crowd's pupils constricted. Those hedonistic young masters were crazy. They dared to hit someone from the Justice Duan clan. Could they not tell who was stronger and who was weaker? Guessed you hit me? The attendant did not seem to react. Slap. However, the slap sounded again, as if to tell him that today he was the one being slapped. Since you're here to heal the world, why is the elixir shop collecting money? Isn't the Justice Duan clan benevolent? Moreover, since all lives are equal, why can those people enter but not us? Lin Ling's frivolous voice floated out like the wind, leaving the attendants speechless. Indeed, since they were here to heal the world, why would they collect money? Since all lives are equal, why would they discriminate based on status? Since they could not do that, what was the point of having a signboard? Today is the first day of the Hanging Pot Hall's opening, but you did not live up to the motto. Why don't you let me tear down your signboard? Lin Ling shouted again, looking even more like a hedonistic young master. Arrogant? Whose young master is this? So arrogant! The crowd was in an uproar. Although the young man's words were not wrong, it was obvious that he was being picky. He was not afraid of death. When the Justice Duan clan's elites appeared, he would definitely suffer. He might even implicate his clan. Chapter 947. Duan Bai, thank you for your reminder, but my family can afford to pay for a mere elixir store. Moreover, if you piss me off, I'll tear it down. Lin Ling chuckled mockingly. Qin Jingtian also chuckled. He knew what Lin Ling meant. After all, they were here to collect a debt. The funny thing was that the waiter thought they were hedonistic young masters. This place is owned by the Justice Duan family. The waiter took a step forward and said loudly. He finally revealed his identity. The Justice Duan family? So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded as if it was the first time he heard this news. The waiter smiled faintly. Next, he wanted to see this hedonistic young master's ugly face. Slap. However, the crisp sound of a slap rang out again. Who told you to tell me your family name? Are you going to tell me your mother's name and your wife's name? Do you think I'm interested? Lin Ling smiled even more brilliantly. The crowd's face stiffened. They had the same thought as the waiter, but who knew that the young master would become even more arrogant? Do you know what the Justice Duan family is? The waiter glared at Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling didn't know what the Justice Duan family was. After all, this was the first time a young master from the 100 territories came to the rainforest's sacred ground. They might not have heard of the 5 ancient countries. I said, are you deaf? If you don't understand, then let me tell you. The Justice Duan family is my grandson. Lin Ling smiled again, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank and his voice exploded like a great bell. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then, many shocked gazes looked at the young man. The young man had said in front of everyone that the Justice Duan family was his grandson. This kind of hedonistic young master had reached the peak. In the rainforest's sacred ground, who would dare to say such a thing? All right, I've said what I wanted to say. Bring your face over and let me slap you 3 more times. Young Master Qin, you too. Lin Ling looked at the servant again and laughed. His laughter was cold and evil. You're courting death. The servant's face was extremely ugly. He had brought out the Justice Duan family, but it was useless. How dare you mess around in the Hanging Pot Hall? At this moment, a white-haired old man slowly walked out. This person had his hands behind his back and looked very old and virtuous. It was obvious that he was a person of high status in the Hanging Hu Hall. Grandmaster Da, these people are here to cause trouble. The waiter seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Master Da Wang is a famous alchemist in the Rainforest Holy Land. In the past, he was invited by Tuo Tian Province to be an apprentice, but was rejected by Master Da Wang. This person is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He has achieved great success in the Rainforest Holy Land. The crowd was shocked. The Justice Duan family had spent a lot of money this time. They had even recruited such a famous alchemist. Master Da Wang also heard the envious voices around him. He seemed to be enjoying it. Then he looked at Lin Ling calmly. He wanted to know what Lin Ling would say. But, however, it was still a slap. An extremely crisp slap. Master Da Wang, I don't know. Woof Woof only knows my family's Da Huang. After the slap, Lin Ling said calmly. Master Da Wang's eyes widened. Lin Ling dared to hit him? And he even described him as a dog? As for the waiter beside him, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that with Master Da Wang's arrival, these foppish young masters would suffer. But in the end, These people even dared to hit Master De Wang. Old man, if you continue to put on an act in front of me, it won't be just a slap. And the dog beside you, get over here and finish the previous slaps. Lin Ling took a step forward, seemingly unwilling to give up. All right, Lin Ling, come in. At this moment, a calm voice finally came from the Hanging Hu Hall. Obviously, the incident at the entrance had attracted the attention of the people in the Hanging Hu Hall. Moreover, others might not know Lin Ling, but how could the big shots of the Justice Duan family not recognize Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Master De Wang's expression changed drastically, and so did the waiter. They thought that this was a foppish young master, but who knew that this person was Lin Ling, who was famous in the sacred ground of the rainforest? He's the rumored Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling looked at the towering Hanging Hu Hall and smiled. He strode in with Qin Jingtian. He wanted to see who from the Justice Duan family was guarding this place today. Young Master Qin, give him a few slaps so that his dog eyes can recognize more people. Hit Master Woof Woof too. Lin Ling said calmly as he stepped through the door. Qin Jingtian smiled. Today, he had helped his father vent his anger. I'll hit him too. Master De Wang frowned, but he was no longer as arrogant as before. This was because this young man was Lin Ling. Moreover, I'll hit you until you can't stand up. Lin Ling said without turning his head. This made Master De Wang grit his teeth, but he didn't dare to speak. Pa pa pa. The sound of Qin Jingtian's slaps could be heard at the same time. How arrogant! He doesn't have a Hanging Hu token, but he entered the Hanging Hu Hall and slapped the master's face at the door. The crowd's hearts beat violently. Many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, Mad God Lin Ling. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that this kind of arrogance was well-deserved. The funniest thing was that they had thought that Lin Ling was a foppish young master and would suffer today. However, Lin Ling had tyrannically barged into the Hanging Hu Hall. Suddenly, the crowd was filled with anticipation. It was said that Lin Ling and the Justice Duan family were not on good terms. Who knew what would happen today? However, Lin Ling dared to come to the Hanging Hu Hall with only a few people. The consequences would not be good. What a big elixir workshop! After entering the Hanging Hu Hall, Lin Ling shouted loudly, shocking the people in the elixir workshop. Was Lin Ling chasing away customers with such a loud noise? Sir, the elixir workshop is a valuable place. Please lower your voice. A person who looked like a guard walked over. I want to be loud. What can you do? The elixir workshop is open for business. Don't tell me that customers are not allowed to speak. Lin Ling's voice became louder. At this moment, he was even more like a foppish young master. However, no one dared to treat him as one. After all, the champion of the semifinals had the right to speak. All right, Xiaowen, you can leave. I'll do it. At this moment, from the depths of the vast hall, a middle-aged man walked over. He was dignified and had an indescribable elegance. From afar, he saluted Lin Ling and said, "The #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land has come to the Hanging Hu Hall today. Apologies for the poor reception." This person was not angered by Lin Ling's recklessness. Instead, he was very polite. Obviously, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble for the opening of the Hanging Hu Hall today. However, there was a hidden danger in his words. With one sentence, he pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. He said that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, but not the #1 genius of the Martial Arts Hall. The two seemed close, but if he met the top genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, then there would be trouble. Chapter 948. He's here to pick a fight. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Unfortunately, your name has spread far and wide while I'm just a nobody," said the middle-aged man with a smile. He was extremely polite, as if he admired Lin Ling a lot. Then, he said to the others, "This young man is the most outstanding cultivator in the world. He's a dragon among men. How can you neglect him? Give him whatever he wants. This is the respect you should have for the most outstanding cultivator." "Yes, Lord." Everyone saluted respectfully, looking at Lin Ling with reverence. Of course, the guests were envious. Lin Ling was treated well. However, who was Linling? He had grown up from nothing since he was young. What kind of storm had he not seen? What kind of people had he not seen? Linling had seen people who were sweet and sly. Who do you think you are? Linling smiled and said softly. His words were frivolous and domineering. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes, especially the guards. Each of them was boiling with anger. Their lord was so polite and courteous to Linling, but Linling did not give him any face. This was too much. Ha, I'm Duan Zun Wang's son, Duan Bai. Of course, I'm not as famous as Linling. I'm just a nobody in the Duan family. However, Duan Bai did not rise. He still smiled amiably as if he saw Linling as his best friend. Indeed, compared to me, you're just a nobody. Linling smiled, took a step forward, and gently patted Duan Bai's cheek. Duan Zun Wang's son. In the past, there were two people Linling must kill in the prairie. One was Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the other was Duan Zun Wang. Unfortunately, he died in the prairie. Duan Bai smiled again, but his smile was a little forced. Before, he was just being polite, flattering Linling normally. People with status would reply politely, but who would have thought that Linling would reply without any courtesy? He was indeed a nobody. Your father, that damned old man, is he still alive? Linling said with a smile. He put his arm around Duan Bai's shoulder as if they were really good friends. However, his words were extremely vicious. If the other party wanted to play dirty, then he would play along. Linling, don't go too far. A guard in the hall shouted angrily. Linling was cursing their Duan Zun Wang. It's fine. Your Excellency Linling is a straightforward person and not a hypocrite. Tell me what you think. However, Duan Bai merely waved his hand in an extremely magnanimous manner. Many of the guests secretly admired him. No wonder he was the head of the Hanging Pot Hall. He was so magnanimous that he could suppress anything. My father's body is in good condition, and he's about to break through to the next realm. Duan Bai said with a smile. Sigh, what a pity. Bad people stink for 1,000 years. How can they live so long? Linling sighed softly. Then, as if he felt that he had said something wrong, he immediately said, I'm sorry, I'm a straightforward person, so I say what I think. I didn't mean it. A straightforward person saying what he thought meant that Linling wanted Duan Zun Wang to die. This time, no matter how well-mannered Duan Bai was, his expression was incomparably ugly. After all, no one would want others to curse their own father. Alright, enough nonsense. Brother Duan, tell me about your shabby elixir shop. Linling patted Duan Bai's shoulder, not looking like he was apologizing at all. Behind him, Qin Jingtian was secretly laughing. He didn't expect Linling to be so good at acting. He clearly wanted to destroy this place, but he was still pretending to be polite. Shabby elixir shop. The guards gritted their teeth again. The elixir shop here was one of the best in the rainforest, but Linling said that it was shabby? This elixir shop has 72 alchemists. As long as you have money, you can refine any elixir. If it's fake, you'll pay 10 times the compensation. Duan Bai said proudly, then continued, Of course, Sir Linling is the #1 genius, so you can buy elixirs here at a 40% discount. He quickly regained his amiable appearance, as if he and Linling were sworn brothers. 72 good-for-nothings? Like Master Wang from before? Brother Duan, you have bad taste. Linling said with a smile. Master De Wang's face darkened when he walked into the main hall. He was a respected senior in the rainforest, but in front of this junior, he was a good-for-nothing. However, since I'm here, I naturally have to buy elixirs. But if it's fake, you can refine any elixir. I'm curious. Linling glanced at the magnificent main hall and thought for a while. He said, Give me an elixir that can help me break through to the Holy Spirit realm. It must have no side effects, and it must allow me to comprehend 90% of the ultimacy. Also, the price is negotiable. If you can afford it, I can afford it. What? The crowd's eyes widened. Breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm without any side effects and requiring one to comprehend 90% of the ultimacy? Was there such an elixir in the world? If there was, the Duan family would have been the most powerful family in the rainforest. Lin Ling was deliberately looking for trouble, wasn't he? Sir Lin Ling, you really know how to joke. Duan Bai was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. Who's joking with you? Lin Ling's face became indifferent. Brother Duan, friendship is friendship, business is business. How can your hanging pot hall not fulfill its promise? Lin Ling, can you find such an elixir? If you can't, what right do you have to talk nonsense? Leave, the hanging pot hall does not welcome you. In the distance, an elder who was also an alchemist shouted angrily. He did not like Lin Ling. A flame shot out like a meteor and wrapped around the alchemist, burning him. Who allowed you to speak? A cold voice sounded in the main hall. Lin Ling looked indifferently. Domineering. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was too domineering. He attacked immediately because of a disagreement. Okay, since Sir Lin Ling said so, there must be such an elixir. You can study it more. Duan Bai's manners were indeed good. Study? Who gave you time? I want it now. However, Lin Ling shouted again. He was not reasonable at all. Sir Lin Ling, you're picking a fight. Duan Bai could not bear it anymore. Ha, have you run out of patience? You should have done this earlier. We're enemies. Why do you have to pretend to be brothers? Lin Ling smiled gently. His domineering look disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Duan Bai's eyes narrowed. He felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. However, you're right. I'm here to pick a fight. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's strong ambition finally exploded. His powerful aura shook the entire main hall. Today, he was here to pick a fight. Duan Bai's face was extremely ugly. From the beginning, he felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. No matter how well-mannered he was, no matter how humble he was, it was useless. Because Lin Ling was playing with him. Good show, let's begin. The hanging pot hall opens today, but it's also closing. Under many shocked gazes, Lin Ling's frivolous voice drifted out of the hanging pot hall and even into the ears of the people on the street. Countless people's eyes narrowed. Chapter 949. The arrival of the Flame Legion. Lin Ling is here to cause trouble. Many people were shocked. The opening of the hanging pot hall had cost the Justice Duan family a lot of money, but it had also shocked half of the sacred land of the rainforest. However, on the opening day, Lin Ling said that it was also the closing day. It was obvious that Lin Ling was here for revenge. Bastard! Within the hanging pot hall, the guards' faces were cold. Lin Ling had gone too far. Ha, Sir Lin Ling, the Justice Duan family does have some conflicts with you, but what kind of grudge can't be resolved in this world? Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future. Duan Bai took a deep breath, but quickly regained his smile. He said softly, also, let me remind you that the hanging pot hall is so big that there will naturally be many Holy Spirit realm experts guarding it. If you really want to cause trouble, you won't be able to get away with it. Duan Bai's tolerance was terrifying. Even though Lin Ling had said so, he still didn't explode. However, although he was polite on the surface, his right hand behind his back was already informing Lin Ling of the arrival of more experts. His words seemed polite, but they were both soft and hard. He wanted to let Lin Ling see the current situation clearly. Lin Ling's lips curled up, revealing a friendly smile. Duan Bai was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was smiling about. Hiding a knife in a smile is useless against me. Threatening me is even more useless. I won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Finally, Lin Ling's smiling but cold voice floated out from his mouth. A figure shot over like a ghost, and a dagger appeared in front of Duan Bai's neck. A Holy Spirit realm expert. Duan Bai's eyes narrowed. Previously, his gaze had been on Lin Ling, and he didn't notice the expert behind Lin Ling. Moreover, he had always thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, because that would be equivalent to a direct confrontation with the Justice Duan family. However, the scene in front of him told him that Lin Ling had come prepared. Moreover, a Saint Spirit Realm expert was equivalent to an ambitious and ruthless character in the Rainforest Holy Land. They were on the same level as his father, but Lin Ling was able to summon such an expert. This was beyond his expectations. Most importantly, he sensed that the person who attacked him was extremely terrifying. It was as if he was an assassin. "Milord!" The Duan clan's guards in the main hall shouted anxiously. Lin Ling really dared to make a move. Outside the main hall, there was complete silence. Everyone was curious about what had happened in the hanging pot hall, but no one dared to go closer. They wondered if Lin Ling had been caught. Subconsciously, they believed that since Lin Ling dared to cause trouble in the Justice Duan family's territory, he should suffer a loss. Thud thud thud. At this time, a large number of footsteps could be heard. The crowd was separated, and a large group of people arrived. These people were not very strong, but they had the bloody and murderous aura of an army. "This is the place." Lin Ling said to loot this place. The leader of the group was a valiant woman. She looked at the hanging pot hall and smiled. With a wave of her hand, she led the group into the hanging pot hall. Loot? The crowd was in an uproar. There were many Emperor Spirit Realm experts among them, so they could naturally see that although the army had an extraordinary aura, their overall strength was very weak. There was not a single Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Such an army dared to attack the Justice Duan family. Was their leader crazy? "Flame Army, surround this place." The army rushed into the hanging pot hall. At the same time, a small group surrounded the hanging pot hall. The rules were very strict. Flame Army? What an unfamiliar name. Where did this army come from? The crowd was even more puzzled. At the same time, inside the hanging pot hall, everyone was shocked by the army that rushed in. The hanging pot hall was noble and sacred, but now it had been turned into a bustling market. It felt very surreal. Lin Ling. When the leader saw Lin Ling, she immediately smiled happily. Beside her was a dark-skinned woman. They quickly came to Lin Ling and bowed. Besides them, there were also many people who came directly to Lin Ling. They were Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaomen, Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Fiang, and the others. These people were the elites of the Flame Army. "It's good that you're here. This place is overflowing with wealth. There are many pills and spiritual herbs. It's enough for you to greatly increase your strength. Loot this place." Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. "Yes, sir." Everyone in the Flame Army was excited. On their way here, they naturally knew where this place was. This was the elixir shop that the Justice Duan family valued greatly. However, their lord was powerful enough to conquer mountains and rivers. There was nothing he did not dare to do. The Justice Duan family could still loot this place. "Lin Ling, you came prepared. You're crazy." Duan Bai looked at the luxurious hall that was dirted by the footprints. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. "You've been captured. You don't have the right to speak." However, Lin Ling took a step forward and patted Duan Bai's cheek. Duan Bai gritted his teeth. What elegance! What righteousness! What education! At this moment, all of that had been thrown out of the window. "You're too overbearing. If you have a grudge against the Justice Duan family, then go to the ancient country and find the Duan family. The hanging pot hall did not provoke you, but you allowed your people to loot this place. Lin Ling, the rainforest sacred land is not for you to say." At this moment, 3 figures appeared on the second floor of the main hall. They stood there quietly, as if they had suddenly appeared out of thin air, causing Lin Ling's men to stop what they were doing. Duan Bai glanced at the 3 figures, and his heart relaxed. Since the hanging pot hall dared to open here, it would naturally be guarded by experts. These 3 figures were the experts guarding the hall, and they were also his father's trusted aides. "In the past, I did not provoke the Justice Duan family, but Duan Xuanwang tried to kill me in the prairie. At that time, didn't you say he was overbearing?" Lin Ling looked at the 3 people on the second floor. His expression was indifferent. He already knew that there would be experts guarding the hanging pot hall. Duan Bai was only the person in charge of everything, not the expert guarding it. Of course, there would not be many of these experts. Because of the Justice Duan family's reputation, ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. As for the 3 of them, they were Holy Spirit Realm experts. They were enough to suppress some small matters. This world is heartless. The weak are eliminated, and the strong are kings. Therefore, this is not a matter of being overbearing or not, but a matter of standing. Since I have a grudge against the Justice Duan family, as long as it has something to do with the Justice Duan family, I will not let it go. Unless the Emperor of the Justice Duan family personally apologizes, pays his respects to Old Master Xiao, and hands over the murderer, this matter will not be resolved. Otherwise, this grudge will never be resolved. Lin Ling's voice was even colder and filled with determination. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified for His Majesty to step in for you? Among the three people, an old man immediately shouted angrily. However, the woman beside him waved her hand, stopping him from speaking any further. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "This is impossible. How can the emperor of an ancient country apologize and hand over the murderer because of you? What face does the ancient country have left? Then what are you talking about?" Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Chapter 950. Beheading. This woman looked weak, but she had an aura that was not inferior to men. Her words were filled with confidence. "Young man, you are very arrogant. You dare to bring people to the hanging pot hall to cause trouble. But do you know what is the scariest thing in this world? Hee, perhaps you think it's death? Moreover, I don't think you're afraid of death, but I have 1,000 ways to make you wish for a quick death. When you fall into my hands, you only want to die." Among the three people, a cold-looking middle-aged man spoke. "Third madam, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him." The old man couldn't help but speak up. The woman seemed to be the leader of the three, but this time, she didn't stop the two of them from speaking. Her gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, as if she was trying to let Lin Ling understand the situation. The three heroes of the Duan clan aren't very famous in the rainforest, but in the 100 regions, especially the upper 3 regions, everyone knows about them. Finally, the woman said slowly, "Let Duan Bai go and leave this place, and we will let bygones be bygones. The grudge between you and the Duan family will naturally be settled by someone else. However, the hanging pot hall is guarded by the three of us. We do not wish for you to come here and cause trouble." She seemed to be giving Lin Ling a chance. The members of the Flame Legion remained silent. Ouyang Fiang, Long Shaochen, and the others wore solemn expressions. They could vaguely guess that their opponent was a Holy Spirit realm expert. An expert of this level wasn't someone they could look up to. As for the guards in the main hall, they were all sneering at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been very arrogant before, but what else could he say now? "Insha, you continue. Ming Wang, play with them." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly took out the huge sword on his back and said coldly to Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang smiled and stepped forward. "You've chosen to attack?" The three people on the second floor were startled, and their pupils constricted. Everyone knew about Lin Ling's strength. He was the strongest in the semifinals, and he was invincible in the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He could even threaten an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivator, but he could only barely do so. They were all nurtured by the Duan family, so how could they be ordinary early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivators? How arrogant! "I'll do it." The old man among the three couldn't hold back any longer. With a cold laugh, he shot toward Lin Ling and viciously slapped out with his palm. "Die, Lin Ling!" Rumble. A strange thing happened. Everyone in the hall noticed it and found it difficult to breathe. It was as if the air had been sucked out. Great Void Enlightenment Palm. This palm was vast and ancient, and it was the old man's proudest skill. This skill had its own profound meaning, and it was comprehended by him when he was old. It could control the air in an area and compress it to form an explosive chi. Furthermore, this was when he suppressed his strength. If he used his full strength, the entire Hanging Hu Hall would be reduced to dust. This was because the air would be sucked dry, forming an endless void-killing move. Profound martial arts. Duan Bai's eyes flashed. He wasn't a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator, but he had heard that Holy Spirit Realm cultivators had their own profound meanings. Once they used their profound meanings, they could control the power of heaven and earth and suppress all true martial intents. Lin Ling was going to die. Everyone had the same thought. However, the reality was beyond their expectations, and they were disappointed. One sword to kill 100 flowers. The sword was full of vitality, and the profound meaning of life appeared. The expensive wooden furniture in the hall withered, as if their vitality had been sucked out. The bonsai plants were the same. The sword flashed with a green light and fiercely collided with the palm. Light bloomed. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had blocked that palm, and the old man's eyes were wide open. That was the palm he was most proud of. He had wanted to see this junior die under his palm, but the result was the complete opposite of what he had expected. You blocked my palm? The old man couldn't believe it. No, I'm going to kill you, Lin Ling said coldly as the sword moved forward. His words shocked the old man. However, in the next moment, the sword that was full of vitality disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a destructive flame. One sword to kill 100 heroes. There was no complicated martial art. It was just a simple slash, but it carried the terrifying profound meaning of fire. Although the profound meaning of life was powerful, it was still strong in defense and full of vitality, which made Lin Ling invincible. However, the profound meaning of fire was destructive, burning everything. Rumble. The sword slashed out, and flames spewed out. The old man was protected by profound meaning, and the air was isolated, but it still couldn't stop the sword of fire. The fire could burn even without air. Plop. The old man's head was chopped into pieces, and the sword chi didn't stop. It landed on the wall of the hall in the distance, and the whole hall was cut down. Rumble. The walls of the hall were not ordinary walls. They could withstand the attacks of strong cultivators, but now they fell down, shocking the people outside. However, the people in the hall were even more shocked. Everyone from the Justice Duan family sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy Spirit Realm. The woman spat out these words with difficulty. What a terrifying genius. He was only in the Emperor Spirit Realm not long ago, but now he was in the Holy Spirit Realm. This cultivation speed was shocking. Now it's 2 against 2. In the silent hall, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure shot up to the second floor. He was burly like a bear, but he exuded an ancient sorcery aura. He lightly punched out. Master, there's no need for 2 against 2. I alone am enough. Rumble. The punch tore through the void. The gloomy man's face changed. He seemed to have seen an ancient martial artist appear in front of him. That punch was the most ancient punch in the world. This person is terrifying. Sun Yang, let's work together. The gloomy man said anxiously. However, the woman beside him didn't move, which made him even more anxious. Rumble. Lin Fan's fist pierced through the air and landed heavily on the man's body. The man couldn't even use a single move. He coughed out blood and stood there with a pale face. In front of him, the heaven fiend Ming King smiled and said indifferently, "So weak and you dare to pretend to be an expert? San Yang, why didn't you do anything?" The gloomy man said with difficulty. The situation was urgent and he couldn't deal with this mysterious expert alone. However, his companion didn't do anything. He can't move. However, the evil deity Ming Wang smiled and said again, which made the gloomy man tremble. In the end, he asked in horror, "Who are you?" "I am the evil deity Ming Wang." The gloomy man's eyes widened. The heavenly fiend Ming Wang was a famous expert of the rainforest Holy Land. Even the 5 great ancient countries couldn't catch him. He was actually Lin Ling's man? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Plop. The gloomy man fell to the ground. He was killed in one move. However, it was normal. The evil deity Ming Wang was so strong that even Yin Sha couldn't do anything to him. Besides Lin Ling, no one in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Realm was as strong as him. 2 of the 3 heroes of the Duan clan died in the blink of an eye. Chapter 951. Graduation today, move out. On the first floor, Lin Ling waved his hand. The members of the Flame Corps were excited. As expected of their leader, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Then, the members of the Flame Corps rushed into the depths of the hall and began to loot. They knew that these were the cultivation resources that would make them powerful. Don't let a single blade of grass go. Tian Xiaoman's excited and emotional voice rang out. The members of the Duan family did not dare to move. They were trembling with anger. 30% of the Duan family's domestic products were piled up here. Some of the spiritual herbs were priceless. If not for the hanging pot hall, His Majesty would not be willing to take them out. But now, they were all robbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling made them want to kill him. Finally, a cold voice rang out. They were not willing to be robbed, so they wanted to fight back. Insha, leave no one alive. Lin Ling smiled coldly. If they wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. No, don't move. Duan Bai shouted anxiously. He was the calmest. He knew that he could not resist Lin Ling. If he resisted, it would be a massacre. Unfortunately, his voice was too slow. The shadow was like a shadow from hell. It was incomparably fast. Every time the dagger pierced through, a life would disappear. It was mysterious and strange. Insha was an assassin. She was best at killing, especially when it came to those who were weaker than her. She knew how to kill faster and kill with one blow. Plop, plop. One by one, the members of the Duan family fell. They resisted, but in reality, they gave Lin Ling the chance to kill them and send them to the Nine Serenities hell. Lin Ling, you're a demon. Duan Bai looked at the members of his family falling one by one. His eyes were red with pain. Lin Ling stood coldly beside him, ignoring him. If they had a chance to live, they would have just stopped resisting. But if they resisted, they would have died, so they can't blame anyone. Moreover, if the same thing happened to us today, I'm afraid you wouldn't even give us a chance to survive. You would have directly killed them all. Lin Ling said indifferently. He had come here to rob, not to kill, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. This was because the guards of the Duan clan were not weak, while the members of the Flame Legion had not yet matured. If they were to clash head-on, the Flame Legion would definitely suffer heavy casualties. How could Lin Ling not be heartless when it concerned his friends and family? So be it, demon. Moreover, he had given them a chance, but those people did not cherish it. If you can't accept this, you can kill me right now. I'm right beside you. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently. However, Duan Bai sat on the ground with a plop, not daring to resist at all. He could only watch as those people were killed. As for attacking Lin Ling, was that even possible? Standing in front of him, he didn't dare to move. If you don't attack, it doesn't mean I won't kill you. If they don't resist, they don't have to die. But if you don't resist, you still have to die. However, Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Duan Bai. Duan Bai's face turned pale. Lin Ling came today, and he thought he could suppress everything. Who knew that Lin Ling was so ambitious that he didn't care about the dignity of the Duan clan at all and attacked directly. Now, he even wanted to kill him. Because of his father. Lin Ling pointed at Qin Jingtian and said. Qin Jingtian's eyes were cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Bai. This was because the latter's father had killed old Master Xiao. Others could live if they didn't resist, but he couldn't. The reason was that he was the son of Duan Xuanwang, so he had to pay with his own blood. I want to die? Duan Bai muttered to himself. He understood what Qin Jingtian meant. What a pitiful smiling tiger. Do you think you can fool me by trying to get close to me? Unfortunately, I know what you're thinking. While you're fooling me, you're also notifying the Duan clan that the experts of the Justice Duan clan are coming. You're just stalling for time. Unfortunately, you met me. I don't care about such things. Lin Ling said softly. Duan Bai's body trembled again. Previously, he had indeed been stalling for time. However, as the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. This did not work on Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that he was stalling for time. You can die now. Qin Jingtian walked over slowly, and the murderous intent on his body grew stronger. Lin Ling didn't look at Duan Bai anymore. Instead, he paid attention to the scene in front of him. He wanted to prevent the Flame Legion from being killed by a sneak attack because he knew that Qin Jingtian would avenge his father. Hurry up, the experts of the Justice Duan clan will be here soon. One by one, the Duan clan guards were killed. Tian Xiaoman ordered the Flame Legion to speed up. An hour later, the Flame Legion came out with a large number of things on their backs. They all had smiles on their faces. They had returned with a rewarding journey. Lin Ling smiled faintly and glanced at Duanbai. Duanbai had also been killed by Qin Jingtian. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The Flame Legion left in a grandiose manner. There was only one woman left in the hall. It was the three heroes of the Duan clan. At this moment, she was being controlled by the evil deity Ming Wang's soul power and couldn't move. Only Lin Ling could sense that her body was wrapped in threads. Soul threads. Lin Ling walked forward step by step until he was in front of the woman. "Do you know why I didn't kill you? First, you were very confident and had a strong backing, so I'll let you see how laughable your backing is. Second, I want you to help me pass a message to Duan Xuanwang and the Duan clan's emperor. As long as they don't hand over the culprit and apologize, this enmity will never be resolved. Also, let me tell you something. You think they're ants and you can kill them as you wish, but in reality, you're the ant." With that, Lin Ling turned and left. The woman's eyes flickered as she was shocked. Previously, she had indeed had a lot to rely on. She had arrogantly told Lin Ling to get lost. However, in the end, the three of them had been easily killed. Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. It was extremely easy for him to kill an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. Now, Lin Ling had robbed the Justice Duan clan, but he wasn't afraid at all. He even arrogantly asked her to pass the message. This also meant that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the Justice Duan clan's revenge. At this moment, the crowd on the street was silent as they watched the members of the Flame Corps walk out. When they saw the last person walk out, their hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was still alive. He had really robbed the Hanging Pot Hall. At this moment, after Lin Ling walked out of the Hanging Pot Hall, he looked at the magnificent building and smiled. He stretched out his left hand and a forbidden lotus with 10 petals appeared. He waved it gently and then strode away. The lotus was incomparably resplendent as it danced in the air, attracting countless gazes. However, when it landed on the luxurious building, an earth-shaking rumble erupted. It was as if a meteor had smashed down from the heavens and earth, destroying everything. Rumble. The collapse of the towering building shook the hearts of the people. The Hanging Pot Hall ends today. Before the dust flew into the air, a calm voice floated out from his slender figure. Ends today. Chapter 952. The Hanging Pot Hall had been destroyed on the first day of its opening. The Justice Duan family could not take this lying down. They could not let go of their reputation, let alone money. Lin Ling, the mad god, is going to change the situation in the rainforest. Some of the older martial artists were mumbling to themselves. No one knew what had happened at the Hanging Pot Hall. They only knew that Lin Ling had won the battle with the Justice Duan family. However, the people on the street didn't leave. They still stood there quietly. After a full 2 hours, a huge force finally arrived. A large group of people appeared in front of everyone's eyes like celestial soldiers. The person in the lead was an old man wearing black armor. He looked like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. His hair and beard were white, but he had the aura of a lion. This person was Duan Xuanwang. Who did this? After a moment of silence, a voice that was as deep as the might of the heavens rang out. Their people were too late. The Hanging Pot Hall was destroyed. This was a great humiliation to the Justice Duan family. "Sir, there's one more person in the Hanging Pot Hall." At this time, someone reported. Then, the woman with the 3 heroes of the Duan family appeared. Duan Xuanwang frowned and waved his right hand. The soul power around the woman's body was cut off by an invisible force. "Speak." One word, but it was filled with endless anger and pressure. "It's Lin Ling. He brought people to rob this place and killed everyone in the Hanging Pot Hall. I'm the only one left." The woman knelt on one knee. This was a great humiliation to the Justice Duan family. Bai is dead. Duan Xuanwang's body emitted a terrifying wind of sorrow. His son, Duan Bai, had died. Dang dang dang. He took 3 steps back. The people of the Duan family were worried. They shouted, "Sir." In the end, Duan Xuanwang waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He was just surprised by the bad news. He did not expect to see his son die before his own. In the past, he chased after Lin Ling, But Lin Ling did not die. He grew up step by step and killed the fighting evil faction. Now, he was ready to fight against the Justice Duan family. His son, on the other hand, had died an unjust death. He had placed 3 Holy Spirit Realm experts in the Hanging Pot Hall. He thought that it would be enough to suppress everything, but who knew that only one of them was alive? "Sir, this is my fault." The woman lowered her head. "They're dead, why aren't you dead?" Duan Zunwang's eyes widened like an angry lion. "Lin Ling asked me to deliver a message. As long as the Justice Duan family doesn't hand over the murderer, and your majesty doesn't apologize, there will be no grudge between us." The woman repeated Lin Ling's words. "Shameful, shameful," Duan Zunwang slowly said. He had lost all face. Then his right hand turned into a saber and ruthlessly chopped down. His saber hand was like a crescent moon, falling on the woman's neck. The woman wanted to say something, but she could not. Her eyes widened. She never thought that Duan Zunwang would kill her. "Go to the 7 Profound Martial House and kill Lin Ling. Today, even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, we must kill this disciple." Duan Zunwang waved his hand and angrily led his powerhouses towards the 7 Profound Martial House. His son had died, and in addition to the shame and humiliation of Hanging Pot Hall, how could his Justice Duan family not take revenge? The woman fell to the ground. Her last thought was, "Sir, I haven't said anything. Lin Ling has already reached the Holy Spirit Realm, and he has powerful helpers by his side." Unfortunately, she could only say these words in hell. Sensational! The Rainforest Holy Land is in an uproar because of Lin Ling. As the crowd watched the murderous army leave, their hearts were even more shaken. The Rainforest Holy Land was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Ling had rebuked the Great Serpent Mansion. But today, he had once again provoked the Justice Duan family. In the Rainforest Holy Land's younger generation, if not for him, who would have such courage? The crowd also went to the 7 Profound Martial House to see what the final result would be. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading a massive number of people back to the 7 Profound Martial House. This imposing aura caused many of the 7 Profound Martial House disciples' eyes to twinkle. When their eyes fell on the tall and handsome youth in the lead, their hearts surged with excitement. Lin Ling had returned. How domineering, he's taking the 7 Profound Martial House as his own home. Many people secretly said. Lin Ling had many people, but there were no restrictions on them entering and leaving the 7 Profound Martial House. This also showed just how important Lin Ling was in the 7 Profound Martial House. Of course, the current Lin Ling was a student of the 7 Profound Martial House. And in the mountain valley, after the Flame Legion returned, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others excitedly walked out. "Ling, you're back." After Old Ancestor Extreme Flame saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled with joy. He hadn't seen his grandson for many days, but his grandson seemed to have changed even more. He was like an eagle flying high in the sky, faintly revealing the demeanor of a king. But in the Rainforest Holy Land, there were very, very few people that could bloom with this kind of radiance. "Grandfather, we've had a great harvest." After Lin Ling saw Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, he beamed. Before, he had heard Tian Xiaoman's report, so he knew of the harvest this time. It could indeed be called a great harvest. There were a massive number of spirit grasses and medicinal herbs, as well as formed pills. This was enough for the Flame Legion to give birth to a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouses. And at that time, the Flame Legion would rise in the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling also had a trump card to contend with the 5 great ancient countries, and even the 4 great desolate races. Good, good, good. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was indescribably excited. His eyes swept over the smiling people, and then he teased, "Long Shaochen, you actually didn't even let go of a vase." "Haha, this vase is very exquisite, and it's also quite old. It's pleasing to the eye, so I casually took it away. But Grandfather Extreme Flame, don't laugh at me. That Ouyang Feiyang fellow even brought over my bed. He said that it was made of 100 lotus wood, and sleeping on that bed can increase one's cultivation." Long Shaochen scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. "Ha, this is a robbery." Old Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed, and the crowd also laughed. But as they looked at the handsome youth, their hearts were filled with excitement. All of this was brought to them by their leader. "Lin Ling, get out here." At this time, a thunderous roar came from the heavens and earth, shaking the heavens. The entire Seven Profound Martial House could hear it, and outside the Seven Profound Martial House, the Justice Duan family had arrived. And at this moment, at the entrance of the Seven Profound Martial House, a massive number of people had gathered there. Their eyes fell on the magnificent group of people in front of them, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was a terrifying lineup. The person in the lead had reached an extremely high boundary of the Saint Spirit realm, and his aura was enough to shake the heavens. And besides that person, there were many other powerhouses, all of them at the Saint Spirit realm. If this group of people appeared in the 100 domains, it was enough to sweep away any influence. It's the Justice Duan family. Some of the Seven Profound Martial House disciples recognized this group of people. The 5 great ancient countries were truly filled with powerhouses. Then, they heard the voices of passers-by that Lin Ling had gone to loot the Hanging Pot Hall, causing the Justice Duan family to be enraged. Now they were coming to kill him. "Lin Ling, you have great courage." Chapter 953. So what? "Today, I will only kill one person. Lin Ling, please forgive me for my recklessness." At this moment, Duan Xuanwang looked at the distant skies, his pupils cold as he shouted out loud. He was speaking to the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master. After all, the Martial Hall was filled with powerhouses. If the Martial House Master didn't allow it, then he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. However, after he spoke, the skies were silent, as if tacitly agreeing with their actions. It was as if they were saying that Lin Ling had brought trouble upon himself, so he had to solve it himself. The Martial House Master seems to have agreed with Duan Xuanwang to kill Lin Ling. The crowd was also aware of this. If so, then Lin Ling would undoubtedly die today. "Thank you." Duan Xuanwang lightly smiled. His smile was very cold, filled with bloodthirst and madness. He could kill Lin Ling without restraint. "Lin Ling, get out here, otherwise I will kill my way in and kill all of your people." Duan Xuanwang shouted out once more. "Lin Ling didn't dare to come out now? You are one of the 5 great ancient countries, yet you dare to cause a ruckus in the sacred martial hall? What a scandal!" At this time, from the ancient gate, a proud voice gently floated out. A slender youth in a blue robe slowly walked out. Beside him were a large number of people. Among them was a red-furred monster beast that loyally followed the youth, making him seem majestic and awe-inspiring, as if the Son of Heaven had arrived. This person was naturally Lin Ling. Lin Ling still dares to come out. Seeing this arrogant figure, many people were surprised. Now that Duan Xuanwang had brought powerhouses to kill him, Lin Ling should have immediately fled, but he actually dared to come out. Many of the 7 Profound Martial House disciples looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have changed. His aura was even more mysterious than before, his pupils were even deeper, and the lines on his face were even firmer. "Lin Ling." Duan Xuanwang stared fixedly at the slender figure, and a low voice came out of his mouth. "You killed my son." "So what?" Lin Ling lightly shouted. That fearless aura made even more people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling said in front of Duan Xuanwang, "So what if he killed him?" This was all too surreal. Had Lin Ling grown to the point where he was not even afraid of Duan Xuanwang? The speed of this young man's growth was too terrifying. "The enmity between the two of us is death. Either you die or I die. Do you think that I will let your son go?" Lin Ling spoke again, but his gaze swept over the huge camp behind Duan Xuanwang. "Not bad, 8 Saint Spirit Realm experts and you, Duan Xuanwang, are enough for me to kill." What? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Xuanwang had personally come, and had even brought a large number of experts with him. It was fine if Lin Ling was not afraid, but he actually wanted to fight back. Today, Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded their imagination. How could they know that Old Man Zhao's death was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, because Old Man Zhao died for Lin Ling. Therefore, he would avenge Old Man Zhao. If Duanzun Wang did not die, and the Duan clan's emperor did not apologize, he would not give up. Many people knew that Lin Ling had almost died in the past, but after he came back alive and wiped out the fighting evil faction, they knew that Lin Ling was avenging Old Man Shao. Therefore, when Lin Ling arrogantly provoked the Justice Duan clan today, not only did many people not feel disgusted, but they also secretly admired him in their hearts. This was what it meant to be a cultivator of our generation, magnanimous and unrestrained. If you have a grudge, no matter where you are, you will take revenge even if the sky falls and the earth rends. Moreover, you will take revenge for others. This was also a person with a temperament. Kill us. Duanzun Wang's face was as gloomy as water, incomparably gloomy. He thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their absence and dared to be so arrogant in the Hanging Pot Hall. But who would have thought that even though they had killed their way to the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he wanted to kill them all. You think you can kill us? At this time, a proud voice sounded out from behind Duanzun Wang. A youth slowly walked out. This person was not too old, but he had both looks and talent. He had a majestic aura, and a cloak draped over his back. He had the demeanor of the #1 talent of the rainforest Holy Land. It's Duan Wuji. Many people from the 7 profound martial house recognized this youth. In the semifinals, although Duan Wuji had not taken first place, the brilliance that he had bloomed had made many people remember him. After all, to be able to enter the semifinals of the semifinals, none of them were weak. It was just that in the semifinals, Lin Ling had taken first place. But now, Duan Wuji seemed to want to provoke Lin Ling. That's right, during this time, Duan Wuji has entered one of the 4 desolate tribes to cultivate. It's possible that his strength has greatly increased. Many people guessed the reason. Of course, this was indeed the case. Cultivating in the desolate tribe, Duan Wuji had seen the vast world of martial arts, and his strength had risen to another level. Therefore, he was confident that he could obliterate the previous semi-final champion. Lin Ling, as far as I know, you are not well received in the Rain Clan. Therefore, even if I kill you today, the Rain Clan will not come forward to help you. Ha! You are borrowing the status of the Rain Clan to act so unscrupulously today. Unfortunately, there are some news that not everyone knows. Duan Wuji seemed to have found Lin Ling's trump card that he was not afraid of. What? Lin Ling is not well received in the Rain Clan? Many people's eyes flickered. In that case, even if Duanzun Wang killed Lin Ling today, the Rain Clan wouldn't care about it. Lin Ling wanted to rely on his status as a member of the Rain Clan to protect himself, but it was obviously useless. You're just a defeated loser, what are you trying to say? Lin Ling chuckled and did not mind. Nothing much. I just want to say that you are dreaming if you think you can kill us. At best, you are just bluffing us. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Besides, I alone am enough to kill you. Duan Wuji laughed confidently. This made the crowd even more certain that Duan Wuji's strength had greatly increased after cultivating in the desolate tribe. Phew. However, at this moment, a flaming sword beam slashed over. It tore through the void at an unbelievable speed. And just as Duan Wuji finished speaking, his pupils constricted. What a terrifying profundity of fire. Boom. His entire body was split into 2, killed by a single sword strike. Being in the desolate tribe, you sure know a lot of things. But don't you know that I am one of the Rain Clan's twin prides? After that sword strike, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated out like the wind, shocking everyone. At this moment, many people realized that Lin Ling had reached the sacred spirit realm. And on the ground, Duan Wuji had been killed by a single sword strike. The flames were still burning him, making the crowd find it extremely ironic. Duan Wuji thought that his strength had greatly increased after cultivating in the desolate tribe, allowing him to hold his head up high. Today, he wanted to use Lin Ling's presence to prove his strength. However, the result was that Lin Ling's strength had increased at an even more terrifying rate than his. He wanted to prove himself, but he ended up becoming a laughing stock. Sacred Spirit Realm. Duanzun Wang looked at the distant youth in disbelief. He never expected Lin Ling to have reached the Sacred Spirit Realm. So Lin Ling's arrogance today was because he did have the right to be arrogant. You said that I can't kill you. This is the first one. Chapter 954. Hundreds respond to a single call. Silence floated out from the 7 profound martial house's main gate, as if it were some kind of disease that was spreading. The disciples of the 7 profound martial house were like puppets that had lost their souls. Lin Ling had reached the Saint Spirit realm. This was the first Saint Spirit realm talent in the 7 profound martial house. Especially Yu Fanzi and the other proud sons of heaven that had participated in the semifinals. Their hearts were bitter. When the semifinals had ended, they had not admitted defeat. At that time, Lin Ling had only been at the late Emperor Spirit realm. They believed that if they were given more time, they would be able to reach the Saint Spirit realm and surpass Lin Ling. However, the result was that Lin Ling had stepped into the Saint Spirit realm faster than they had. Profound martial arts, I am sincerely convinced. The title of the number 1 proud son of heaven in the martial hall can be said to be true. Yu Fanzi looked at that proud figure and muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the dead Duan Wuji and suddenly felt that it was ironic. Lin Ling had gone to the desolate race to cultivate, and so had Duan Wuji. However, Duan Wuji had been unable to withstand a single blow. Duan Wuji had thought that he knew a lot and was in control of everything, but the truth was that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. In the world of high-level martial artists, there was a saying that when one reached the Saint Spirit realm, they would naturally comprehend their own profound meaning. But the truth was that this was only true for martial artists with emperor bodies. For ordinary martial artists with ordinary talent to step into the Saint Spirit realm. 1. Consume precious pills and squeeze out one's potential. For instance, the triple essence shedding spirit pill was a pill that took 3 years to refine. 2. Comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts. But Lin Ling did not have an emperor body, so he had obviously taken the second path to step into the Saint Spirit realm. You've reached the Saint Spirit realm, no wonder you are so confident. But do you think you can stop me by yourself? Duan Zunwang's expression was gloomy. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Ling. The ant of the past had completely grown up today. But if he did not kill him today, then it would be even more difficult to kill him. You idiot! Lin Ling gently shook his head. I dared to rob the hanging pot hall, so I naturally expected you to come. Even though you came, I was not afraid. Naturally, I have the ability to face you. Or rather, from the very beginning, I plan to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Whoever dares to come, I will kill. Many people's expressions changed drastically. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was indeed waiting for Duan Zunwang to come. Today, he was going to catch them all in one fell swoop. This kind of arrogance exceeded their imagination. It could be said to be lawless, looking down on the world. A Holy Spirit realm cultivator can't kill us. Duan Zunwang raised his hand. His expression was cold. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would kill him. What if I join in? At this time, an old voice floated out from behind Lin Ling. An old man with snow-white robes and a sword slowly walked out. It was the Sword Elder. Duan Zunwang's pupils shrank. He thought that the martial house master had tacitly agreed with his actions, and that no one from the 7 profound martial house would help Lin Ling. But who would have thought that the other side would send out a powerhouse? This powerhouse was Old Xian's strength. What if we join in? However, this was only the beginning. 2 more old men walked out. They were Old Long Dan and Old Huding. Lin Ling is a student of the 7 profound martial house. Duan Zunwang, the 7 profound martial house is not a place where you can run wild. Don't think that the martial house master has tacitly agreed that Lin Ling is alone in the 7 profound martial house. But you are wrong. Lin Ling also has his own world in the 7 profound martial house. Another figure appeared. A woman full of feminine charm walked out. This was Gu Shui. She had the status of a student, and her strength was also extremely terrifying. As the crowd saw these top powerhouses walk out, they all felt as if they were dreaming. The martial house master did not help Lin Ling, and the Rain clan did not help Lin Ling. But Lin Ling also had his own world in the 7 profound martial house? Looking at it now, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling did not rely on anyone, but he also had his own world. 3 Xian elders, 1 student, and in addition to Lin Ling, a saint spirit powerhouse, they were not much weaker than Duan Zunwang's side. In fact, they were faintly stronger. When did Lin Ling have such a terrifying influence? Many people discovered that not only was Lin Ling's strength terrifying, but his charisma was also formidable. He was able to easily summon a massive number of powerhouses. Of course, this was also normal. From the fact that Lin Ling had helped Old Man Shao in his revenge, it could be seen that Lin Ling was a person who treated his friends with sincerity. Therefore, all of his friends were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. We have 5 Saint Spirit powerhouses here. Then let's add me, Sky Fiend Bright King, and Insha. At this moment, 2 more figures appeared at Lin Ling's side. They were also Saint Spirit powerhouses. Like this, there were a total of 7 people. 7 people. Duan Zunwang clenched his teeth. He had once again underestimated Lin Ling, and this time he had underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Unknowingly, this weak and small youth had grown up. He was like a strong and healthy tree. With a single call, he could summon the entire world. 7 Saint Spirit powerhouses against 8. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling already had a force that was comparable to Duan Zunwang's. After Lin Ling appeared, the Flame Legion was also excited. They wanted to fight. They wanted to raise the banner of flame in the holy land of the rainforest. They hoped that they could fight side by side with their leader in the holy land of the rainforest. Because this was a kind of glory. In front of the 7 profound martial houses' gates, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Duan Zunwang's face was as stiff as an ice sculpture. He was intimidated by the powerhouses at Lin Ling's side. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but it was becoming more and more difficult. The great Qin dynasty patriarch has arrived. At this time, in the distance, dust began to spread. On the ground, countless figures shot over. In the sky, dark clouds billowed, as if a giant beast was approaching from afar. These were the people of the Great Qin dynasty. Today, Lin Ling had helped the Great Qin dynasty pull out the thorn in their side, the hanging pot hall. How could the Great Qin dynasty not mobilize their forces? Moreover, today's operation was under the banner of Lin Ling's name. The Great Qin dynasty was not afraid that a single move would affect the entire situation. In addition to Lin Ling's terrifying potential, the Great Qin dynasty was naturally willing to gamble on Lin Ling's future. Today, they would accompany Lin Ling to fight to the end of the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mighty army and powerhouses arrived. They were actually a large number of patriarchs. The aura of these powerhouses made it difficult for everyone to breathe. What did it mean to have hundreds respond to a single call? What did it mean to command the winds and clouds? Today was the day. Lin Ling, a former disciple of the 7 profound martial house, had rallied countless powerhouses to fight for him. It was as if he had raised his banner in the rainforest holy land. In the 5 great ancient countries, among the great powers, a new force led by Lin Ling had risen. This rise was bound to shake the rainforest holy land. You said that I can't kill you. Silence. The silent atmosphere spread, and only Lin Ling's voice drifted out like thunder, frivolous, unrestrained, domineering, and magnificent. Can't kill you? Lin Ling was asking Duan Zunwang. He was asking with all his heart, without any reservations. Duan Zunwang couldn't answer. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His previous majesty that was like a heavenly general had now turned into a pale white complexion. When he came to kill Lin Ling would be killed like an ant. But Lin Ling had said that he would fight back. He thought it was a joke, but now it wasn't a joke. He knew that Lin Ling could kill them all. So, today he didn't come to kill Lin Ling, but to die. Chapter 955. To flee in defeat. If you can't answer, kill. Kill. Lin Ling's hand came crashing down. At this moment, Duan Zunwang was still in shock. His hand was still raised high, ready to kill. But in the end he didn't bring it down. Instead, Lin Ling fell. Kill. Kill. The Great Qin Empire was the first to move. With so many powerhouses gathered, they had a chance to weaken the Justice Duan family. They would not miss this opportunity. Moreover, they also wanted to avenge Qin Shao. Kill! The Sky Fiend Bright Lord and Yin Sha were not good people. This concerned Lin Ling's life or death, so they would use all of their strength. Kill! A vast and mighty aura erupted from the 7 profound martial houses' gates, shaking the heavens and tearing the void apart. This was a true battle between powerhouses. The weakest was at the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even a massive number of Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses. This sort of battle was extremely rare even in the Holy Land of the Rainforest. After all, after reaching the Saint Spirit Realm, martial artists rarely fought like an army. Most of them fought one-on-one. This was because Saint Spirit powerhouses were arrogant and did not take orders from others. Not only that, but this sort of battle's aura was too terrifying. Countless ordinary martial artists would be implicated and eventually die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying spiritual energy erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The ancient buildings of the 7 profound martial house were turned to dust. The crowd retreated far away, witnessing the terrifying battle in the center. Lin Ling did not move. The Great Qin Empire had already moved. In addition to the powerhouses on his side, it was enough to control the situation. Thus, he coldly looked at the scene in front of him. Duan Xuanwang had brought many people, countless powerhouses. But at this moment, facing Lin Ling's combined forces with the Great Qin Empire, they could only be defeated one by one. A massive number of Duan family members died, and the weakest of them were at the Emperor Spirit Realm. To raise a Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse required endless resources. Each one of them was a fierce and ruthless existence in the 100 territories. But here, they were so weak and pathetic. However, Lin Ling didn't feel any sympathy. That was because this world was heartless to begin with. The strong were respected. If he was weak today, then he would be the one to be obliterated. This was a result of their different standpoints. And if he were to die, then even more people from the Fire Ancient clan would die. Therefore, there was no right or wrong in this great battle between the strong. There was only natural selection. Lin Ling is so scary. The crowd watched the scene in silence, their hearts pounding. Everyone's hearts were shaken. They had personally witnessed the death of a Saint Spirit Realm expert. The explosion of spiritual energy caused them to feel as if they were dreaming. This was a figure that they had to look up to, but he had died before their eyes just like that. Apart from the people in the distance, many forces in the Rainforest Holy Land were also watching this scene. Their hearts were extremely complicated. As for the 7 profound Martial House Master Tianlin was also watching. His heart was more complex than anyone else's. He had watched as Lin Ling grew up and had his own powerful supporters. Not only did he have his own territory in the 7 profound Martial House, but he also had his own banner in the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, he knew that Lin Ling would eventually come looking for him to fight. But he could only watch as Lin Ling grew up. There was nothing he could do. This was because there were too many people around Lin Ling. If he tried to force his way through, not to mention that he couldn't kill Lin Ling, even if he could, he would receive an even worse infamy. Moreover, he guessed that Lin Ling's presence in Bodhi's sacred palace was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps there were people in Bodhi's sacred palace watching Lin Ling. All in all, he could only watch as Lin Ling gradually reached his height. Junior apprentice brother, you have lost to me your entire life. The only thing you can be proud of is that you received such a terrifying disciple. In front of the 7 profound Martial House's main gate, blood flowed like a river. It was hard to imagine that this was the sacred and majestic temple of martial arts, but it was more like a battlefield of blood and slaughter. The Duan family had been surrounded and killed by a massive force. Only a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse and Duan Xuanwang had managed to escape. But the price was that all the people he had brought with him had died. In order to let them escape, they had become scapegoats. How ironic! Duan Xuanwang had come with a great momentum, but he had been slaughtered without leaving behind a single piece of armor. The Hanging Pot Hall had been plundered by Lin Ling. The Justice Duan family had already lost face, But this time, they had lost even more face. Fire burned and smoke billowed. The mountains outside the 7 profound martial houses' main gate were dyed red with blood. The earth was riddled with holes, as if it had been baptized by the end of the world. Finally, a soft voice floated out, "Clean up the battlefield." It was Lin Ling who had spoken. The remaining people began to clean up the battlefield. The Justice Duan family had arrived in a grandiose manner, each of them carrying treasures. But after being obliterated, these treasures were naturally ownerless. The Great Qin Empire had also suffered casualties. Of course, compared to the Justice Duan family, they were several times better. As for the Flame Legion, they secretly clenched their fists. They had not participated in this war, and this made them very unwilling. Their desire to become stronger became even more resolute. "Lin Ling, we have won this war." On the Great Qin Empire's side, the family heads walked towards Lin Ling, smiling as they bowed. Lin Ling's current status was no lower than theirs. "Senior Xiaonan, thank you for your help." Lin Ling also bowed towards the family heads. In truth, even without their help, Lin Ling could have solved everything. But the Great Qin Emperor was indeed worthy of being called the Emperor. He knew how to conduct himself, and with just one help, Lin Ling owed him a favor. Lin Ling also knew this, but he didn't care too much. "Come, everyone, let's go to my mountain valley," Lin Ling said to the crowd after bowing. He planned to hold a banquet to thank these people for their help. Unfortunately, Duan Xuanwang had escaped today. Otherwise, he would have been able to avenge Qin Shao. But Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry, because he knew that it wouldn't be long before he would personally kill Duan Xuanwang. "Good, let's go." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the distance, as the crowd watched the mighty crowd disappear, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed more like the 7 profound martial houses' martial house master. Today, the martial house master had tacitly approved of Duan Xuanwang's actions and allowed Lin Ling to solve it himself. But Lin Ling would solve everything right under his nose, and then return to the 7 profound martial house as if he were the master returning home. Even if they weren't martial house master Skylin, they could still feel the anger in his heart. "Lin Ling, fierce, you've reached the Saint Spirit realm." In the mountain valley, the crowd surged. All of the powerhouses looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with deep horror, especially those from the Great Qin Empire. They finally understood why the Great Qin Emperor valued Lin Ling so much. As long as Lin Ling needed help, they would help him without hesitation. This was because Lin Ling's potential was truly terrifying. If this continued, then another king of the Rainforest Holy Land would inevitably rise. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling faintly smiled. He was neither haughty nor humble, neither arrogant nor rash, causing even more people to nod in agreement. Many of the family heads also began to dream. In the past, Lin Ling had been a junior in their hearts. But today, Lin Ling truly stood on equal footing with them. He truly deserved the position of family head, and was even stronger than many of them. What was most terrifying was that this family head was only 20 years old. In the vast life of a martial artist, 20 years old was like a child that had just come of age. Chapter 956. His fame spread far and wide. Lin Ling also noticed that the patriarchs were looking at him with reverence, which made him smile bitterly in his heart. It was as if he had aged a lot at this moment. In addition, he also sighed. In the past, when he saw these patriarchs, he looked up to them. But now, he felt that these top experts were no longer illusions. They were so real, as if they were his friends. He knew that this was because of his strength. Lin Ling was no longer a newcomer to the Rainforest Sacred Land. He had his own name and his own flag in the Rainforest Sacred Land. "Tonight, everyone will stay here. My valley is like a town, it is enough for everyone to stay. Moreover, the spiritual qi is rich, it is very suitable for martial artists to live in." "Yes." Lin Ling collected his thoughts and looked at the crowd. "Yes, I noticed it the moment I entered the valley." "Lin Ling, you have really found a good place." Many people laughed. Some were even envious. How could they know that the valley had spiritual roots and it was getting bigger and bigger? The valley was filled with laughter. It was as if it was the most stable home in the chaotic world. Here, as long as the flag did not fall, it would be peaceful forever. And the flag was Lin Ling. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was crazy, cold, and ruthless. But only they knew that Lin Ling carried everything on his shoulders in order to protect them. In the martial world where the strong were respected, having such a leader made them willing to follow him for life. The valley was peaceful, but other places were not so peaceful. The Justice Duan family's side was depressed. The current emperor only had one order, and that was to kill Lin Ling at all costs. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's side was also like a storm because they knew that Lin Ling would finally come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire one day to seek justice for the blood feud. Apart from them, all the big and small forces were waiting. They knew that the first place of the semifinals, Lin Ling, had risen. Not only was his influence terrifying, but his strength was also terrifying. He was the youngest Saint Spirit Realm genius of the 7 martial arts halls. Lin Ling had also broken the martial arts hall's record and stepped into the ranks of the Rainforest Holy Land's #1 genius. The news spread from the sacred land of the rainforest to the 100 territories, causing a great number of youths to feel their blood boil. It was as if they were Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's background was similar to theirs, yet he had achieved such a shocking feat. And that kind of true temperament was admired by countless martial artists. In the 100 territories, a poem that originated from Lin Ling was also born because of this. His domineering aura was unparalleled. Who would dare to challenge him? His armor was dyed red with blood. One man and one sword could rule the world. His infamy was unparalleled under the heavens. He had sealed his sword and cultivated in peace. If anyone dared to invade him, he would unsheathe his sword and armor and exterminate their entire family. So what if he was infamous? If anyone dares to invade, I'll draw my sword and wipe them all out. Night fell. The moonlight shone brightly, covering the earth with a thin layer of silver gauze. The mountains and valleys had a brief moment of peace and tranquility. Everyone had fallen asleep. Under the silent night, a slender figure looked at the full moon in the sky. That handsome face carried a trace of coldness and a trace of regret. Then he slowly walked forward, his body drawing a long shadow under the moonlight. He was Lin Ling. He had personally witnessed everything in today's battle. That was a great battle between Saint Spirit Realm experts. That battle had displayed the terrifying profundities of martial arts. There was Icebound 1,000 Miles, Book of Gaia, Call the Wind, and Summon the Rain. When a martial artist reached the Saint Spirit Realm, they could control the power of heaven and earth with a wave of their hand. Currently, Lin Ling was only at the beginning of the Saint Spirit Realm. The Ancient Flame Devil is my trump card. My eyes are my innate talent, but they are mostly supportive. My innate talent, Monarch Body, is a flaw. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he arrived at the spiritual root. Currently, Lin Ling could only work on strengthening his physical body and continuously increase his strength. Others had monarch bodies and all kinds of mysterious abilities, such as the Door of Seals and the ability to seal the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not have such abilities. Therefore, he could only develop his foundation and strengthen his physical body. Cultivating the physical body was very difficult. However, once he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of any abilities. Coupled with the profundities of fire, Lin Ling had enough trump cards to dominate the Saint Spirit Realm. This spiritual root is getting bigger and bigger, and it has a flower bud. Lin Ling looked at the spiritual root behind him and was surprised. After being nourished by the Bodhi liquid last time, the ancient spirit root seemed to have grown as well. This also provided the flame core with enough cultivation resources. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Linglong Valley to find Long Dan and Long Hu. He took out all the spiritual herbs and asked them to help him refine pills. This time, he had prepared enough spiritual herbs. Good. Your alchemy skills are unique. Let's exchange some pointers. If you want to refine pills, I have the complete collection of dragon pills. It contains my many years of alchemy experience and a large number of pill recipes. It is very suitable for you. Knowing that Lin Ling wanted to refine pills, Long Dan Elder fully supported him. In the past, Lin Ling had taught him how to refine pills. Today, he was returning the favor. Moreover, Lin Ling could learn his complete collection of dragon pills. This meant that Lin Ling was his man. Bullshit, Lin Ling, don't learn his complete collection of dragon pills. You should learn my Heaven and Earth 10,000 refinements technique. His complete collection of dragon pills is trash. Who doesn't know that I, Elder Hu Ding, have the final say in the Linglong Valley? Elder Hu Ding was not satisfied. The two of them had been fighting for their entire lives, fighting for the position of the #1 alchemist in Nimble Valley. Lin Ling was a genius alchemist, and even more so, the #1 genius. Whoever obtained Lin Ling would have endless glory, so they fought for it even more. Damn you, stupid old man, your Heaven and Earth 10,000 refinements technique is an imitation of the ancient alchemy master Tian He's 24 heavenly refinements technique. You have the nerve to take it out. Get lost. Elder Long Dan was not convinced. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Lin Ling, learn from me. If you have any pills that you don't understand, I will personally refine them for you. Bullshit, Lin Ling, what pills do you want to refine? I will refine them for you. Elder Hu Ding and Elder Long Dan were fighting. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. These two seniors were old enough to be his grandfather, but they would fight every time they met. He smiled and said, Seniors, there's no need to fight. I'll learn both of your alchemy methods. Seniors, you're both giants, and this junior has long admired you. Your alchemy experience is #1 in the Rainforest Holy Land. It's this junior's fortune to have the opportunity to learn your alchemy methods. Hee hee, Lin Ling, you're exaggerating. You flatter me, you flatter me. The two alchemy masters smiled modestly, but they seemed to be enjoying it, which made Lin Ling's heart relax. This person was old and seemed to be knowledgeable, but in reality, he was like a child. After a few words of praise, he immediately smiled. Before, Lin Ling's words were flattery and flattery, but he did not expect the effect to be so good. However, Lin Ling, learning two alchemy methods together is very difficult. Elder Long Dan said with some disbelief. Don't worry, I will do my best. Chapter 957. Nothing was impossible. Did you hear that? Lin Ling was praising me before, saying that I was the #1 alchemist in the Rainforest Holy Land. Bullshit, he was obviously talking about me. You stupid old ghost, who doesn't know that you have a record of failing 1,000 times in alchemy? Old Ghost Long, you're talking about my weakness. You want to die? Let's fight. Let's fight. Lin Ling had already walked far away, but he could still hear the angry roars of the two old men. This made him shake his head. It seemed that in a battle between dragons and tigers, they would never shake hands and make peace. After returning to the mountain valley, Lin Ling immediately went into closed-door seclusion to study. This time he wanted to greatly enhance his alchemy skills and greatly enhance the strength of the flame core. At present, the mountain valley had an excellent place to practice, and he did not lack emperor-level martial arts. In addition to the spirit grasses and herbs he had plundered, this was enough to raise a large number of powerhouses. The complete collection of dragon pills. There are a total of 100,000 refining methods for pills. The universe 10,000 refinements not only introduces spirit grasses and herbs, but also explains the principles of alchemy. Lin Ling's massive soul force gushed out, absorbing the knowledge like a sponge. His eyes were even more terrifying. He didn't forget the pill recipes as if they were imprinted in his mind. These mysterious eyes were a great help to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's memory and perception had reached the level of a monstrous genius. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, Lin Ling began to read as well as refine pills. This boy, he's abnormal. The Sword Elder passed by. He saw Lin Ling flipping through ancient books and refining pills, multitasking. This caused the Sword Elder's beard to straighten. The 7 Profound Martial House was a world of geniuses. What kind of genius had he not seen? But Lin Ling was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen in his life. He learned things too quickly. The 7 Profound Martial House really can't tolerate him. Sword Elder finally left helplessly, But when he looked at the sky, he suddenly missed Sakura. I wonder how that fellow is doing in the outside world. Time quietly passed. 10 days had passed. At the location of the spirit root in the mountain valley, a large number of pill bottles were placed there. They were stacked layer upon layer like an ocean, and the fragrance of pills filled the air. At the center, Lin Ling slowly stood up. His long hair danced in the wind, and his youthful face carried the aura of a master. After 10 days, he had finally refined all the pills the Flame Legion needed. My alchemy skills have greatly improved. Lin Ling's eyes shone with confidence. With a wave of his right hand, all of the medicinal pills were sucked into his body. Then he took a big step forward. In the valley, the members of the Flame Corps were cultivating. At that moment, the air rippled and a slender figure appeared in front of them. Lin Ling. Leader! Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Lin Ling, the king in their hearts, was peerless and unparalleled. In the past, when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had conquered them, he had said that he would lead them to a mighty reputation. At that time, everyone had been skeptical. But afterwards, their king had proven everything. He had quelled the turmoil in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and risen to the top of the rainforest Holy Land. Now, they knew that the battle was not over. Their king still needed them to hold the weapons in their hands and raise the flag once more. I need you all to reach the Emperor Spirit Realm in half a year. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out from his mouth. What? Everyone's pupils shrank. Half a year, how is this possible? If they really succeeded, then they would be fiercer than most of the geniuses in the 7 profound martial house. Leader, this seems impossible. Although everyone worshipped Lin Ling, they still felt that this was too unrealistic. Lin Ling's face was solemn and dignified. He swept his eyes over everyone and lightly said, I came from the 100 domains and entered the 7 profound martial house for the first time. Many people thought that it was impossible for me to rise. However, from a Star Guard disciple, I became a proud son of heaven on the Proud Son of Heaven list. Of the countless proud sons of heaven, many people thought that I would decline. But, from the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven list, I became the number 1 proud son of heaven on the 7 profound martial halls. When I challenged the Justice Duan family, many people thought that it was impossible and that I would inevitably die. However, when honored King Duan arrived, I killed him and forced him to flee alone. So, in this world, there is nothing impossible. I, Lin Ling, have never been impossible. The difference is whether or not you put all of your strength into it, whether or not you give up your life and focus on it. His voice gently floated out, but it was like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Yes, there was nothing impossible in life. The difference was whether or not you took action, whether or not you had such a goal. For instance, their leader had created an epic record. Everyone thought it was impossible, but their leader had done it. 1 step at a time, 1 step at a time, 1 step at a time, and finally achieved it. In life, there was nothing impossible. It depended on whether or not you put all of your effort into it. Leader, we understand. Yes. Everyone knelt down on one knee. Lin Ling was a living example. I need you to experience life and death, blood and sweat. You will break up and go to the 100 territories to train. You can form a team or go alone. You must kill all 50,000 fugitives on this list. That's right. You must kill them all. Yes. Lin Ling coldly shouted. An ancient list of names floated out from his hands. This was obtained from the Great Qin dynasty. It was a list of murderous demons, evil martial artists, and other powerhouses of the 100 domains. If these powerhouses were able to enter the wanted list, then their strength was naturally incomparably terrifying. Among you, some may die, but some may also rise. A martial artist can only become stronger by experiencing life and death. And what I can do, other than giving you my blessings, is to provide you with endless cultivation resources. Those who complete the mission can come to Commander Tian Xiaoman to receive cultivation elixirs. You can also cultivate in the valley. Of course, you can also choose not to go and continue to stay in the valley. And I, Lin Ling, will not chase you away. As long as you follow me, I will take care of you for the rest of your lives. But what I want to say is, when a storm is coming and a great enemy is coming, your home valley may not be the safest place. It needs men, it needs warriors to pick up the weapons in their hands and protect this place. If you don't fight, are you going to let your mother and father fight? Lin Ling said word by word, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Among them, many had let their families come to the valley to live together with the Fire Ancient clan. And even if they did not, they still lived in Tianxin City and enjoyed extraordinary treatment. But all of this was brought by their leader. Their leader blocked the storm, and when a great enemy came, they picked up their weapons and fought to protect their home. And as members of the Fire Legion, as the pride of the fire, how could they hide behind their leader and let their mothers fight for them? Leader, let's fight. Everyone raised their fists, their blood boiling. Okay, go ahead and fight with all your might. If you give, there will be rewards. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources, I have already prepared them for you. Chapter 958. Towards the mountain demon sea, we will not disappoint the leader. Go. Everyone stood up, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Their banner had done everything they could, they would not lose face for the Flame Legion. One by one, the warriors took the pills and scattered, disappearing from the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling's lips curled up in a smile. Half a year later, when that transformed army gathered again, he didn't know whether or not it would cause a great commotion in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, wait for me. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others also strode away. They had been cultivating in the 7 profound martial house for far too long. Now it was time for them to step into the tempering of life and death. Moreover, they finally understood why Lin Ling had grown to be such a monstrous genius. It was because Lin Ling had repeatedly crossed the line between life and death. This was the difference between them. I believe in you. Lin Ling nodded. After everyone left, the people of the Fire Ancient clan also walked out. They looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The current Lin Ling was more like their patriarch, their peerless king. Ancestor Extreme Flame was pleased. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. Instead, he spoke his own thoughts. In the coming days, he would be leaving the Fire Ancient clan and going to the Bodhi Saint Palace. So before he left, he had to inform them. Go, we will always be here waiting for you. Ancestor Extreme Flame also knew that in this world, the strong were revered. One could only continue to grow stronger. If one became lazy and was eliminated, then everyone would kick a man who was down. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. After preparing, he left. All the way to the foot of the giant Bodhi tree, they didn't encounter any trouble. Perhaps at this time, no one would have thought that Lin Ling would leave the 7 profound martial house and go out adventuring. Under the Bodhi tree, an old man sat cross-legged like a stone statue. As Lin Ling gradually approached, the old man opened his eyes. An ancient aura rippled out, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble slightly. Currently, he was considered to be above average in the rainforest, but when he saw the people from the Bodhi Saint Palace, he still felt insignificant. This old man was the elder sword-wielding elder. At this moment, he was astonished. Lin Ling had broken through. He knew that Lin Ling had comprehended his profound meaning. Even if Lin Ling only had a king body, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to break through so quickly. It's good that you've made a breakthrough. With your strength increased, you'll have a greater advantage in this trip to the secret realm. The elder sword-wielding elder said with a serious expression. At the same time, a giant leaf fluttered down from the sky, and the two stepped onto it. In this trip to the ancient tomb, you will represent the rainforest's holy land. You must not lose face for the Bodhi Saint Palace. If your lucky chance is good, then the Bodhi Saint Palace will not question anything you obtain in the ancient tomb. The elder sword-wielding elder said as he looked into the distance. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped. This was his chance. In the past, when he had gone to the ancient tomb, he had obtained great benefits. The most obvious one was the ancient flame demon. Now that the ancient tomb had opened again, just what sort of benefits would he obtain? Perhaps when he came out again, he would have the strength to change the entire rainforest's holy land. Elder sword-wielding elder, what is the difference between this ancient tomb and the rumors? Lin Ling asked curiously. He remembered that the ancient tomb was in the Icefield region. The rumor about the ancient tomb is true. It's just that the entrance is different. We've already seen the entrance in the Icefield many times, but there's nothing special about the end. This time, it's still the same ancient tomb, but it's from a different entrance. The ancient tomb is not as simple as you think. It concerns the secrets of the Holy Lands. If anyone has the chance to find it, they will be able to shake the 6 Holy Lands in the future. The elder sword-wielding elder said solemnly. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped. The entrance to the Icefield region was not worthy of the Bodhi Saint Palace's attention, but the Bodhi Saint Palace definitely did not continue, missing the secret hidden in the depths. If it weren't for Little Flame, he would have also missed it. As for the ancient tomb's secret, Lin Ling did not know what it was, but he felt that the ancient flame demon should be one of them. The ability to shake the 6 holy lands mentioned by the Bodhi Saint Palace might also include the ancient flame demon. The two of them followed the tree leaves and arrived at the Bodhi Saint Palace. At this moment, a large number of holy princes were looking at Lin Ling. Among them, Yang Gan and Shi Jueyue smiled. Lin Ling had finally arrived. Alright, everyone is finally here. Head to the Mountain Demon Sea of the 100 Territories. Remember, this operation is a secret and must not be leaked. With everyone present, the elder sword-wielding elder announced the gathering location. All the holy princes nodded and did not speak. Perhaps they were all super geniuses hidden in the rainforest and were not familiar with each other. They were just acquaintances. Once you're there, this old mother will tell you everything. Moreover, there are already holy princes waiting there. The elder sword-wielding elder did not plan to lead the group forward. Mountain Demon Sea Gathering. All the holy princes bowed respectfully and slowly left. Lin Ling, together. Yang Gan walked towards Lin Ling. Behind him, Shi Jueyue frowned and also walked over, saying coldly, "Together." Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. The three of them immediately followed the Bodhi ancient tree and left. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was not sure how many holy princes were going this time. The Bodhi Saint Palace was too mysterious. Even now, he did not know how many holy princes were in the palace. The 100 Territories, the Mountain Demon Sea. This place had a long history, but other than its ancient history, there was nothing special about it. Moreover, this place was in the lower 3 regions, so it was even less of a concern to the powerful cultivators. Thus, nobody knew that there was another entrance to the ancient tomb here. Lin Ling and the other two were not weak. Within a day, they arrived at the Mountain Demon Sea. As far as the eye could see, ancient trees were uprooted from the ground and ancient mountains were old and green. It was filled with a sense of mystery. Lin Ling felt his whole body relax. In the rainforest, the world of the powerful cultivators, he was always tense. After arriving at the 100 Territories, the blue sky and white clouds, the ancient trees and mountains made him feel relaxed and happy. Trash, you think you can become an inner court disciple? Yishao, you are too weak. Crawl under my pants. When they passed by a mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a large number of people were cheering. They were all young people. They were looking at a young man in brown clothes and laughing at him. The young man was weak, and he was being bullied by the crowd. However, he didn't say anything and just gritted his teeth. Lin Ling, let's go. What are you looking at? Yang Gan and Lin Ling flew over the mountain, but Lin Ling stopped. Yang Gan felt a bit strange. After all, it was normal for the strong to bully the weak. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on the young man in brown clothes. The young man's clothes were patched, and he was thin and weak. Apparently he was poor, but Lin Ling felt familiar with his thin body. If I don't kneel, I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Today, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Finally, the young man in brown clothes firmly said. That sentence made Lin Ling's heart tremble. What a familiar sentence. He had experienced the same thing when he was in the Guyan sect. At that time, he had no one to help him, and he had to rely on himself. Today, the young man was the same. Since we have met, it is fate that brought us together. Chapter 959. The Righteous Spirit Art, you think we don't dare? Let us kill you. You are nothing but a useless trash. Shut up. At the foot of the mountain, angry shouts sounded. A young man with a pale face in brocade clothes waved his hand, and the other young men behind him all started to show their killing intent. This young man was obviously in a high position. Most importantly, he knew that Yi Zhao's father used to be a powerful cultivator. Unfortunately, he was killed by an enemy, but he seemed to have left some powerful martial art to Yi Zhao. The others didn't know about it, but he knew about it. That was why he wanted to kill Yi Zhao and see if he had any martial art on him. Bang bang bang. These people weren't strong. They were only in the body refining stage, but they were still too much for Yi Zhao to handle. He tried to fight back, but it was useless. Kill him. The young man in brocade clothes shouted. The others hesitated. They were just young men. They had never killed anyone before. They were just showing off. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will pay you back 10 times for the humiliation you have suffered today. On the ground, the young man's mouth was bleeding, but he was still tough. You are asking for death. The young man in brocade clothes stepped forward and a long saber appeared in his hand. It was shining with cold light. He looked at the young man on the ground and slashed down. He is really going to kill him. The other young men were shocked. Yi Zhao's clear eyes were filled with unwillingness. In order to take revenge, he joined a sect to learn martial arts. However, in a sect, only the strong ones were respected. He had no background, no potential, and was living like a servant. He had offended this rich young master before, and now this young master dared to kill him. However, he couldn't die. He had to avenge his father. It is normal for young men to fight each other. However, to kill each other because of this, that is too overbearing. At this moment, a soft voice sounded. Yi Zhao's pupils constricted. He looked over and saw a young man in a blue and white robe walking over. The young man was clean, holding a flagon of liquor in his hand. It was like he was coming from the void. Yi Zhao would never forget this scene. Crack! The saber that was about to fall was hit by something and turned into pieces. The crowd was shocked. How dare you interfere in my business? The young man in brocade clothes' expression changed, but there was killing intent in his eyes. He waved his hand. Kill him. When you can kill him easily, he can kill you easily too. The young man who was walking over was Lin Ling. He was calm at the moment. Lin Feng Shui. He Shui Shui. Shui Shui Shui. The whole process Shui 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 took less than 30 minutes. Everyone's eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble. He died because he wanted to kill the other party, but you didn't have such thoughts. You only have the heart of a teenager to compete with each other. So, you can leave. Shui Shui, Shui Shui Shui, Shui Shui Shui. Of, Ti Te Shui, Teach Shui, Ti, Teat. All of the youths were terrified, and they fled in panic. Lin Ling shook his head. With his strength, he naturally wouldn't care about such a small fry. He looked at the stubborn, skinny youth, and an indescribable emotion flowed out from the depths of his eyes. Maybe, when he looked at the young man, he saw himself when he was young. The young man was also alone. He didn't want to accept his fate. He would never lower his head. Big brother, thank you for saving my life. Yi Zhao struggled to stand up. He kneeled on one knee in front of Lin Ling. His life had been full of ups and downs. When he was young, his father was still alive. Everyone respected him and held him in the highest position. However, after his father died, he fell from heaven to hell. Everyone wanted to trample him under their feet to regain their lost sense of superiority. That was why nobody had ever been so nice to him. Nobody had ever saved him. Big brother, I can't repay you for saving my life. This martial art was left by my father. Today, I will give it to you. Yi Zhao took out a piece of cloth from the bottom of his shoe and looked at Lin Ling with a solemn face. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the young man to be so grateful. After all, Lin Ling was just doing him a favor. He smiled and shook his head. No need. However, Yi Zhao's eyes were still firm. Maybe he knew since he was a kid that people who helped him should be repaid. He couldn't repay anything, so he had to give everything he had. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He found the young man was more like his old self. "Let me take a look at it for you." He walked over and held the young man up. He picked up the oilcloth and looked at it carefully. The oilcloth was taken out from the young man's shoe. Lin Ling didn't care about the stinky smell. Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ling. When he got closer to Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling was so handsome. His eyes were like stars, and his nose was like a sword. He looked so handsome, and his face was like a king. Yi Xiao admired Lin Ling because he was powerful enough to make a decision for Lin Ling. This was the kind of cultivator he wanted. And at this moment, Yang Gan and Shi Zhueyue also came to Lin Ling's side and helped him look at the tarpaulin. They all thought that the cultivation technique that the youth took out would be very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, they realized that the cultivation technique recorded on the tarpaulin was not ordinary. It was a saint-ranked martial art. Moreover, it was mysterious, profound, and profound. It was called the art of righteousness. It was a martial art that cultivated righteousness. It was invulnerable to all evils. However, there was a flaw in the martial art. It only had the second half of the martial art. It didn't have the first half, which meant there was only a path of cultivation, but no understanding of the mystery. Your father is an indomitable superior cultivator. This martial art is powerful, but it is too mysterious. That's why you can't understand it. After a while, Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiao and said. Yi Xiao was shocked. No wonder he couldn't figure out how to cultivate martial arts. "Since I can't learn it, if you like it, big brother, I will give it to you." After that, Yi Xiao looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling and Yang Gan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. This little guy is so frank. In fact, we all thought this martial art wasn't in a high level, so we read it. However, we didn't expect it to be a saint-level martial art. Now we both know how to cultivate it. We just need to understand it. It makes no difference whether we want it or not. However, a man's wealth is his own ruin. It will be a disaster if you keep this martial art. I can keep it for you. When you are powerful enough, you can come to me and take it back. Lin Ling said with a smile. Besides, I saw that you didn't want to give it up. You must have something in your heart that you can't let go of. Now that we have met, I guess we are destined to meet. Lin Ling said again. He reached out his right hand and several Dan beads fell into Yi Xiao's hand. These Dan beads are enough to help you improve your cultivation. The fortune of heaven and earth Dan beads can improve your talent. Chapter 960. Righteousness. Big brother. Yi Xiao was trembling. It was the first time for him to see such a horrible thing. His big brother was much stronger than he had imagined. Besides, his big brother had saved his life. He should have paid him back. However, his big brother had kept the martial art for him. He had taught him the martial art in a special way. He had even given him some Dan beads that could transform him completely. Puff. Yi Xiao kneeled down again and kowtowed to Lin Ling 3 times. Big brother, thank you. Tears came out from his eyes. It was important to add flowers to a brocade, but it was more important to help him in his hour of need. When he was weak and helpless, his big brother had helped him and given him the chance to rise up. This kid. Lin Ling shook his head and stepped forward to help Yi Xiao up. All right, we have some matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for us to stay. Those who bullied you before, I'll leave them to you. I believe that you'll be able to wash away your shame. Remember, unless you're dead, never give up. Lin Ling spoke blandly and left with Yang Gan. At the same time, a soft voice came from afar. When you are much stronger, you can come to me and take back the martial art. My name is Lin Ling. Yi Xiao remembered the name and looked at the leaving figures. He kneeled down again and kowtowed, Master for one day, Father for life. Master Lin Ling, you are the most important person in my life. After that, he buried the Dan beads on the ground. He was going to take the Dan beads and cultivate at night. He immediately went back to the sect to accept his punishment. After all, the young man in brocade clothes was dead. It was not a small matter. Of course, he didn't kill him. He would only get some light punishment. Right now, he had a strong foundation, so he decided to train and grow in secret. On his way back, he heard the powerful warriors on the streets talking. One of the names shocked him to his core, Lin Ling. He was a weak young man from the middle three regions. He was born in an ordinary family, but he had become the #1 cultivator in the 7 martial arts halls in the rainforest Holy Land. He was admired by countless young men in hundreds of regions. He was their idol. It is him. Yi Xiao was so nervous that he was shaking. Tears came out from his eyes again. Pat, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so easy to approach. Lin Ling and the other two were flying to the mountain demon sea. On the way, Yangon smiled. Even Shijueyue was surprised. Lin Ling's name was known throughout the rainforest Holy Land. This person was arrogant and domineering. Anyone who dared to offend him would immediately be killed. However, they did not expect Lin Ling's heart to be like a ferocious tiger, sniffing the roses. Lin Ling, but if I see you, calm. You don't bully the weak. Instead, you become stronger when you meet the strong. Yangon said with a smile. Then he focused on the noble spirit art. This martial art is quite powerful. It's a pity that it's incomplete. Without the comprehension of the profound, it's impossible to cultivate it. This martial art is very strong. Shi Jueyue didn't talk much, but he added an evaluation. Lin Ling's eyes were shining. Yangon and Shi Jueyue were from the Bodhi Saint Palace. Their knowledge had reached a terrifying level. Their evaluation was strong. This martial art must be extraordinary. As he thought about it, Lin Ling took out the oilcloth. His eyes quietly changed and the eye of time appeared. Gradually, the upper half of the oilcloth appeared. This meant that the oilcloth had been complete a long time ago, but for some reason, the other half had been torn off. The missing half was the understanding of the profound. Righteous chi exists in the world. Chaos creates manifold. Below are rivers and mountains. Above are the sun and stars. A voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It made Lin Ling's body tremble. It was so familiar. It was the song of righteousness. He didn't expect the people in this world to know this. Awe-inspiring righteousness, great and upright, impenetrable by 100 evils. The so-called righteousness, this righteousness, is the righteousness of the human world, is the righteousness of righteousness and virtue. The righteousness of the world is the first to worry, and the joy of the world is the last. On top of a mountain, a man whose face couldn't be seen clearly was standing indifferently. He was looking at the world, commanding the wind and clouds. Righteous chi was also a kind of power of the world. My heart is still the same. My heart is firm. That is righteous chi. To cultivate righteous chi, one had to cultivate according to the understanding of the profound. This was someone else's martial art. 2. Use another key to open the door of righteous chi. This martial art is too complicated. Yi Xiao can't cultivate it now. He has to find me when he is stronger. I will teach him then. Lin Ling muttered to himself, causing Yangon and the other man beside him to shake their heads. Although the power of this martial art was not weak, it was obvious that it was impossible to cultivate. They didn't know why Lin Ling was so confident and even said that he could guide others. Worry about the world first and enjoy the world later. That should be the source of Yi Zhao's father's righteous chi. However, I can't do that. That's why I can't cultivate this profound. Lin Ling murmured in his heart. Then his eyes lit up. To open the door of righteous chi, one didn't have to worry about the world first and enjoy the world later. That was the most powerful thought of righteous chi. In fact, other than that, there were many other ways to cultivate righteous chi. For example, kindness, righteousness, and vitality. Lin Ling's heart trembled. Vitality. That's right. It was vitality. Vitality was also righteous chi. It nourished the earth and loved the heavens. Those who had the profound meaning of life might not be able to worry about the world first and enjoy the world later, but they had the power to save all living beings. I have the profound meaning of life. Maybe I can turn the profound meaning of life into righteous chi. Lin Ling had an idea in his mind. The three of them kept moving forward. On the way, they stopped at an inn. It was night. Lin Ling was cultivating in the room. Waves of vitality were flowing out from his body. It was full of vitality, and it was nourishing the living beings around him. At the moment, he looked so holy and pure. The profound meaning of life had a strong defense. However, because it was too kind, it didn't have much attacking power. If it was converted into righteous qi, it could make Lin Ling upright and righteous. With his physical strength, Lin Ling's sword would be even scarier. It could break everything with one sword strike. Time flew. The glow on Lin Ling's body changed. It became golden. It was so majestic, like a King Kong descending. His vigor was so upright that no evil could invade him. Everything was just as Lin Ling thought. The profound meaning of life, love, and kindness could open the door of righteous qi. Righteous qi wasn't kindness. It wasn't Buddhism's way of saving all living beings from suffering. It was a martial art that protected one's heart. As long as there was righteous qi in one's heart, one could kill any monster with one sword strike. In the ancient times, righteous qi soared up to the clouds. Righteous qi was like a sword, just and upright. The profound meaning of life has turned into righteous qi. Chapter 961. 6 Holy Lands, the Era of Holy Princes. Now Lin Ling had a power of 50 million. In addition to the weight and righteousness of the tyrannical Song sword, Lin Ling could feel that his sword was stronger than the second-level Profound of Fire. It had also reached the second level. This was an indescribable power, but it made Lin Ling feel even more confident. He never thought that helping someone once would bring him such an opportunity. Although Lin Ling didn't have an emperor physique, with his 2 profound, there were few who could match him in the early stages of the Saint Spirit realm. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Ling pushed open the window, allowing the sunlight to casually sprinkle on his body. He felt relaxed and happy. His confidence in this trip to the old tomb had increased by a lot. Lin Ling, let's go. Yang Gan's voice sounded, and the 3 continued on their way. Shui Zhuiyue's brows furrowed slightly. She felt that Lin Ling's aura had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. The mountain demon sea was famous for its mountains and seas. Here, the mountains were black and the sea was black. Demonic qi billowed, as if it was a land of demons. No one knew where the demonic qi came from. They're here. When Lin Ling's group appeared in the sky, in the heart of the ancient mountain range, at the edge of the mountain demon sea, a large number of people's eyes flickered. These were the holy princes of the rainforest Holy Land, led by Old Mother Deer and Old Man Holding Sword. Lin Ling looked down from the sky. There were about 50 people there, and many of them were unfamiliar faces. It seemed like the Bodhi Saint Palace had nurtured many holy princes. There are many experts there. Yang Gan said softly. Lin Ling nodded. He was strong in the martial hall, but not among the holy princes. After everyone landed, Old Man Holding Sword looked at Lin Ling and said, "This time, the Bodhi Saint Palace can only send 30 people to enter the old tomb. 10 of them have already been predetermined, and the remaining 20 will be up to you all to compete." All the holy princes' eyes flickered. Competition? There were about 50 holy princes on their side. 50 people competing for 20 spots? It's not a competition between the Bodhi Sacred Palace itself, but with the holy sons of other sacred grounds, said the old man indifferently, as if he knew what everyone was thinking. His words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The other Holy Lands cultivators were also here? Rumble. At the same time, the clouds in the sky parted as an enormous white crane approached from afar. It was dazzling and resplendent, and there were a large number of figures standing on the white crane. Every single one of them was a holy child at the Saint Spirit realm, and there were even existences at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm amongst them. The people from the Qingyun sacred ground are here. Old Mother Benlu said indifferently, "The 6 great sacred grounds have the 6 great forbidden grounds. The ancient tomb is the rainforest sacred grounds forbidden ground. Our sacred grounds have already reached an agreement that once the forbidden ground is opened, the 6 great sacred grounds can enter. This is the highest level secret of the 6 great sacred grounds. Normal people don't know about it." Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. 6 great forbidden lands. He wondered what the other holy lands' forbidden lands were. It seemed that in order to welcome the heavenly fall era, the highest level of the Holy Land had made many preparations. Crush. At this moment, the waves in the Black Sea behind him surged, and a black and white whale the size of an island rolled over. Sitting mountain whale. Many saints inhaled a breath of cold air. It was very impressive to ride on a sitting mountain whale. Which holy land was it from? Even little Flame, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, woke up and sensed the aura of a similar beast. It's the people from the wavering light sacred ground. Old Man Holding Sword said indifferently. Rumble. At the same time, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The foot of the mountain ahead was dug open, and a huge black pangolin crawled out. A large number of people jumped down, and the huge pangolin rolled into a ball and was held by a middle-aged man. That's the people from the void's sacred ground. Old Man Holding Sword introduced. That's the void eating pangolin. It's said that it has the ability to travel through the void. It's extremely rare. The saints inhaled a breath of cold air again. Soon after, the people from the 6 shamans' sacred ground arrived. Some of the men were topless and had green tattoos on their bodies. The women were also dressed in Taoist robes. Finally, the people from the Water Moon's sacred ground arrived as well. So beautiful! Many people looked up at the sky. There was a group of heroes shining brightly. Among them, 2 young girls were the most eye-catching. They were as if the heavens had blessed them. They were devastatingly beautiful and breathtaking. They're here too. Lin Ling was surprised. He naturally knew the 2 girls. They were in Yuer and Yumun Yun. He didn't expect their strength to increase so much and become saints. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the situation at the Water Moon's sacred ground. He didn't know what the different requirements were for becoming a saint. It's a pity that martial Uncle Xuani didn't come. Lin Ling felt a little regretful, but he was still very happy. After all, in Yuera and Yumun Yun's appearance here was proof of their strength. So many beauties, and everyone is very young. The holy sons of the 6 holy lands had gathered, and many people were excited. At their level, they rarely paid attention to geniuses who were weaker than themselves. Only the holy sons were worthy of their attention. And now, the gathering of the holy sons undoubtedly made their blood boil. Because all the saints represented the top of the younger generation of the sacred grounds. Only when they gathered together would they feel a sense of accomplishment. In the past, when the heavenly fall era came, the sacred palaces didn't want the saints to be too arrogant. Therefore, they didn't allow them to announce their identities. After all, they were still young and frivolous. They also enjoyed being admired by tens of thousands of people. Of course, when the heavenly fall era came, they would also emerge and shock the sacred grounds. Hee, everyone is very punctual. The 6 Warlock Sacred Tower has a lot more saints. The number of people entering the tomb is limited. If too many people go, the void will become unstable. Therefore, there are only about 200 people. If you want to enter, it will depend on your strength. Some of the leaders of the sacred grounds were polite, while others were domineering. For example, the 6 Warlock Sacred Ground cultivated ancient sorcery. Therefore, their words were very domineering. Don't embarrass yourselves. Out of the 20 spots, we must get 15. Old sword-bearing elders said to those behind him. The saints nodded. They represented the Bodhi sacred palace and naturally had to fight for glory. It's about time. Let's eliminate them. The leader of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground said indifferently. Everyone nodded. The elimination is very simple. The saints will be selected by drawing lots. If they lose, they won't be qualified. If they win both rounds, they will be qualified to enter the tomb. The Void Sacred Grounds expert said. This seemed to be the rule, so everyone understood. Lin Ling, that's the 6 Warlock Sacred Grounds' young barbarian King Fujitor. He's very strong. Our saints have sparred before and most of them lost to him. And that's the Lightning Ice Twin Pearls. They're twins and also 2 peerless beauties. They have great prestige among the saints. Many people secretly like them. And that great development eye. He's very strong. Anyone who looks him in the eye is instantly killed. Yang Gan kept introducing the saints to Lin Ling. Lin Ling hadn't been a saint for long, so he didn't know how strong the sacred grounds were. Chapter 962. I am your senior apprentice brother. In the distance, a black-haired youth stood there with a cold expression. He was like a proud and aloof peak, overlooking the surrounding mountains. His mortal body was formidable. On the other side, a youth in a blue robe was talking and laughing with others. He was extremely elegant, but his every movement carried with it the flavor of the heavens and earth, as if he represented the heavenly Tao. In particular, there was a line on his forehead that was a closed eye. In addition, there were two devastatingly beautiful twins standing there with their eyes closed. One of them bloomed with the power of thunder, and the other was ice. These saints' sons came from other holy lands, but none of them were weak. They either had a powerful king body talent, or their understandings of profound meanings were extremely deep. This was the circle of the top geniuses of the 6 great holy lands. Lin Ling secretly sighed. Compared to them, the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were like fireflies. But Lin Ling's blood was boiling. To be able to gather together with the strongest saint sons of this era, and even compete with them, undoubtedly made one want to give it a try. Of course, the pressure was not small. Then, the small elimination round began. There were 10 battlefields, and they had to be resolved quickly. There were simply too many people. How terrifying! That is Lai Qing. She defeated a middle saint spirit realm saint's son with a single sword strike. Her king body talent is the origin sword, and she has also comprehended the 3rd level of the origin profound. Just as the first battle began, the first battle ended. A black-clothed woman grasped a long sword. With a slash of her sword, she cut down the saint's son and easily won. 3rd level of the origin profound. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. She was truly fierce. The dual thunder and lightning pearls have appeared. It is the thunder pearls. On the 5th battlefield, her thunder has formed a small world. It can break through a martial artist's profound meaning and paralyze their entire body. On the other side, another battle had ended. This time, it was a famous saint's son. Lin Ling used the Eye of Time. Then, he realized that the beautiful and cold woman seemed to be made of lightning. It made people wonder if she was born of lightning. Her ultimacy had probably reached the 2nd level, but she had hidden it. Lin Ling then looked at Immortal and the others. He suddenly realized that they didn't need to appear. Obviously, they were the chosen holy sons. This made him a little depressed. He realized that his women were all treated better than him. Yu was like this, and so were Immortal and the others. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. And Immortal and the others had been searching for Lin Ling all this time. Their intuition told them that Lin Ling would come when the strongest saint children of the rainforest holy land gathered. And sure enough, Lin Ling came. Both of them waved at Lin Ling, which made many saints frown. And Immortal and the others were newly risen saints, but their strength was terrifying. Many saints yearned for them. But now, they were actually greeting a nameless young man? Who was that person? Many saints looked at Lin Ling, their gazes filled with evil intentions. Lin Ling, you seem to have become the center of attention in an instant. Yang Gan's eyes twitched. Even he didn't have the right to speak at the saint children's gathering. But Lin Ling had instantly shocked everyone. I don't want to either. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Shi Zhueyue also looked at Lin Ling in surprise. According to Lin Ling's time as a saint, Lin Ling shouldn't be famous in the saint children's circle. But now he was. It was very strange. Lin Ling against Ice Pearl. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Ling had come out to battle. It's that brat. Poor thing, he encountered the Thunderbolt Ice Pearl. The crowd sneered. They were at the highest level of the saint lands and had actually come into contact with each other. Especially the powerful saints, it was hard to forget. The Thunderbolt Ice Pearl was one of them. Most importantly, both of them were top-notch beauties. Lin Ling, don't lose. Yang Gan said worriedly. Although Shi Zhueyue didn't say anything, he nodded at Lin Ling. I'll do my best. Lin Ling smiled gently. He took a step forward and shot into the mountain range. His long hair fluttered behind him. It was indescribably elegant. So arrogant. Looking at that free and easy figure, many saints' eyes turned cold. In the mountain range, in a valley, a girl in blue was already waiting there. She was like a lotus flower in the snow. Her body was emitting icy mist. When Lin Ling stepped in, it was as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. You don't know. Admit defeat yourself. Ice Pearl was like a lotus flower. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Her voice attracted the attention of even more saints. That kid's luck with women is not bad. He can fight with Ice Pearl. Unfortunately, he seems to have a king body. There's no hope of winning. I bet that he will lose in 10 moves. Ice Pearl has the first layer of the Pearl Lotus Profound. She can freeze a country. In addition, she has a king body. I bet that unlucky guy will lose in 3 moves. Among the 6 saint lands, Bodhi Saint Palace doesn't have any powerful saints. Many people were talking. Their voices weren't soft. Over at Bodhi Saint Palace, Old Mother Deer's face turned ugly. She then stared at Lin Ling and secretly said, "Don't embarrass yourself. He won't lose." Old Man's Sword said indifferently, making Old Mother Deer's heart tremble. He won't lose. His words were simple, but they were filled with confidence. If Lin Ling had been a saint for a long time, Old Mother Deer might have believed him a little. But Lin Ling was the saint's son of Bodhi Saint Palace who had cultivated for the shortest time. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling's battle had already begun. The 2 figures were like thunder and lightning, illusory and ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 10 moves. As for those saints' sons that were laughing, their laughter instantly stopped, their faces frozen. As for Old Mother Deer, she felt as if she had eaten honey. She had underestimated Lin Ling. Since the last time they met, this little fellow's strength had increased by a great deal. Kakaka. In the mountain valley, ice and frost covered the land. If it were a top proud son of heaven from the 7 profound martial house here, they would have already been frozen solid. However, in this world of ice and snow, Lin Ling's body was still as swift and fierce as a tiger. His great sword seemed to cut through rivers. The more Ice Pearl fought, the more horrified she became. This youth only had a king body. Generally speaking, with her eruption of the profound ice and her king body, she should have been able to easily crush her opponent with a king body. But now, something strange was happening. The youth was becoming more and more courageous. "Who are you?" Finally, Ice Pearl asked in a dignified voice. "Who am I?" Lin Ling was startled. Before the battle, someone had already announced his name. But now this woman was asking him who he was. It was obvious that she regarded him as an ant-like existence. "I am your senior apprentice brother." Lin Ling gently smiled. His aura was wild and tyrannical, like fire and thunder, shocking the heavens. If this other party thought he was an ant, then why should he give them any face? Bastard! Outside the mountain valley, many saint sons roared. This strange saint son was too arrogant. "You're crazy enough." Ice Pearl's beautiful face was filled with anger. Once upon a time, she had never been looked down upon like this. It had to be known that even the peak saint son of the 6th shaman Holy Land, Little Barbarian King, had chased after her, but she had disdained him. But now, she had only asked for his name, and this other party had actually arrogantly said he was her senior apprentice brother. It's time to end this. Myriad World Ice Lotus. Ice Pearl's body floated up. She stretched out her jade-like hand and a dazzling ice lotus appeared. It constantly circled around, blooming with a dazzling light. "Little sister, this boy is too rude. Teach him a lesson." Chapter 963. I didn't do it on purpose. What a terrifying power of ice. Many saints wore solemn expressions. Each of them had their own trump cards since they were able to become holy princes. They either had a powerful emperor physique, a profound comprehension of profoundness, or a fast cultivation speed. The holy princes who could control profoundness were obviously the best among all the holy princes. They could easily defeat ordinary Holy Spirit realm experts. That's right. It's time to end this. Looking at the ice pearls in the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were calm. His clothes fluttered, and the aura on his body was majestic and domineering, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea. In his left hand, a flame lotus bloomed. What? Up in the sky, the ice pearl sensed a destructive flame aura shooting up into the sky, almost melting her ice. That was the second level of the profound of fire. Let's see how powerful your ice is. Lin Ling gently waved his left hand. It was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if the fire god was sprinkling fire seeds. In the sky, the ice lotus bloomed in Bing Zhuzi's hand. The two lotuses collided in front of countless shocked gazes. However, in the next moment, flames erupted. It was as if the fire of the beginning of the world was burning everything. All the ice was melted. Lin Ling had the upper hand in the collision of ultimacy. Bing Zhuzi spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice mist around her melted. The flames wrapped around her and burned half of her clothes, revealing half of her shoulder. The most terrifying thing was that the flames couldn't be extinguished. Bing Zhuzi has lost. She's disqualified. Looking at the scene, an expert announced the result. The crowd's faces stiffened. The ice-like Bing Zhuzi had lost? They felt like they were in a dream. Losing to a famous saint wasn't a big deal, but losing to a saint from a silent department was unreal. However, when many people's gazes fell on the battered and exhausted Bing Zhuzi, they were stunned once again. At the beginning, Bing Zhuzi was like an ice maiden. She was devastatingly beautiful, but now? Even her clothes were burned. Bastard, this guy is really ruthless. How could he do that? Damn it. He better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll teach him a lesson. Facing such a beautiful woman, he doesn't even know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'm afraid he's one of those vicious and merciless holy sons. Many people roared angrily. Even the cultivators from the various holy lands narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling angrily. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to attack such a beautiful woman. You're going too far. Bing Zhuzi gritted her teeth. At this moment, her shoulders were still exposed, and her hands were covering the important parts. Sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling's face was calm. He patted his blue and white robe and calmly left. Sorry, I didn't control my power well? Lin Ling's domineering behavior was completely brushed aside with a single sentence. Moreover, everyone could tell that Lin Ling didn't care at all. His words were simple, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. Thus, all the holy sons were even more enraged. Some of the holy sons who wanted to protect the flower wanted nothing more than to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling is so naughty. He's ruining her innocence in front of everyone. And Yuer and Yumun Yun laughed beautifully. If they didn't know Lin Ling, they would also think that Lin Ling was very naughty. Brat, this is the first time I feel that you're different from the rest. When Lin Ling returned to the Bodhi Sacred Palace, the elder sword-wielding elder looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spat out a sentence. The other holy sons had strange expressions. Although Lin Ling had won a round and obtained glory for the Bodhi Sacred Palace, he still felt that it was strange to push the flowers so ruthlessly. Lin Ling, you burned my clothes. Xiuezhueyue also said in a strange tone. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling said calmly. He felt that it was already very good that he didn't seriously injure Bing Zhuzi. It was this sentence again. When the other holy sons heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes were spitting fire. They felt that Lin Ling did it on purpose. Junior sister Bing, the Bodhi Sacred Palace's holy son is too much. He's overbearing, willful, and ruthless. I will avenge you. On the side of the Azure Cloud sacred ground, a young man dressed like a scholar said to Bing Zhuzi. This person was known as the Book Immortal in the Azure Cloud sacred ground. His name was Han Yitzi. He was a powerful holy son with a solid foundation and a terrifying emperor physique. It was said that he possessed two great ultimacies. In the circle of holy sons of the 6 sacred grounds, many people knew him. He was also admired by some young girls because of his protective nature. Thank you. Bing Zhuzi didn't reject. She looked coldly at Lin Ling in the distance. When she realized that Lin Ling was joking with someone, she was even more furious. That guy didn't feel guilty at all. He was indeed a villain. Han Yitzi spoke. His status isn't low. I'm afraid he has a way to fight with that kid. That kid is in trouble. Many holy sons also looked at Lin Ling based on their understanding of Han Yitzi. That kid was definitely not a match for the book Immortal. He would be beaten up badly. If it weren't for the experts from the various sacred grounds, he might have even killed that kid. Lin Ling, you seem to have become a thorn in their side. Even I and the Bodhi Sacred Palace have become enemies. Yang Gan said helplessly. It seemed that many people thought that the Bodhi Sacred Palace was a ruthless bunch. They were all influenced by Lin Ling. I didn't expect the Lightning Ice Pearls to have so many supporters. Mother Benlu smiled helplessly. Because of Lin Ling, the Bodhi Sacred Palace seemed to have gained a bad reputation. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Only his long hair was fluttering. This sentence again? All the holy sons of the Bodhi Sacred Palace looked at Lin Ling with strange expressions. Rumble. Victory and defeat were decided one after another. Not long after, Han Yitzi from the Azure Cloud's sacred ground appeared. His opponent came from the 6 Shaman's sacred ground. He had a king physique and 1 level of profound. He was extremely powerful. Becoming a holy son is your limit. But if you want to go to the old tomb, you still lack the strength. Han Yitzi said indifferently. He held a set of bamboo slips in his hand. From start to finish, he didn't even look at his opponent. Don't underestimate the power of sorcery. His opponent shouted coldly. A powerful aura erupted as he transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed ape. However, he had the head of a human and the body of an ape. He plucked his hair and used sorcery. Countless giant apes appeared around him, making him look like the king of beasts. His king physique was very special. It seemed to be able to turn beings into soldiers. Moreover, his first move was the strongest. Heavenly Book World. Han Yitzi still didn't look at his opponent. He waved his left hand and countless bamboo slips flew out. They were like martial arts and soul force. They turned into cloth and wrapped around the giant apes. I admit defeat. His opponent's eyes narrowed and he finally admitted defeat helplessly. Facing Han Yitzi was like facing a vast ocean. He couldn't see through Han Yitzi's limits. Rascal, it's your turn next. Han Yitzi was still looking at the bamboo slips, but he spoke plainly. Everyone knew that he was talking to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. His long hair and blue robe fluttered in the wind. He was still as frivolous and arrogant as before. Next, Lin Ling against Han Yitzi. Chapter 964. Battling Han Yitzi, didn't you say it's a draw? Is this considered a draw? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His lips curled into an evil smile. The blue and white robe didn't look like the white clouds in the sky. Instead, it looked like a sinister dark cloud. He knew that the experts from the sacred grounds had done something to make Han Yitzi fight him. This also meant that Han Yitzi's status wasn't low. Doing this was obviously to teach him a lesson and eliminate him. Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. Villain, your good luck has come to an end. Han Yitzi took a step forward and appeared on the mountain peak with a bamboo scroll in his hand. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The bamboo scroll and his temperament made the name, Book Immortal of Humans, even more real. Han Yitzi, a member of the Azure Cloud's Sacred Grounds Book Saint lineage. No wonder he can change the rules and eliminate whoever he wants. An ancient expert from the Sacred Grounds said lightly. However, no one cared about this point. All the saints couldn't wait for Lin Ling, the villain, to be taught a lesson. As for the Book Immortal of Humans Han Yitzi, not only was he handsome, but he was also amiable. He had a good reputation among the saints of the sacred grounds. Even the saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace was on Han Yitzi's side. He just didn't dare to say it out loud. As for Lin Ling, he was like an ant on the ground compared to Han Yitzi because of his previous ruthless actions. Although they are both saints, Lin Ling can't compare to Han Yitzi. Old Mother Deer's figure on the mountain peak said this from a fair point of view. Lin Ling is the saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Old Man Holding Sword reminded her unhappily. Mother Benlu smiled awkwardly. She was cheering for an outsider. Old Man Holding Sword looked at Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's luck wasn't good. With Lin Ling's current strength, it would be difficult for him to win against the book Immortal of humans. Cheers sounded one after another. The battle between Lin Ling and Han Yitzi had undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. As for the reasons, 1. The book Immortal of humans wasn't weak. Many people wanted to know where his limit was. 2. The villain Lin Ling's reputation is so bad that everyone wants to denounce him. Sister, Han Yitzi will definitely avenge you. Over at the Lightning Ice Twin Pearl's side, a smile appeared on Lei Zhuzi's beautiful face. Bing Zhuzi nodded. She also wanted Lin Ling to be taught a lesson because Lin Ling made her lose her qualifications to enter the tomb. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was neither haughty nor servile as he strode towards the top of the mountain. This was the new battlefield. As long as he won, he would have the qualifications to enter the ancient tomb. That guy doesn't look guilty at all. When the crowd saw that Lin Ling had turned a blind eye to the situation, they became even angrier. This Lin Ling had angered the crowd and he actually didn't reflect on himself? You are arrogant, vicious, and ignorant. Although you are a chosen of a sacred ground, you cannot lead by example. You are a disgrace to us chosen. Today, I will discipline you on behalf of Bodhi's sacred palace. On the top of the mountain, Han Yitzi was still reading the bamboo scroll, but his voice was righteous. As soon as he finished speaking, even more holy suns echoed his words. It was as if Lin Ling was a villain who committed all kinds of crimes, and Han Yitzi was a righteous hero who was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Especially the chosen of the Green Cloud's sacred ground, they were even more furious. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many experts in the sacred ground, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson or even killed him. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The battle between him and Bing Zhuzi was related to the ancient tomb. Naturally, he would give it his all. Moreover, he didn't hurt Bing Zhuzi. This was already good enough. The only damage was her clothes. Was there a need for these chosen to put on an act? Looking at it from another angle, if he lost, would they denounce him on his behalf? Of course, today is the gathering of the chosen. I, the Immortal of books, am not unreasonable. As long as you obediently apologize to Bing Zhuzi and turn over a new leaf, I, Han Yitzi, can also be friends with you. Han Yitzi continued reading, but his words made more people nod their heads. As expected of the successor of the Immortal of books, he was magnanimous and righteous. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Han Yitzi gave Lin Ling a chance. Would Lin Ling admit his mistake? Lin Ling sighed helplessly. This Han Yitzi was really something. With just a few words, he had tarnished Lin Ling's reputation. It was as if Lin Ling had become a villain, while Han Yitzi was the embodiment of righteousness. You can admit your mistake. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone's eyes lit up. A villain admitting his mistake? But I will only admit my mistake when you have the qualifications to make me admit my mistake. In the next moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. His expression was casual and even a little lazy. Obviously, he didn't mean what he said. Boom. Everyone was enraged again. That guy was really stubborn. It was fine if he didn't admit his mistake, but he actually mocked the Immortal of books. This villain from the Bodhi Saint Palace was really arrogant. Then don't blame me. Han Yitzi finally raised his eyes. There was anger in the depths of his eyes. Heavenly Book World. The bamboo scroll in his hand made a rustling sound. It swam out like a waterfall, majestically binding Lin Ling. Heavenly Book Emperor Physique. An ancient expert frowned. Once an Emperor Physique was used, it had 50% of the power to suppress an Emperor Physique. This was a well-known fact. However, the battle with Bing Zhuzi was a little strange. That villain from the Bodhi Saint Palace only had an Emperor Physique, but it didn't seem to be suppressed by the Emperor Physique. There were two reasons for this. First, his physical body was strong. Second, he was hiding his talent. But that was just a guess. Now, everything was clear. Pop pop pop. In Lin Ling's eyes, the whole world was a bamboo scroll. It seemed weak, but it emitted an irresistible majesty. Moreover, it came to bind him. But in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't move, allowing himself to be bound. The other party wanted to use the Emperor physique to eliminate him. He was underestimating him too much. He's been bound. Many people were pleasantly surprised. It was too easy to win. Bing Zhuzi also revealed a devastatingly beautiful smile. She finally vented half of her anger. Her smile was seen by Han Yitzi, and he was instantly delighted. Stubborn. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons. Han Yitzi said indifferently, with an indescribable majesty. The bamboo scroll that bound Lin Ling began to search frantically. Golden light shone like a rope. This martial art will make it difficult for you to breathe, and your spiritual energy will be blocked from heaven and earth. In the end, your bones and flesh will be shattered. If you don't want to die, admit your mistake and I'll let you go. A majestic voice floated out from Han Yitzi's mouth. Serves you right. Cheers. Many people cheered. They wanted to see the villain admit his mistake and beg for mercy. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood like a pine tree, allowing the bamboo scroll to bind him. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths passed. The cheers of the crowd stopped abruptly. Many people even maintained their mouths wide open. That villain was fine? Ha! Ha! What was even more hateful was that Lin Ling was not only fine, but he was also smiling calmly. At this moment, many people couldn't get rid of their anger. The pupils of the elder sword-bearing elder also widened. He knew that Lin Ling's physical body was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Could it be that his strength had reached 40 million? What? Ha! Chapter 965. Awe-inspiring righteousness. If you want me to apologize, please, be more serious. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He had a power of 50 million, and his cultivation realm was similar to Han Yitzi's. If Han Yitzi wanted to rely on his emperor physique to crush him, then he was underestimating him. Boom! The 50,000 small worlds in his body went into a frenzy. Then, Lin Ling opened his hands, and the bamboo slips that were wrapped around his body exploded. Spiritual chi splattered everywhere. This power! At this moment, all the saints' pupils constricted. Previously, they had also seen that once the bamboo scroll was used, even the saint who cultivated the shaman body could not block it. However, this villain was able to break free. This kind of physical strength was most likely the body cultivation method of the Water Moon Holy Land. The difference between the wizard body cultivation method and the Water Moon Holy Land's body cultivation method was that the wizard body cultivation method was both the body and soul power, while the Water Moon Holy Land's method was purely the body cultivation method. Interesting, at least 50 million power. I wonder who's stronger, compared to me, the young barbarian king. In the distance, the black-clothed youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. This person was a super saint of the 6th Shaman Holy Land. He was also a saint of the Holy Land Star and a saint who did not need to undergo elimination. At this moment, the mountain peak was silent. Han Yitzi was looking at Lin Ling gloomily. As for Lin Ling, his long hair was fluttering in the wind, he was still smiling confidently. It was an extremely strange scene. Before, Han Yitzi seemed to have transformed into a saint as he criticized the villain Lin Ling from high above. However, when everyone thought that the villain Lin Ling was about to be brought to justice, the villain Lin Ling actually broke free from the ropes. He faintly smiled at Han Yitzi and told him to be more serious. This scene was too ironic. He had seen ferocious people before, but he had never seen such a ferocious person. Damn it! Han Yitzi snorted coldly. Where was his previous elegant demeanor? He had lost a lot of face this time. You're not reading anymore? However, Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Lin Ling was clearly mocking him for putting on an act. My opinion of him has changed once again. This kid is truly infuriating. The old sword-bearing elder was startled for a moment before he shook his head and said, the name of the villain seemed to be getting more and more vicious. Don't be too arrogant. Han Yitzi could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. He raised both of his hands, and an incomparably terrifying profound world appeared. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate emperor physique to crush Lin Ling, but he had failed. Now, he had to use his own ultimacy. 10,000 Scrolls of Ultimacy. A dazzling light blossomed from behind Han Yitzi, and an ancient golden book appeared. It exuded a dignified and divine aura, causing the clouds in the sky to churn. Read more than 10,000 scrolls. It was as if all the books in the world had flown out, carrying the righteous aura of a scholar as they majestically swept toward Lin Ling. Under the sky, the wind and clouds changed drastically. Ancient books were everywhere. People suspected that even a saint at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm wouldn't be able to block that move. It's the sage aura of the sage of calligraphy. The elder sword-bearing elder frowned. The sage of calligraphy's lineage was an extremely famous lineage in the Qingyun sacred ground. People of this lineage had been fighting with heavenly books since they were young. They were like gentlemen, upright and unyielding. They could borrow the righteous aura of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Rumble. Countless books flew across the mountain range. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was a very domineering attack. It looked like a book, but it was also a kind of energy of heaven and earth. It was righteous aura. Righteous aura was upright and inviolable. Even if it was a leaf, as long as it was wrapped around by righteous aura, it could still kill someone from 1,000 miles away. It was extremely powerful. However, righteous aura? Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back, took a step forward, and shot toward Han Yitzi. This kid is crazy. Many people noticed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to want to engage in close combat. However, he couldn't get close enough. Book immortal among men? What was an immortal? It was beyond the imagination of humans. This was an immortal. What was a book immortal? That was an immortal who could control the books of heaven and earth. Lin Ling couldn't get close to Han Yitzi at all. You overestimate yourself. Han Yitzi smiled disdainfully. Around him, above, below, left, and right, books were dancing in the air. It was impossible for anyone to get close to him. The word immortal was displayed by him without reservation. Villain, you're going to suffer. Many people stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was getting closer to Han Yitzi. However, more and more books were shot out, blocking Lin Ling's escape route. In other words, Lin Ling was going to be drowned by the sea of books. There were more than 10,000 books. The books contained heaven and earth, and the vicissitudes of the sea. The 10,000 books represented the endless mountains and sea drowning Lin Ling. Pop. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was drowned. The 10,000 books emitted light and closed, turning into an ancient golden book. It was like a book that sealed demons. Lin Ling was sealed in the book. If you don't admit your mistake, you're dead. Han Yitzi smiled disdainfully. He had taught the villain Lin Ling a lesson on behalf of Bingjuzi. Many saints were also cheering in high spirits. Only Yin Yuer and Yumun Yun were frowning. Their faces were full of worry. Sword piercing the clouds. However, at this moment, a ray of light that was even more dazzling than the golden book bloomed. A sword stretched out from the book and slashed fiercely. Swoosh. The book seemed to be cut by scissors and split into two. Morality has been severed. The experts from the various holy lands sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that morality was the most upright of all. In ancient times, there were scholars who had no martial strength, but they could rely on their morality to speak eloquently. They relied on their mouths to defeat countless powerful enemies. But now, the most upright morality had been severed. How was this possible? Unless the evil surpassed the righteous, or that sword was more upright than Han Yitzi's morality. But this was even more impossible. A villain more upright than the book immortal? This must be a joke. Swoosh. At the same time, the golden sword slashed again, cutting the golden book into pieces. Then, a slender figure seemed to walk out of the void. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden glow of righteousness. It was like a protective aura. The sword in his hand was even more upright, as if a human emperor had descended. Level 2 Profound meaning of morality. The old sword-wielding elder narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Book Immortal of Men, Han Yitzi, this person had comprehended the profound meaning of 10,000 scrolls. He had borrowed the righteous qi from the scrolls, allowing the righteous qi to surround his body, making him impervious to all evil. However, their Bodhi Saint Palace's villain Lin Ling also had righteous qi surrounding his body, but the difference was that Lin Ling's righteous qi was overwhelming. Ironic, incomparably ironic. If other people had overwhelming morality, this would make sense, but the villain Lin Ling actually had overwhelming morality? This scene was like a slap to everyone's face. Han Yitzi still had a mocking smile on his face, but it seemed to have been frozen in time. Book Immortal? In the distance, Lin Ling walked over step by step, and the smile on his face deepened. Go to hell, 10,000 scrolls crush. Go! Han Yitzi was furious. This humiliation was not light for him. The 10,000 scrolls' profound meaning had reached level 2, and he wanted to clash with Lin Ling's morality. Rumble! The sky changed color, and it was as if the world's path of righteousness and benevolence was about to crush Lin Ling. Chapter 966. I did. I can't be the first to worry about the worries of the world, and the last to enjoy the pleasures of the world. But I can maintain my original heart, and not be invaded by external things. Even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, I will not change until death. Lin Ling raised his sword. Overwhelming righteous energy rolled out, holy and majestic, as if he wanted to kill all demons and devils in the world. There was only one thing in his nature energy, and that was to persevere in himself. One sword to break all spells. An incomparably resplendent sword slashed out. The clash of two profound meanings was also a clash of the hearts of martial arts. Tens of thousands of books were cut in half by the sword. The morality in the books could not compare to the awe-inspiring morality. After all, the morality in the books came from the books, while the awe-inspiring morality came from Lin Ling's heart. The sword sliced through tens of thousands of books and then flew towards Han Yitzi, causing his expression to change drastically. He instinctively dodged, but he was still too slow. The scholar's jade crown on his head was also sliced off, causing his hair to be disheveled. He looked indescribably pathetic. Amazing! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock, disbelief, and even stupefaction. Book Immortal among humans? Amidst the shock, Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded out once more. There was still a smile on his face, and he appeared to be both righteous and evil, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Villain? Overwhelming righteousness? Compared to Lin Ling, Han Yitzi was more like a villain. Han Yitzi was more like a toad. He wanted to protect the flower, but he had found the wrong opponent. Bastard! Profound arts of the saints. Kneel. Han Yitzi's hair was disheveled, but he seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, and an ancient aura bloomed. Obviously, he had used his strongest trump card, the profound meaning of the saints from the lineage of the master of calligraphy. Rumble. The profoundness that carried boundless majesty erupted, causing the entire mountain peak to shake. Even the void started to shake. Below the mountain peak, many saints broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, they felt their breathing quicken and their mouths dry. The profoundness of a saint was even more terrifying than the profoundness of 10,000 scrolls. What a pure soul force! Among the countless saints, an eye opened between the eyebrows of a young man. It was as if he was looking down on the world, looking towards the mountain peak. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that this was a pure soul force attack. It could kill without leaving a trace, and it could intimidate all living beings in the world. As a matter of fact, the ultimate cultivation of the branch of the Sage of Calligraphy was the soul force. All the ultimacies and the royal physique were the foundation for the cultivation of the soul force. Angry from embarrassment? Lin Ling faintly smiled. An endless amount of soul force came crashing down. At first, he was a bit worried, but after coming into contact with it, he realized that this soul force was far too weak. Ever since his mother had helped him awaken his eyes, he didn't even know what limit his soul force had reached. But now, he was vaguely familiar with it. Kneel. When the sage's aura enveloped him, Lin Ling roared. His voice was like thunder, causing the void to explode. It was as if a pair of all-powerful eyes were looking at Han Yitzi. What? His soul caused the void to riot. The hearts of the experts from the various holy lands trembled fiercely. As everyone knew, soul force was a formless and colorless attack. It rarely caused spiritual energy to fluctuate. But that didn't mean it was impossible. Those with powerful soul force could use their souls to control spiritual energy, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, those with such powerful soul force were very, very few. And now, they could see that the villain Lin Ling's soul force was very frightening. It was just that he hadn't cultivated it enough, causing his control to be somewhat rough. But even so, with that suppressive soul force, it was enough to sweep away the sage's aura. Pooh! Pooh! Han Yitzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His final trump card had been broken, causing his body to tremble. In the end, he couldn't help but kneel down. This scene shocked everyone present. Human book immortal Han Yitzi. Although he was not one of the 6 great Holy Land's holy sons, he still had an illustrious reputation. His ranking among the holy sons was not low. However, today he was completely suppressed by a nameless holy son. His righteousness was suppressed, and even his soul force was suppressed. What kind of freak was that villain Lin Ling? All was silent. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Hee, I've seen many people who put on an act, but after putting on an act, there's still someone who calls himself the book immortal among humans. You're the first. But since you like to put on an act, I'll fulfill your wish. You're the handsome book immortal, and I'm the villain. Lin Ling walked step by step towards Han Yitzi. Han Yitzi struggled to stand up several times, but he couldn't resist the might of Lin Ling's soul force. He could only kneel on the ground, trembling. That feeling was as if he was being crushed into an abyss. If you want me to admit my mistake, I'll make you admit your mistake. Lin Ling smiled. The sword in his hand lightly chopped down. Han Yitzi's beautiful robe was cut into pieces, leaving him half naked on the ground. Then Lin Ling laughed loudly, turned around and left. I didn't do it on purpose. It was still the same sentence from before. But this time, everyone could see that Lin Ling did it on purpose. Lin Ling victory. The experts of the Holy Lands finally announced the results, causing the hearts of the saint children to be extremely complicated. They looked at the carefree youth with his long hair fluttering in the wind, and the word villain in their hearts became even stronger. But that kind of devilish charm, that kind of tyrannical ferocity, that kind of unfathomable strength, penetrated deep into their hearts. In that instant, Lin Ling became one of the most difficult to see through among the saint children, and also one of the dark horses of the 6 holy lands. Lin Ling awesome. After Lin Ling returned to Bodhi Saint Palace, Old Man Sword looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling could be considered the first person from Bodhi Saint Palace to seize a spot, and he had brought great honor to Bodhi Saint Palace. But this way of bringing honor was too shocking. Right now, the name of villain had been deeply rooted. I was lucky. Lin Ling lightly laughed. Beside him, Yang Gan said with difficulty, Lin Ling, Han Yitzi wanted to be the hero saving the beauty, but in the end, his robe was destroyed by you. He really lost face. I didn't do it on purpose. Sorry. Lin Ling lightly shrugged. Immediately, many saint children in the distance revealed anger. The elimination process continued. Other than the predetermined saint children, the other saint children had to fight. Yang Gan also fought, and luckily passed. His strength was slightly stronger, and he easily won 2 rounds. Of course, their opponents could not be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had defeated famous saint children, so the value of his victory was even greater. Old Man Sword looked cold on the surface, but in reality he was laughing in his heart. Although Lin Ling's reputation was not good, he was still a dark horse of Bodhi Saint Palace. However, other than Lin Ling, the other holy lands also had dark horses, such as Lai Qing. This cold girl was very young, but her sword had cut off all hope of becoming a saint child. She was a dark horse even more powerful than Lin Ling. However, her attacks were somewhat pure, relying on the sword. She was a true swordsman. Soul power attacks, cut off with one sword. Profound martial arts, cut off with one sword. She was so domineering, and some people thought that she had already reached the strength of a predetermined saint child. This girl was so dazzling that even Linling was shocked. The 6 Holy Lands had indeed produced geniuses. Your soul power is not bad. Good. Chapter 967. The old tomb opens again, thank you. Lin Ling said indifferently. He felt as if his entire body had been seen through. However, when the eye of time silently appeared in his eyes, it immediately blocked the young man's third eye. Interesting. The young man smiled faintly and no longer looked at Lin Ling. Tisk, Lin Ling, that's the saint child's stellar eyes. Anyone who meets his gaze will be instantly killed. He actually didn't make a move against you. Yang Gan exclaimed. Lin Ling smiled lightly. He guessed that the other party had already used his eyes to suppress him. It was just that he hadn't gotten the upper hand. Of course, the other party clearly hadn't used his full strength. It was just a small test. What is the Star of Saint? Lin Ling asked curiously. The predetermined saint's sons are the Star of Saint's sons. They have mysterious innate talents or unique profoundness, so they are nurtured and their status is higher than the ordinary saint's sons. Yang Gan explained. Shui Zhueyue also spoke up. Our Bodhi Sacred Palace also has the Holy Sun Star. Just look at those people. However, Lin Ling, you also have the initial potential to become a Holy Sun Star. Her heart trembled. Lin Ling, this junior, seemed very ordinary at the start, but the speed of his growth was unexpected. Not only that, she sensed that this ordinary junior seemed to be hiding some unknown secret. Because when Lin Ling did things, he was extremely confident, as if he had something to rely on. I still have a long way to go. Lin Ling smiled modestly. As he looked at the saint's star, his eyes lit up. Those 10 people were all unfathomable, and some of them had already reached the middle stage of the saint spirit realm. They stood there quietly, and although they looked ordinary, one would feel that they couldn't be underestimated after looking at them. One of them noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling also nodded. Soul Force. My current methods are very crude. If it weren't for Han Yitzi, I wouldn't have known that my soul force was so powerful. It seems that if I have the chance, I'll have to find some divine abilities that use soul force. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At the same time, the elimination was over. Many people from the 6 great holy lands looked gloomy, while some were in high spirits. One had to know that not every holy son had the chance to come here. For example, there were many holy sons from Bodhi Sacred Palace who didn't have the chance to come to the Mountain Demon Sea. A total of 18 people from the Bodhi Sacred Palace received the opportunity. Including the 10 that were already decided, there were a total of 28 people. It was a quiet night, but the opening of the tomb was getting closer and closer. From here, you will be able to reach the core of the tomb. There will be many treasures along the way, but there will also be dangers everywhere. It will depend on your luck. Remember, it is best not to fight alone. If you can work together, then work together. Beside a bonfire, old Mother Benlu looked at the saints and said, Of course, you have to have someone you can absolutely trust. Be careful of the saints from the other holy lands. They won't have any scruples in front of treasures. After all, there are no seniors inside, and they will be even more unscrupulous. The old sword-bearing elder reminded. It wasn't the first time that the holy sons went out to train, so they understood. Not to mention the holy sons from the other holy lands, they didn't even trust the holy sons from the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Treasures moved people's hearts. In front of benefits, anyone would give up everything, unless their relationship was really good. At the same time, on the side of the Qingyun sacred ground, Han Yitzi's face was extremely gloomy. Previously, he lost the qualification. That was fine, but he was even more humiliated. The book Immortal of Human had his clothes torn in a battle. He was in such a sorry state that he had become the laughingstock of the 6 great holy lands. The funniest thing was that he stood on the moral high ground to criticize the villain, but in the end he was humiliated. The villain was nobler and more moral than him. This made him feel ashamed. Yitzi, the sage of calligraphy, has told me that you must be reborn in this trip to the ancient tomb. Although you have been disqualified, the green cloud holy ground will still give you a chance to enter the ancient tomb again. An old man appeared beside Han Yitzi, causing Han Yitzi's heart to skip a beat. The trip to the tomb will also be your chance. When you come out, wash away your shame. The old man said again and left slowly. Han Yitzi's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling, I will definitely take revenge for this. On the other hand, Bing Zhuzi was not so lucky. She had lost her chance, but her sister could enter. Sister, if I see her, I will take revenge for you. Lei Zhuzi's face was incomparably cold. Lightning flashed in her eyes. Lin Ling could eliminate anyone, but he could not eliminate her sister. Time passed quietly. When dawn broke on the second day, everyone stood up. In the sky, a black dot appeared. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Great World Hand. In the sixth shaman's sacred ground, an expert slammed his hand and forcefully tore open the void. The experts from the other sacred grounds also made their moves. The entrance was a very small void. Only Almighties could open the void and connect it to the tomb. Moreover, the void had a time limit. It would only appear once a year. If one missed it, it would not appear again. Rumble. The void grew bigger and bigger. Many saints were excited. Was that the place where they would become stronger? Lin Ling was also excited. Currently, his strength in the rainforest's sacred ground was not bad, but he still lacked the strength to control everything. In this trip to the tomb, he would greatly increase his strength. Going quick. There's only an incense stick's worth of time. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Finally, an old man shouted anxiously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the saints shot up into the sky. There were more than 180 of them, and Lin Ling was among them. He had entered the old tomb once again, and this time, he wondered if he would encounter the mysterious expert from before. Not good. When Lin Ling followed the crowd into the sky, the void in the sky began to shrink. The passage was about to close. Everyone's expression changed, and they all increased their speed. Die, villain! At this moment, a cold shout came from behind Lin Ling. A destructive palm fiercely slapped toward him. It seemed slow, but it seemed to have a mysterious charm. In an instant, it closed the distance and appeared 5 meters behind Lin Ling. The person who came was very sinister. It was impossible to guard against this attack. After all, if Lin Ling could not block it in time or was injured, he might miss the tomb. Bastard! On the ground below, the old man holding the sword roared. The experts from the sacred grounds were present, but the saint dared to make a move. Was he trying to break the balance between the sacred grounds? He wanted to help Lin Ling, but the distance was too far, and the time was too short. 10 directions whirled lotus. Lin Ling's expression became serious. He stepped into the air and quickly reached out his left hand. Flames appeared in his palm like a whirlpool, and a sacred lotus bloomed. Moreover, he saw who attacked him. It was a young man with a head of white hair. This person's face was cold, and his eyes were small, filled with ruthlessness and indifference. However, Lin Ling did not know this person, so there should not be any conflict between them. Villain, you can die now. Die. At this moment, on the other side, lightning bloomed as if Lei Gong was angry. It turned into a finger and shot toward Lin Ling. Chapter 968. Labyrinth Corridor, Lei Zhuzi. Lei Zhuzi. The saints on the side narrowed their eyes and chose to watch from the sidelines. Their bodies shot towards the void even faster. They could see that Lin Ling was about to be eliminated from the ancient tomb. After all, even if Lin Ling was a dark horse, he wasn't the strongest among the saints. Moreover, with the two of them attacking, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be severely injured. Lei Zhuzi and Bing Zhuzi were his elder sisters. Lin Ling naturally saw it too. It was a beautiful woman who looked exactly the same as Bing Zhuzi. This made his heart burn with rage. The battle between him and Bing Zhuzi was a fair one. Bing Zhuzi wouldn't give up the chance to enter the ancient tomb, and neither would Lin Ling. In that case, no one could blame the other for losing. However, after Bing Juzi lost, all the Saint Princes treated Lin Ling as a villain, and Bing Juzi didn't come out to clarify the matter. Lin Ling didn't care about this. What he didn't expect was that Bing Juzi's sister would join forces with others to attack him at such a critical moment. Extreme boundary. At this moment, a cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. An incomparably terrifying red lightning shot out. Rumble. In front of him, the giant palm seemed to have been shattered by something, turning into glass-like fragments. That's the Three Realms dazzling palm. It has a small portion of the power to freeze time. It was actually broken. The crowd was shocked. Who exactly helped Lin Ling? Under countless gazes, a snow-white figure appeared beside Lin Ling. It was an Yuer. At the same time, with an Yuer's help, Lin Ling didn't have to face the two saints' sinister attacks. He fiercely slapped out with his left hand. The 10-directional world lotus with rolling flames collided with the lightning finger on the other side. Rumble. Lightning and fire collided. A blinding light exploded in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, but the lightning and fire melted each other. If it weren't for the powerful saints in the sky, the explosion of power would have been enough to affect them. At this moment, the saints' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so lucky. It seemed that he had passed this tribulation. Then, they all madly shot towards the void passage. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Boundless demon eye. Lin Ling looked at the white-haired young man who was laughing coldly in the distance. His terrifying soul power was released. It was as if time had frozen. The smile on the white-haired young man's face instantly froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had forgotten about Lin Ling's soul power. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't have time to say more. He grabbed an Yuer's hand and shot madly toward the void passage. Right now, entering the tomb was the most important thing. The revenge of the lightning bead had to be put aside for the time being. Bastard. Lei Juzi eyes. Sedai, Juzi, Juzi's. As for the other white-haired youth, he wasn't so lucky. By the time he reacted, the void tunnel was getting smaller and smaller. The path to becoming stronger was getting closer and closer to him. This caused his eyes to widen. Previously, Lei Juzi had invited him to help. In order to win the heart of the beauty, he had immediately agreed. After all, although Lin Ling was powerful, he still didn't put him in his eyes. Who would have thought that at the most critical moment, Lin Ling would counterattack? Although he didn't defeat him, he made him lose his chance to enter the ancient tomb. The white-haired youth roared and anxiously chased after Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late. The opportunity had disappeared in an instant. Pitiful Wu Yu, he shot himself in the foot. He missed such a good opportunity. Many people below sneered. At the same time, old man holding sword rose from the ground. A sword seemed to come from the void, ruthlessly slashing towards the white-haired youth. Stop, old man holding sword. You dare to kill a saint of my wavering light holy land? Below, a middle-aged man angrily shouted. Don't forget the rules of the Six Saints Alliance. Before the Heavenly Fall era, all saints are precious and cannot attack each other. He has violated the rules of the Alliance. Old man holding sword's cold voice came from the sky. With a slash of his sword, the white-haired youth turned into nothingness. In fact, if he had arrived at the ancient tomb, everything would have been fine. After entering, old man holding sword wouldn't be able to kill him. When he came out, his strength would be greatly improved, and the wavering light holy land would protect him. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake and lost the whole situation. On the ground, the middle-aged man from the wavering light holy land looked extremely ugly. However, when he thought of the agreement of the Six Saints Alliance, he snorted and remembered this hatred. Rumble. At the same time, in the ancient tomb, the saints were distributed in various corridors. Those were the void corridors. Just like the ancient tomb that Lin Ling had entered before, they couldn't use spiritual qi. Otherwise, the corridors would collapse and everyone would die. Lin Ling's body appeared. He looked around and didn't see many saints. He then looked ahead. It was ancient and mysterious, as if he had come to a corridor in the city wall. It was dim and he couldn't see the end. Thank you for before. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the peerless beauty beside him. He was holding in Yuer's hand before, so they were together after entering. Hee, it's my honor to be able to help you once. It's a pity that I was in a hurry and was separated from Sister Mengyun. And Yuer smiled gently. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings. She gave people the impression that she was a fairy under the moonlight. Therefore, the fact that she could say this meant that she was happy in her heart. Lin Ling also smiled. He held in Yuer's hand even tighter. And Yuer and he hadn't seen each other for a long time. And Yuer naturally noticed this small action, which made her heart beat wildly. This is the Void Corridor. It seems that I can't use spiritual qi casually. I have to find the next exit. Lin Ling knew that he had to be careful in this mysterious place. Therefore, he looked at the ancient corridor and said indifferently, "Let's go forward." After that, Lin Ling led Yuer forward slowly. The corridor wasn't dark. There was ancient dust on the ground, and some ancient bones could be vaguely seen. Obviously, this was left behind by the predecessors. There was a bronze door at the side of the corridor every now and then. However, Lin Ling was cautious and didn't open it casually. The two of them walked forward for a full 2 hours, but there was still no end to the corridor. This corridor is really long. And Yuer said softly. However, she didn't feel bored. Perhaps she was satisfied even if she had to spend every day like this with Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled gently. He thought of the time when he met Yuer in the Guyen sect. And Yuer was the first girl he met. Among all the girls, Yuer's temperament was the most elegant. She was like a fairy who wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. However, Lin Ling's expression became serious after he smiled. It's not that the corridor is long. It's that there's no end here. What? And Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed. At the same time, the bronze door at the side opened. 3 figures slowly walked into the corridor. When the 3 of them saw Lin Ling, they were obviously surprised. It's still a corridor. One of them frowned and said. Lin Ling had a terrifying thought. A labyrinth corridor. Chapter 969. Humiliating. And Yuer, why are you here? At this time, one of them looked at Yuer and asked. This man was about 20 years old. His long hair was tied behind his head. He wasn't tall, but he was full of masculine aura. He was extremely wise and mighty. The other 2 also looked at Yuer and laughed. They all knew Yuer, but ignored Lin Ling, young barbarian King Jianghu. And Yuer said indifferently. She seemed to know these 3 holy sons. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Young barbarian King Jianghu was the star holy son of the 6th shaman Holy Land. He had a powerful shaman body and could transform into a shaman god. He had heard of this person from Yang Qian. We cooperated with the holy sons before, so we know them. And Yuer didn't pay attention to young barbarian King Fujitor. She explained to Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would misunderstand. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. And Yuer was the holy son. It seemed that her strength should be very powerful. However, Lin Ling wasn't surprised. Everyone had their own path of martial arts. If even Lin Ling could become powerful, then Yuer and the others would naturally have the same possibility. Ah! Young barbarian King Fujitor's eyes flickered. He greeted Yuer, but she didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she talked to an unfamiliar youth. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The other 2 were also the same. After all, young barbarian King Fujitor was the descendant of the 6th shaman Holy Land's barbarian king. He was also the star holy son. Compared to young barbarian king, that youth was like a loach at the bottom of the water. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the villain Lin Ling. You luckily escaped a calamity. Your luck is really good. One of them recognized Lin Ling. Lin Ling was startled for a moment. His eyes became ice cold. He was still boiling with anger when he talked about the sneak attack. These holy sons regarded him as a villain. Each of them wanted to teach him a lesson under the banner of morality. Frankly speaking, they just wanted to win the favor of the beauty. Where did these 3 dogs come from? However, Lin Ling quickly chuckled softly, and this caused the pupils of young barbarian King Fujitor and the other 2 people to constrict. This villain dared to call them dogs? Your breath stinks. Take back what you said before. Also, swallow your saliva. One of the three spat on the ground and shouted coldly. They came from the 6 Shaman Holy Land, and they had noble statuses. They were the holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace, and there were only a few people that they could be afraid of. Moreover, the young barbarian king was here as well. So, when had it been this villain's turn to be arrogant? Bah! Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he spat at that person. Since that person was shameless, he didn't need to give him any face. The saliva pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. The three of them did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold. They wanted Lin Ling to swallow the saliva on the ground, but Lin Ling immediately retaliated by spraying saliva at them. This made them furious. One of them still had Lin Ling's saliva on his face. His face stiffened. You want to die? The young barbarian king, Fujitor, also had a cold gaze. His hands were behind his back, but a murderous aura pervaded the air. The 6 Shaman Holy Land was the most domineering, not to mention that he was the son of the barbarian king. I want to die? However, Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He was calm and composed, and he didn't even look at the three of them as he continued to walk forward with an yuer. This kind of disregard clearly infuriated the three of them. This villain Lin Ling was so arrogant, especially the holy son whose face still had Lin Ling's saliva. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Kill. Domineering King Fist. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, took a large step forward, and his fist broke through the air. It was incomparably domineering, and it actually caused the corridor to shake. The power of the barbarian king. Among all the stars of saints, his physical strength was ranked first. However, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, turned around and said calmly, "Do you want to die together? Idiot, don't forget where you are." His voice was like a great bell, and it made the young barbarian king, Fujitor's body tremble, and he abruptly stopped his domineering king fist. Yes, he almost forgot that this was the void passage. If the spirit energy exploded, it would cause the void passage to collapse, and everyone would die. Lin Ling was only a villain of the younger generation, but he had the noble barbarian king bloodline. It wasn't worth it to die with Lin Ling. The fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's face. The strong wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, and it made him look even more arrogant and unruly. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and lightly waved it. Slap. A crisp slap fell on the young barbarian king's face. Get lost. In addition to the slap, there was also Lin Ling's mocking voice. These people thought he was a villain, and they could bully him however they wanted. Moreover, they still stood on the moral high ground when they bullied him. This made Lin Ling feel very disgusted. Therefore, no matter if it was the Holy Sun's star or something else, he would still slap them. What? The pupils of the two people in the distance condensed. Lin Ling was crazy. He could have slapped anyone's face, but he chose to slap the young barbarian king's face. Did he want to incur the barbarian king's wrath? You slapped me. Young barbarian King Fujitor's pupils opened wide. No one had dared to slap his face since he was a child. He was a proud son of heaven in the 6 Shaman Holy Land. Not to mention slapping his face, even cursing him would make the barbarian race move out and annihilate the other party's entire clan. Lin Ling nodded. He slowly stretched out his hand and slapped again. Is the sound of the slap not clear enough? Slap. Slap. It was another slap. It seemed as if he wanted to tell young barbarian King Fujitor that this was a slap. You will die without a doubt. Young barbarian King Fujitor shouted angrily in a deep voice. These words are useless. Lin Ling gently smiled. He was completely unscrupulous. Soon after, he took an yuer with him and moved forward again. Young barbarian King Fujitor's entire body trembled as he stood in the same place. He couldn't say anything. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was somewhat afraid. This boy is crazy. If we leave this place, I will kill him first. The other two people were also gnashing their teeth in anger. However, Lin Ling had already left with an yuer. On the way, Lin Ling drew a mark on the wall. Then, he continued to move forward. After an hour, another mark appeared on the wall. This meant that this void corridor was connected, and the only exit seemed to be the bronze doors on both sides of the corridor. During this process, young barbarian king and the other two people were also looking for the exit. They kept going in and out of the bronze doors. However, the result was that there was a connecting corridor behind the doors, and it led them back to the starting point. In the end, they met Lin Ling once again. Are you stupid? If you can find the exit just by entering the bronze doors, then why is this place called a labyrinth corridor? Lin Ling looked at the three people and sneered in ridicule. Villain, don't be too arrogant. One of them shouted angrily. If they were outside, then even 10 Lin Ling wouldn't be a match for them. However, they could only look at Lin Ling complacently in this place. What can you do to me? Lin Ling looked at the three people with disdain. These three people were complacent and arrogant, but they didn't allow others to fight back. They said that others were arrogant as soon as they fought back. They simply couldn't see themselves clearly. Soon after, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the three people. The Eye of Time quietly appeared. He could only rely on the Eye of Time now. Lin Ling, some of the other Holy Land's holy sons know how to leave this corridor. However, those holy sons seem to have great origins. They have seniors to guide them. And Yuer said from the side. This meant that the holy sons who didn't know the exit would either die of old age here, or try their luck to find the exit. Not everyone with great origins knows the exit. For example, these three barbarians have great origins, but they don't know the exit. Chapter 970. A Treasure House 3 Barbarians? Young barbarian King Fujitor and the others were also looking for the exit in the corridor. Their hair stood on end, and their bodies trembled as they heard Lin Ling's words. Okay, let's go this way. Lin Ling's gaze finally fell on a bronze door. He had used the Eye of Time to accelerate the flow of time, but he had discovered that people had walked through all the bronze doors in the endless years, but this one hadn't. Nonsense. And Yuer, I think we should go this way. Young barbarian King Fujitor frowned, and said as he pointed at another bronze door. He had seen Enyuer walking close to the villain Lin Ling, and his heart was burning with fear. Enyuer glanced at young barbarian king, and her beautiful face was cold. She didn't say a word, and followed Lin Ling forward. That villain! Young barbarian King Fujitor clenched his teeth. He couldn't understand why one of the top beauties of the Water Moon Holy Land would take a fancy to the villain Lin Ling. After all, he was several times more powerful than Lin Ling in terms of origin, strength, and innate talent. That ant is abominable. The other two also felt humiliated. However, the three of them looked at each other and then followed Lin Ling. They didn't have any clue about the exit at present, so they wanted to try their luck. Their previous words were just to make Enyuer follow them and leave Lin Ling alone. Don't follow me if you have the ability. Lin Ling detected that the three of them were following him, and said with a faint smile. However, young barbarian King Fujitor and the other two remained silent. It was obvious that they were extremely thick-skinned. Lin Ling didn't stop them. Firstly, he couldn't stop them. Secondly, he didn't know what was behind the bronze door. So, he would have more scapegoats if more people entered. The bronze door was opened, and dust spread everywhere. The light inside was dim. It was a sealed secret room, and there was only a window in the corner. There was a bed, a table, and a chair in the secret room. Several kinds of spirit mushrooms and snow lotuses were placed on the table, and they were bright and resplendent. It was obvious that they were extraordinary things. 9 flowers human lotus. The young barbarian king was very knowledgeable. So, he stared at the snow lotus and said in shock. It was said that as long as the 9 melody lotus grew for 90,000 years, it would be able to transform into a human. It possessed the essence of the wood of heaven and earth and could provide a massive amount of life force to martial artists. And that 9 melody mortal lotus had at least 8,000 years of history. Other than the 9 melody lotus, there was also the illusory rainbow Ganoderma. This type of Ganoderma was able to swallow the clouds and drive the mist, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and constantly changing its color. It was also a supreme treasure. Look at that broadsword. Everyone looked at the side of the bed. There was a purple broadsword placed beside the bed. It looked majestic. Besides that, there was also a red spear. It looked extremely extraordinary. It was at least at the level of a spiritual weapon. This was a treasure vault. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Go! Young barbarian King Fujitor waved his hand, and his eyes were filled with greed. Wait, this place was brought in by Linling. Although everyone has a share, we should split it equally. And Yuer immediately shouted, Sorry, the treasures belong to those who are capable. However, young barbarian King sneered coldly. He didn't care about morality or justice. This made Yuer crease her eyebrows. These people were too excessive. Don't pay attention to them. Yuer, do you see the mirror beside the bed? Get it immediately. Linling wasn't surprised by their greed. However, every minute and every second was extremely crucial at this moment. Therefore, he immediately reminded them. Soon after, he took a large stride and shot forward. The treasures belong to me. Young barbarian King Fujitor and the other two sensed that Linling had also made a move. So, their speed became a little faster. However, Linling didn't fight with them for the heavenly treasures on the table, nor did he fight for the divine weapons beside the bed. Instead, he pounced in the direction of the bed. He saw a black cloak there. It seemed that its original owner had casually used it to protect himself from the cold when the weather was cold. However, it must be somewhat extraordinary if it could appear here. Moreover, his eye of time could also see that the treasures on the table had already been eliminated by time. Linling quickly held the cloak in his hand. Then he looked around. The young barbarian king and the others had already obtained the treasures. Linling looked at the side of the bed again. He discovered that there was a bronze lamp beside the bed. The candle in the wick of the lamp was still burning. It looked very ordinary on the surface. However, this secret room had existed for an unknown period of time. However, the bronze lamp was still burning. This meant that this lamp was somewhat extraordinary. Linling also put away this bronze lamp. Rumble. Meanwhile, it seemed as if someone had touched something in the secret room. It seemed as if some taboo had been touched. The wall on the other side of the room began to collapse. It revealed the void and crushed everything. That pearl. A white pearl was revealed after the wall collapsed. It had an extremely mysterious appearance. Someone on the young barbarian king's side cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, they missed it because the wall had begun to be crushed by the void. They couldn't approach it. Not good, we must leave this place. Everyone's heart trembled. They would be crushed by the void if they stayed in the room. However, the other side of the bronze door had been crushed by the void at this moment. This meant that they had no way to leave. Window! Linling shouted in a low voice at the crucial moment. It was a critical moment now. If they were a step slower, they would die here. Extreme realm. Yuer understood his intention. Her pupils became very red. A red lightning struck out and shattered the window. This was a soul power attack. Everyone didn't dare to stay here. They shot out of the window. Rumble. They had just left when the room turned into the void. This made everyone's heart tremble. They had narrowly escaped death. Although we almost died, our luck is pretty good. We all obtained precious treasures. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, and the other two laughed excitedly. They were sure to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Yuer was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror was simple and mysterious. It made her smile faintly. She had obviously sensed the extraordinariness of this mirror. Moreover, she wouldn't have known that this mirror was so powerful if it wasn't for Linling's reminder. As for Linling, he was even more excited. He had obtained 2 precious treasures. One was a cloak. He had investigated it before. This was a cloak that could conceal one's body. It was called the Three Realms Cloak. It was a rare heavenly weapon. Wearing the cloak would make one disappear from the 3 realms. Their aura would disappear, and no one would be able to detect them. As for the bronze lamp, Linling hadn't sensed anything mysterious about it. However, he immediately sensed an incomparably terrifying ancient aura when his soul power poured into the lamp. You guys are so stupid. You actually took some trash treasures. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, looked at Linling proudly. He was the barbarian king's son. He was very knowledgeable. His knowledge naturally surpassed Lin Ling's. Therefore, when he entered the treasury, he immediately seized the precious treasures. However, Lin Ling was only an idiot. He actually took some worthless things. This was equivalent to going to the treasury for nothing. The other two also took joy in their misfortune. After all, it was Lin Ling who had led them into the treasury. However, the precious treasures were seized by them. How could they not be happy? Although the 9-melody lotus is very precious, it can only be planted with earth of the 5 elements. Once it loses the earth of the 5 elements, the lotus will wither. Therefore, you guys are sure that you really got the treasure. Chapter 971. Mysterious expert arrives. What? Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils constricted. He hastily took out the lotus he had collected. The lotus began to wither and turned into ashes. It felt as if it had been taken out of time. Once a lotus was taken out of the treasury, it couldn't escape the elimination of time. How can this be? The heavenly treasures that the others had obtained also withered, and their spirit energy dissipated. We are so stupid and you are so smart. Look at the spirit tools in your hands. Lin Ling faintly smiled and said again. They looked at the spirit tools they had obtained, and discovered that they had dimmed. The rich spirit energy had also disappeared, and they had turned into ordinary spirit tools. They were stunned on the spot, as if they had been struck by lightning. That secret room had the ability to lock time. But everything returned to normal after leaving. So, I don't know whether we are stupid or you are stupid. Lin Ling's voice filled with schadenfreude floated out. The pupils of young barbarian King Fugitor's group constricted. So, they hadn't obtained anything. Lin Ling had obtained a treasure. They couldn't see its effect, but Lin Ling was so confident that the treasure wouldn't be weak. Hand it over. Young barbarian King Fugitor's complexion was ice cold. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. They had been complacent about obtaining a treasure. But who would have thought that they would be fishing for the moon in the water? He felt that the 3 of them were very stupid. The brighter the treasure, the more useless it is sometimes. And the dimmer the treasure, on the contrary, is the real treasure. Lin Ling was as calm as before, but there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. This worry didn't come from young barbarian King Fugitor, but from the ancient flame devil in his body. He had sensed that the ancient flame devil's soul had awakened. It was somewhat weak, but it was constantly reminding Lin Ling that a powerful enemy had arrived. This powerful enemy could make the ancient flame devil's soul afraid. It was undoubtedly that mysterious expert from the old tomb. The ancient flame devil's soul had made Lin Ling leave at once. That expert had sensed the ancient flame devil's aura, and was frantically rushing over. I told you to hand it over, didn't you hear me? The young barbarian King Fugitor also sensed that this place didn't seem to be the void corridor. Instead, it was inside a garden. The spirit energy in the surroundings was rich, and an ancient aura was pervading the air. This meant that he could attack now. You want to get the treasure? Sure, but that person has to agree. Lin Ling laughed carelessly. Suddenly he pointed to the front. A black figure had unknowingly appeared there. It was burly and majestic, standing on top of a rock like a statue. His eyes coldly stared at everyone, but in reality, most of them were focused on Lin Ling. He dares to help you? Courting death. Young barbarian King Fugitor's gaze swept over, and his pupils became even colder. Previously, he had been suppressing himself painstakingly. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare to do so. Now that he had been released, what else could he be afraid of? I thought I would never see you again in this life. Who would have thought that you would dare to come to the old tomb? A low voice floated out from the mouth of the black figure, as if it was the king of hell that had awakened from the depths of the 9 nether abyss. Shut up. Who told you to talk? However, young barbarian King Fugitor coldly shouted as soon as his voice fell, and the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a smile. This barbarian king's son was quite overbearing. Did he think that this was still the Holy Land? Courting death. That black figure's entire body emitted surging devil energy, and his figure gradually became clear. His skin was gray, and there were many green tattoos on the surface of his skin. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a sorcerer god, but also like an ancient devil. That dreadful aura finally made young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils condense. Who was this person? What a dreadful strength! Yuksha's arm. A voice floated out from that man's mouth, and the devil energy rippled out. It was as if a Yuksha had descended and caused the earth to shake. Soon after, a huge black Yuksha's arm appeared from the earth and ferociously grabbed towards young barbarian King Fugitor. This grab was incomparably sharp, and it seemed as if a Yuksha from hell had reached out to the human world. Lin Ling's pupils condensed even more. This time, he had finally witnessed the strength of that mysterious powerhouse. Leave immediately and don't worry about me, Lin Ling anxiously said, and this made Inuer's beautiful eyes condense. She didn't say anything more, and her body shot into the distance. Fortunately, that man's current target was Lin Ling and young barbarian King Fugitor. He must capture Lin Ling, and as for young barbarian King Fugitor, he thought that he was Lin Ling's friend or bodyguard. After all, young barbarian King Fugitor was too arrogant before. Bang! That dreadful Yuksha's arm grabbed them, and its claws flickered with cold light. It immediately clawed the two holy sons into pieces, and they were unstoppable. Tyrannical barbarian King Fist. Bang! Young barbarian King Fugitor's complexion changed dramatically. His right arm enlarged and he blasted out a punch. Rumble. However, how could he block that man's Yuksha's arm with his strength? Therefore, young barbarian King Fugitor's right arm was clawed until it exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and his complexion turned pale as he frantically retreated. He knew that this was a powerhouse from the old tomb, and he wasn't someone he could fight against. However, after he fled far away, he discovered that the man didn't pay any attention to him. On the contrary, he was looking at Lin Ling with malice. This meant that he had helped Lin Ling block a calamity before. Bastard! Young barbarian King Fugitor roared. He was a dignified holy son, and killing Lin Ling was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had suffered several losses at the hands of Lin Ling today. Thank you, I'll treat you to a drink next time. Lin Ling's voice transmitted from afar, and it made young barbarian King Fugitor even more furious. Soon after, a black cloak appeared behind Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's feet started to become transparent. Moreover, it spread all the way to his waist, neck, and head, and gradually disappeared from his original place. In the distance, young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had disappeared, and he must have obtained a treasure from the treasury. Lin Ling was so lucky. 3 Realms Cloak, I didn't expect you to find this heavenly soldier. As for the mysterious man, he let out a surprised voice. Obviously, he recognized that treasure, and he had been looking for it all along. Unfortunately, the old tomb was too big, and even he didn't have the ability to search every corner. Therefore, he had failed in the end. But now, that damn junior had seized that treasure. He was really lucky. He was very clear about the might of the 3 Realms Cloak. It could make one's aura disappear within the 3 realms of man, devil, and demon. Unless it was a top-notch almighty expert, no one could find it. Of course, this cloak also had a flaw, and that was that one couldn't use martial arts while using it. Otherwise, one's figure would be revealed. Where the hell did he go? The mysterious man let out a sky-shaking roar. He had finally found that junior, but that junior was too cunning, and he had disappeared from his sight once again. Therefore, his gaze quickly fell on young barbarian King Fugitor. Young barbarian King Fugitor's body trembled, and he immediately turned around and ran. He had been implicated by Lin Ling. Quafu chasing sun. His speed was incomparably fast, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed with every step he took. However, a huge arm came sweeping from behind, and heavily patted young barbarian King Fugitor's back. It made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was unexpectedly corroded by the devil energy. He would have died long ago if his wizard body wasn't so powerful. Chapter 972. Death's Garden. At this moment, Lin Ling did not move. He stood quietly on the spot. If he had not luckily obtained the three-realm cloak, he would have died here today. Kid, your luck is not bad, and so is your courage. The ancient flame devil's soul had awakened. It clicked its tongue at Lin Ling. It had thought that Lin Ling was doomed, but who knew that Lin Ling still had such a treasure? I say, don't gloat. That guy is watching me. How do I get out of here? Okay. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Wait. Okay. The ancient flame devil said calmly. The mysterious man still stood there, looking around. He looked at where Lin Ling was a few times, not letting go of a single speck of dust. Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the search disappeared. However, the mysterious man was very patient. He did not leave and continued to wander around. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only continue to waste time with him. After a long time, the mysterious man finally disappeared. It was as if the demonic aura had never appeared. Okay, Yen is finally gone. Okay. The ancient flame devil said softly. It seemed to have relaxed. Then it said, let's go. Okay. Wait. Okay. Lin Ling said cautiously. As soon as he said that, the demonic aura appeared again and formed the outline of the mysterious man. That was close. If Lin Ling had been careless, he would have been caught by the mysterious man. Then even the Three Realms cloak would have been useless. However, although the mysterious man appeared quickly this time, he also disappeared quickly. It seemed that he was sure that Lin Ling was no longer there. You are amazing. Okay. The ancient flame devil was speechless for a long time. Finally, it sighed. Just luck. Okay. Lin Ling smiled softly, but there was fear in his smile. Then he looked into the distance and his heart grew heavy. Right now, he was still too weak. He had to become stronger. Yen is going to the southeast. Remember, don't go near that direction. You can go anywhere else. Okay. The ancient flame devil's soul checked and then pointed out to Lin Ling, southeast. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Suddenly he made a bold decision. Let's go southeast. Are you crazy? The soul of the ancient flame devil exclaimed. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Lin Ling chuckled, causing the ancient flame devil soul to shake its head continuously, unable to accept Lin Ling's terrifying thoughts. This brat was simply a madman. After that, Lin Ling rushed towards the southeast. Now that he had the three-realm cloak, as long as he didn't use any martial arts, no one would be able to find him easily. Therefore, he wanted to see what exactly was in the southeast where the mysterious man had gone. Crazy, crazy! The soul of the ancient flame devil continued to speak, shocking Lin Ling's courage. Along the way, Lin Ling was able to see the world inside the old tomb. The sky was gray and the ground was also gray. It was as if this was a land of devils. Along the way, he didn't see anyone. Occasionally, he would see soaring spiritual energy in the distance, as if a great battle was taking place. It seemed that other than the saint, there were other people here. However, the closer he got to the southeast, the quieter it became, as if it was a forbidden area. In front of him, there were piles of white bones. An ancient stone tablet sat there, with the words, Corpse Plain, engraved on it. The plain was also dead silent. Lin Ling stepped in carefully. At the same time, Little Flame woke up. It scratched the back of its head and then pointed the way for Lin Ling. The plain seemed to be hiding a terrifying danger, but Lin Ling had the three-realm cloak, so he stepped through it safely. Soon, a vast garden appeared in front of him, as if it was a pure land in the human world. Dense spiritual energy rolled out, and there was a stone tablet in front of the garden, with the words, Death God's Garden carved on it. It was a terrifying name, and it was filled with a strange feeling when it appeared in the spiritual herb garden. Chirp, chirp! Little Flame shouted excitedly, as if it had sensed the spiritual herbs in the garden. Lin Ling, this place is a little strange. Be careful. The soul of the ancient flame devil reminded him. Since I'm here, let's go take a look. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources. Now that he saw the spiritual herb garden, he naturally did not want to miss it. Then, Lin Ling stepped into the garden cautiously, but the process was extremely peaceful. In front of him, there were towering trees, ancient spiritual fruits, and rich spiritual spring. This place was indeed a paradise for spiritual herbs. Hee, we've arrived at the back garden of hell. At this moment, a few figures appeared behind him. A few figures in long robes stepped into the garden slowly, and Lin Ling was shocked. There were people here? There were a total of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was an old man, and judging from his ancient clothes, he did not seem to be from the 6 great holy lands. Perhaps he was a martial artist from the ancient tomb. When they saw the spiritual herb garden, their eyes lit up. Hell is indeed the overlord of the ancient tomb. He actually collected so many precious treasures. This is a good thing for our Wings clan. The old man was extremely excited, but he did not seem to notice Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling sensed that the 3 people were extremely powerful. They had probably reached the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. The old man was even at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. The martial artists of the ancient tomb were indeed powerful. Were they foreign martial artists? And what was the Wings clan? Hurry up and collect them. The woman smiled and said. However, just as the 3 of them moved, the old man's expression changed. Oh no, the Grim Reaper is here. This garden is strange. The other 2 people's expressions changed drastically. Then, they realized that a devil's smiling face had appeared behind them. It was as if it was painted on their bodies and could not be removed. One of the men hurriedly took off his clothes, but he realized that the strange smiling face was still on his back. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder there is no one guarding this place. It turns out that entering this garden will cause one to be cursed. The old man seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. At the same time, he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. His vitality slowly dissipated. Finally, he sat down cross-legged and turned into a pile of white bones. The other 2 began to tremble and frantically ran out of the garden. However, one of them grew older and older as they ran. Her hair turned white and scattered in the wind. It was the woman. She let out a terrified scream and finally fell to the ground. She became an old woman and gradually died. The other person was stronger, but he only managed to buy some time. After stepping out of the Death God's garden, he also grew old. Lin Ling saw all of this with his own eyes. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly asked Little Flame to check. However, Little Flame shook his head. There was no smiling face behind Lin Ling. The curse did not seem to be wrapped around Lin Ling. It is the death curse. The ancient flame devil soul said in a serious voice. This curse was laid down with millions of lives. Anyone who steps into the forbidden area will be cursed. Their vitality will dissipate and they will die of old age. But why am I fine? Lin Ling frowned. Chapter 973. Great increase in strength. The ancient flame demon's soul analyzed. However, he wasn't too sure. After all, Lin Ling's path of martial arts was very strong in all areas. It was vast and had many secrets. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had killing intent. He also had righteousness. However, he felt that it wasn't the key to blocking the death Yama curse. The key was his eyes. This was because he had seen a terrifying demon devouring the 3 people who had died. However, the 3 of them couldn't see it at all. All he saw was a smiling face. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that after the 3 of them died, the demon flew towards him. However, it suddenly disappeared halfway. Now that he heard the ancient flame demon's words, Lin Ling felt relieved. This meant that the Death God's garden was indeed terrifying. However, it was a pity that it was useless against Lin Ling. The only thing left to do was to plunder it. Little Flame, don't let go of a single blade of grass. Lin Ling laughed happily, causing Little Flame to also chuckle. With a leap, Little Flame landed on the giant tree that had sprouted from the ground and started to crazily eat those spirit fruits. The treasures here are probably not any weaker than the Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling looked at the vast garden. Such a huge spiritual herb garden was enough to increase his strength greatly. It was also enough for the entire flame core to increase their strength. Lin Ling, you should focus on cultivating your physical body. Soak in the spiritual spring and let the monkey help you plunder the treasures. The ancient flame demon's soul reminded. Lin Ling's physical body was very strong. However, it still lacked the nourishment of treasures. It wouldn't be good for him in the long run. However, now Lin Ling finally had the chance to refine his physical body. That is the Immortal Spring. Legend has it that if an ordinary person consumes a drop of it, their lifespan will be extended by 10 years. It can also preserve their looks forever and they won't age even after 100 years. This is a spirit spring that can only be found by chance. Lin Ling, open your mind and absorb it like crazy. The Immortal Spring was said to be the essence of water, condensed over 10,000 years. After Lin Ling jumped into the spring water, an indescribable warmth spread throughout his body. Lin Ling could feel that the spring water seemed to come alive as it wildly surged into his body, causing his small world to become even more moist and filled with vitality. Boom boom boom. As expected of a rare treasure, Lin Ling's mini-world started to awaken. It was originally 50,000 mini-worlds. 70,000 mini-world. The terrifying power made Lin Ling want to roar at the sky. It was known that the imperial physique had always been Lin Ling's weakness, but now, the increase in his physical strength allowed Lin Ling to have the ability to rival the imperial physique. The pre-heaven body was also known as the primeval unity true body. According to the legends, it would not melt even if placed in a furnace, and its fleshly body was so strong that it could regrow severed limbs. And now, with the help of the deathless spring water and the pre-heaven one energy art, Lin Ling had cultivated the primeval unity true body to the peak. Lin Ling's body became as clear as a fiery glass. A force that could uproot mountains and rivers gushed out. 100 million points of strength. 100,000 mini-worlds awakened. What was certain was that with the Tai true body, Lin Ling could kill any expert of the same level. You've swallowed all the Immortal Spring. You're really sick. After a long time, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. At the same time, it urged Little Flame to collect some treasures that could restore his soul. Lin Ling put away the rest of the Immortal Spring. He was going to leave it for Yu and the rest. After all, it was very rare to be able to preserve one's looks. Then he looked at the spiritual herbs around him. He opened his hands and formed a whirlpool, sucking in all the treasures. Deadwood grass. It's a spiritual herb that can increase the ultimacy of death. Sad flower. Tsk. This is even rarer. If you cultivate the ultimacy of sadness, this flower can increase your ultimacy by 1 level. Lin Ling, this is very suitable for you. Emperor Flame octagonal fruit. It can increase your fire ultimacy. The ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Lin Ling was very excited. He had a great harvest today. Little Flame, come and search this place. I'll cultivate again. Lin Ling picked up the red stones that Little Flame had collected. Emperor Flame octagonal stone? What a domineering name. He wondered if it could increase his fire ultimacy. Then, just as he was about to swallow it, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Are you crazy? Do you want to be burned to death by swallowing the Emperor Flame octagonal stone? Take some Immortal Spring and grind the stone. Soak the stone in the water and smear the powder on your forehead. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure, Lin Ling said in admiration. At the same time, he was grateful. Then, he followed the ancient flame devil's instructions. The soul of the ancient flame demon looked at Lin Ling and shook its head. This little guy was determined to become stronger. It wondered what this little guy had gone through while it was asleep. Furthermore, the physical body of the ancient flame demon seemed to be even more compatible with this little guy. It was time to give the ancient flame devil to this little guy. As he thought of this, the ancient flame demon's soul looked at Little Flame in the distance and shook his head. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. That monkey has also become extremely powerful. Moreover, the way he loots treasures is simply like a bandit. After a long time, the man and monkey disappeared from the garden. The garden was now empty. At this moment, the saints of the various holy lands had arrived at the barren land. Along the way, they had killed many foreign martial artists. Naturally, they had gained a lot and their strength had increased. Yang Gan, Old Mother Lu, said that there are two large foreign tribes in the ancient tomb. They are the Yen tribe and the Wing tribe. Those people we met earlier should be from the Yen tribe. Yes, this place is too mysterious. There are even greater secrets. It's a pity that we can't find them. Yes. 3 figures walked along the dark mountain. They were Yang Gan and Yue of the Bodhi Palace. At this moment, their auras were calm and steady. Their bodies were protected by Upanishads. Obviously, their overall strength had increased greatly. Before this, they had obtained the Emperor Crow Earth fruit, which was the fruit of the Great Earth. It had rich earth essence, which had helped their cultivation base to improve. The mortal origin fruit. At this moment, the 3 of them stopped. There was a small tree in front of them. A fruit that looked like a child was growing on the tree. Their expressions changed drastically. The mortal origin fruit was a natural treasure comparable to the Emperor Crow Earth fruit. It was something that could only be found in the ancient tomb. Hurry up and get it. The 3 of them took a big step forward and rushed towards the small tree. Moonchaser also quickly extended his hand, wanting to take the mortal essence fruit into his bosom. Wait, we saw the mortal origin fruit first. According to the rules, it should belong to the void sacred land. A cold shout came from afar. Then, a finger pierced through the air, shooting a sharp bolt of lightning at Yue. Bastard! Yang Gan's expression changed. The other party had gone too far, attacking while they were talking. If Yue couldn't react in time, that finger would be enough to seriously injure him. The Tao of Qian. Yang Gan's martial arts manifested, forming an ancient Qian character. It looked like a giant character, but it contained the essence of 800 martial arts. It was extremely powerful. Rumble. The 2 powerhouses clashed and melted each other. 4 figures appeared on a distant hill. They were the holy princes of the void sacred land. One of them had an ugly expression on his face. He'd almost injured Yue. Once Yue was injured, the remaining 2 from Bodhi Sacred Palace were no longer a threat. Chapter 974. So what if we're villains? We saw the mortal origin fruit first. The leader said coolly. Clad in black armor, he looked wise, heroic, and indescribably domineering. He'd obtained the armor in the tomb and had greatly increased his strength. Didn't you hear Senior Brother Ziyu? Senior Brother Ziyu is already strong enough to enter the Holy Sun Star. The other 3 said coldly. Treasures only belong to the possessor, not to you. Don't you think you're being too overbearing? According to you, I saw the entire tomb, so everything here belongs to me? Yang Gan's expression was frosty. These people had wanted to steal the treasure from the start, but they'd done so under the banner of righteousness. How shameful! Yang Gan, you're being too unreasonable. However, just as Yang Gan finished speaking, the black-armored Ziyu shook his head and said. He had instead said that Yang Gan and the others were being unreasonable. Although the holy princes of the 6 Saints Alliance must respect each other, we don't need to be too courteous to unreasonable people. Otherwise, they'll think that the void sacred land is a pushover. Another person declared coldly. Distorting right and wrong. They'd wanted to steal the mortal origin fruit, but they'd been afraid that Bodhi Palace would find out. Therefore, they'd used the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens to be extremely hypocritical. It seems that you can do whatever you want without your elders around. Yue finally said. You're the ones who do whatever you want. You stole the void sacred land's loot, and now you're speaking so righteously. Today, no matter who's in Bodhi Palace, we'll get justice. Ziyu took a step forward. They'd found a reason to attack. Get justice. Yang Gan and the others trembled in anger. The other party's hypocrisy was beyond their imagination. They'd even forgotten how to behave for the sake of the treasure. What if I were here? At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted over from afar. Everyone then saw a young man riding on a gigantic ape galloping over. His presence shook the earth as though he was the arrival of a demon king. Lin Ling. Yang Gan and the others laughed. This guy really wasn't dead. Villain Lin Ling? The Void Sacred Land's princes narrowed their eyes. I'm a villain? You want to steal other people's treasures, but you find some fake excuses to deceive yourselves and others. You are more like villains. In the distance, a cold voice with a strong sense of mockery could be heard. However, a villain is a villain. It's better than a hypocrite. Villain Linling, you're vicious, merciless, arrogant, and overbearing, and your bad reputation has spread throughout the 6 holy lands. You dare to be arrogant? On the hill, the 4 saints' faces turned ugly. Linling's arrival had made things a little more troublesome. Of course, they were just unhappy that things were troublesome. Although Linling's strength was obvious to all and might be on par with Shijueyue, their strength had greatly increased after entering the tomb. The black-armored youth, Ziyu, was especially confident after obtaining the ancient celestial armor. He didn't think much of Linling, junior brothers. Let's enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. I believe that Bodhi Palace won't blame us even if we kill villain Linling. As for Yangon and the others, they're stubborn and colluding with villain Linling. In this case, we can only bear the pain and kill them all. Ziyu's eyes flashed as he shouted loudly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Beside Yangon, one of the saints finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, Black and White, you finished talking. If you weren't greedy, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Ziyu sneered, causing Yangon and the others to turn pale with anger. Why waste words with them? If they dare kill us, just send them to the 9 hells. Linling jumped off Little Flame and slowly walked over. Shijueyue couldn't help but warn Linling, Linling, be careful. Ziyu's cultivation in the Void Sacred Land isn't weak, and he seems to have obtained a treasure that's likely increased his strength again. It's fine, just watch. I'll kill them. Linling shook his head gently. His words caused Shijueyue and the others to narrow their eyes. Linling would deal with them alone? Are you joking? Ziyu laughed. His side would be in trouble if Linling and Shijueyue worked together, but Linling alone? Did he really think he was a dark horse? He's joking, but it's not funny. The other 3 saints laughed as well. Linling took a step forward and threw out a simple punch. There was no explosion of spiritual energy or profound of heaven and earth. It was just an ordinary punch. Boom. As he punched out, one of the saint's sons raised his right hand in disdain and drew a semicircle. An ancient profound martial skill was displayed, forming a divine striking wood that seemed to have come from ancient times. It crashed towards Linling's fist with a rumble. This profound martial art wasn't weak. It could control the toughest tree in the world. However, no matter how powerful the profound, it wasn't a match for Linling's punch. Linling's physical strength had already surpassed half of the innate emperor physiques. Even if the young barbarian King Fujitor was here, Linling would still dare to kill him with his fist. Boom! The ancient giant would shattered, causing the saint's eyes to narrow. What kind of fist was that? Boom! The fist exploded with 70 million points of strength, and it hit everything. You think it's a joke? That saint only heard the last words of his life before he was blasted into pieces by the punch. It was a terrifying punch. When the punch was thrown, it didn't cause blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Instead, it directly crushed him into pieces. Moreover, the punch didn't stop there. It went straight for the remaining 3 saints. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient punch was direct and efficient. The Tai true form erupted, and it was like the punch of a great emperor. The remaining 2 saints were also killed by the punch. Moreover, the punch finally landed on the black-armored youth, Ziyu, causing his whole body to tremble. Crack, crack. In the next moment, cracks appeared on his majestic black armor. Then, it shattered like glass, causing Ziyu's eyes to widen. This was the deathly still armor, a high-grade spiritual artifact. With this armor, he didn't need to fear any saint at the early stage of the saint spirit realm. This was because the armor's defense was very strong. It could block half of the 5 elements' profound attacks. But now, it had been blasted apart by Linling's punch. You destroyed my armor, Ziyu said in a low voice. His heart was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with anger. Hee, I want to destroy you even more. Lin Ling chuckled and waved his right fist. This was his first time trying out the power of 70,000 small worlds. He was very satisfied with the result. You destroyed me. Ziyu's expression changed. Previously, he was heartbroken over the destruction of his spiritual armor, but he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling's strength was incomparably terrifying. Compared to before entering the ancient tomb, Lin Ling's strength had increased by 2 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know that it was more than 2 times. Wait, our 6 great holy lands are now in an alliance. In the heavenly fall era, every saint is precious. You want to destroy me? That's against the alliance's rules. Ziyu stepped back. He was afraid. I'm a villain, so rules are useless to me. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very cold, but it was evil and frivolous. Ziyu felt as if he had seen the most terrifying smile in his life. Everyone said that Lin Ling was a villain. Chapter 975. Ferocious and terrifying boom. Lin Ling punched out and 70,000 small worlds exploded. His strength of 70 million crushed everything, causing the hill to tremble and dust to fly up. Then, Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked down from the dust cloud. His handsome face and blue robe shocked Yanggan and the rest speechless. Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously. He had defeated 4 saints alone. Was he invincible in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm? Let's go. Treasures are starting to appear in this land. We can't be slow. Let's go. Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled faintly. Yeah. However, the saints are starting to gather. We are too slow. Moreover, there are no elders in the tomb. The saints are becoming more brazen. Yanggan shook his head. What's there to be afraid of? We are villains. Let's go. Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Was there a need to be afraid of villains? If others didn't give him face, there was no need to give them face. If they dared to block his way, he would just crush them. Villains should let those hypocrites off. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand and led Yanggan and the rest into the distance. At this moment, the sky was even darker. It was as if the arrival of the saints had awakened the world. There were battles everywhere. There were battles between saints and other races. Han Yizi, you are too much. At this moment, in a mountain range, a large number of saints from the Bodhi Saint Palace were looking at the saints from the Qingyun sacred ground. Previously, they had found a large patch of black gold rice. It was a type of spiritual rice that only appeared in ancient times. Martial artists ate it all year round and it could wash away the impurities in their bodies. They wanted to bring the rice back to the Bodhi Saint Palace to plant but were stopped halfway by the saints from the Qingyun sacred ground. Hand over the black gold rice. The leader was Han Yizi. At this moment, his face was incomparably cold. In the tomb, the rules of the 6 Saints Alliance were no longer important. Even if they broke the rules, as long as they obtained the treasures, they would be protected by the elders after leaving the tomb. Therefore, the most important thing was the treasure. Be careful not to offend our Bodhi Saint Palace's Ma Yubai. One of the Bodhi Saint Palace's holy sons warned. Ma Yubai, Bodhi Saint Palace's chosen star. However, he will not care about chosen princes like you. Han Yizi sneered. What's more, Ma Yubai is not the only holy son among the 6 holy lands. The saint child of the Bodhi Saint Palace had an ugly expression on his face. Han Yizi's words were true. Ma Yubai was very strong, but he never paid attention to them. This caused the Bodhi Saint Palace to lack a backbone in the ancient tomb. When they encountered the saint children of other holy grounds, they could only be robbed. I don't want to repeat what I've said. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Hand it over. Han Yizi clapped his hands and said coldly, Do you think there's no one in my Bodhi sacred palace? Right at this time, several figures shot over from the distance like shooting stars, causing the Bodhi Saint Palace's holy prince's heart to tremble. It was Yi Shuiyue, Yanggan, and Lin Ling. It's you guys. Han Yizi's eyes turned cold in an instant, but his gaze was more focused on Lin Ling. He said to the chosen princes beside him, Kill him, the villain Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest humiliation in his heart. In fact, After entering the ancient tomb, he had been looking for Lin Ling. He knew that he was not a match for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's background was not small. He could summon more than half of the Green Cloud Holy Ground's chosen princes, and some of them even gave him face. Han Yitzi? Aren't you supposed to be eliminated? From afar, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. A huge sword in his hand was majestic and domineering. Han Yitzi's heart trembled. Looking at the arrogant figure, he felt an inexplicable fear. Yitzi, let me deal with him. Beside him, an older chosen prince said indifferently. Then he looked at Lin Ling, who was charging over, and said, Villain Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Today, I'll represent the Green Cloud Holy Ground to wash away your humiliation. Do you think you can call me a villain? Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. The huge sword in his hand was like an axe, slashing down viciously. You're courting death. That chosen prince had a high status in the Green Cloud Holy Ground. When he saw Lin Ling making the first move, he couldn't help but expose himself. Living soil of the 9 heavens, supreme divine soil. The chosen prince waved his hands and the earth esoteric meaning appeared. Large amounts of soil floated up, stacking up like a mountain. Rumble. However, when the sword slashed down, the ground was split apart like a thunderbolt. The chosen prince who was standing on the ground was split into 2. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't use any powerful esoteric martial arts. It was just a simple slash and the chosen prince was killed. That chosen prince was called Yu Yunzi. He was already half a step into the ranks of the chosen princes. Even Han Yitzi had to lower his head and call him senior brother. However, he still couldn't withstand a single slash. Hand over the treasure within 3 breaths. Otherwise die. Lin Ling's aura was majestic. He arrived like a heavenly general. His domineering voice drifted out like the wind. In the old tomb, the treasure was the most important thing. Since the people from the other holy grounds could kill and snatch the treasure, Lin Ling didn't have to give them any face. Bastard, do you know who you're talking to? A chosen prince beside Han Yitzi shouted angrily. They were here to snatch the treasure of the chosen prince of the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, the villain Lin Ling wanted to snatch their treasure instead. Die! Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and threw out the sword in his hand. It was a simple throw, but it caused the air to explode and the clouds to scatter. You're attacking me? That chosen prince didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. Too domineering. Then he used a powerful martial art. 7-colored light appeared on the surface of his body. A sealed door floated behind him. He wanted to block Lin Ling's slash. What was invincible in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm? It was obvious at a glance. The power of 70 million erupted, using violence to suppress everything. Rumble. The sealed door shattered. The chosen prince was split in 2 again. He couldn't block the blade that Lin Ling threw out. How terrifying! At this moment, all the chosen prince's hearts trembled. The villain Lin Ling was fierce enough. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding his strength in the previous elimination round? Are you going to hand it over or not? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out like the wind. His long hair danced in the wind. He was unruly. I'll hand it over. The chosen princes of the Qingyun's sacred ground trembled in fear and handed over their treasures one after another. The chosen princes of the Bodhi sacred palace were shocked. This scene was too strange. Not long ago they were robbed like ants. However, after the arrival of the villain Lin Ling, they became the robbers instead. Villain Lin Ling, can you leave me a sword? This sword is not from the ancient tomb. It's a family heirloom. So, I can't hand it over. A chosen prince of the Qingyun sacred ground looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The chosen prince trembled. What a terrifying gaze. I'll hand it over. The chosen prince gritted his teeth and handed it over. The villain Lin Ling. If he wasn't strong enough, everyone would want to trample him under their feet. However, if he was strong enough, then the name Lin Ling would be terrifying. Can we go now? Chapter 976. Mounting Scram. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Since others called him a villain, he would naturally continue to be vicious. However, he looked at Han Yitzi and said, "You, stay." "Lin Ling, what are you trying to do?" Han Yitzi's heart trembled. He had thought that after entering the ancient tomb, his strength would increase greatly and he would be able to kill Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling had grown even faster than him and had the strength to easily kill him. "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you scram. Otherwise die." Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked indifferently at Han Yitzi. How could he not know that Han Yitzi harbored resentment in his heart and had always wanted to kill him? Towards such a person, Lin Ling did not think too much. He would kill to stop the killing. This was also the path that Han Yitzi had chosen. "I'm from the Green Cloud School, the sage of calligraphy's people. If you ask me to kneel, it's the same as asking all the scholars in the world to kneel. Can you bear the responsibility?" Han Yitzi frowned. He couldn't kneel. "Lin Ling, let him go. The sage of calligraphy is very famous in the 6 Holy Lands. We have to give him face." Yang Gan reminded Lin Ling in a low voice. After all, Han Yitzi had been eliminated, but he was still able to enter the ancient tomb. This meant that his background was truly terrifying. "So you're not going to kneel?" Lin Ling didn't answer Yang Gan's question. Instead, he squinted at Han Yitzi. His handsome face was full of indifference, which made Han Yitzi's heart tremble violently. He almost wanted to kneel down, but when he remembered that he was the book immortal among men and the successor of the master of calligraphy, he felt that he would lose face if he knelt down. Perhaps, the sage of calligraphy would no longer spoil him. The sage of calligraphy is not someone you can provoke. Han Yitzi's voice softened. He was no longer as arrogant as before because he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Therefore, even though he was pleading for leniency, he was also using the prestige of the sage of calligraphy to let Lin Ling evaluate the drawbacks. Lin Ling chuckled. His smile was cold. Before he entered the tomb, he had been framed for no reason, and after he won the duel Thunder and Ice Pearls, he had been framed for no reason. At this moment, he had nowhere to vent his anger. "You forgot, I'm called villain." After Lin Ling smiled, he stretched out his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword in the distance flew over. He held it in his hand and heavily slashed down. "How dare you kill me?" Han Yitzi didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. One had to know that he had already compromised, admitted defeat, and even brought out the sage of calligraphy. However, Lin Ling still dared to kill him, as if there was nothing he didn't dare to do. "My name is Scoundrel." The sword slashed down, as if it was the most decisive strike in the world. It caused a sword scar to appear on Han Yitzi's forehead, extending all the way down. He was stunned in place, but he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt that the world was clear and bright. If he had to feel something, it would be a deep sense of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have come to the ancient tomb again. Being eliminated meant being eliminated. If he came in again, he would die. Villain Lin Ling, he shouldn't have provoked him again. Boom. Then, Han Yitzi's body exploded, turning into dust. A terrifying force crushed him. Han Yitzi is dead. The rest of the people were stunned. The book immortal Han Yitzi's death was tragic enough. When a book immortal met villain, he could only be killed. Scram. Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the saints of the Qingyun sacred ground. Those saints did not dare to say a word and quickly left. As for the saints of the Bodhi sacred palace, their hearts were still beating fast. However, they suddenly felt confident. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. They were bullied in the ancient tomb, robbed by everyone, and Ma Yubai did not help them, which made them feel even more humiliated. Now that Lin Ling had risen, at least he could support the Bodhi sacred palace. Now snatch it. If you see the saints of the other sacred grounds, snatch it. Don't give them any face. If you see the saints of the Bodhi sacred palace, get them to join us. Lin Ling said coldly as he stared into the distance. He had hesitated when he killed Han Yitzi, but in the end, he killed him decisively. That made him feel extremely happy, and his cultivation level had improved greatly. What surprised him the most was that the resolute killing of Han Yitzi did not increase his murderous aura. Instead, it increased his righteous aura. Could it be that his righteous energy was more condensed because of the fame of killing? Kill! Under Lin Ling's lead, the holy son of Bodhi's sacred palace's aura surged as he galloped through the ancient mountain range. Stop, leave the treasures behind. If you hesitate, die. At the bottom of a mountain range, the group met the saints of the Yaoguang's sacred ground. These saints were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. We should be the ones saying that. One of the saints of the Yaoguang's sacred ground sneered. Kill! At the head of the group, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. As if blowing the horn of a counterattack, he killed the one who spoke. The strong preyed on the weak. If you were soft-hearted, you would be stupid. Not only would you harm yourself, but you would also harm others. Villain Lin Ling. The saints of the Yaoguang's sacred ground gasped. Villain Lin Ling is so scary. I'll hand it over. Spare me. The saints surrendered one by one. They couldn't be fierce in front of someone more vicious than them. Lin Ling, I'll join you. At the same time, more saints of the Bodhi sacred palace joined in. There were more than 20 of them. Kill all the way. Lin Ling chuckled. He looked like a villain and a tyrant, but those who were with him didn't feel the slightest bit of that. They felt incomparably safe. Meanwhile, Mt Dingjun was one of the more famous mountain ranges in the Kangmang continent. Most of the places here didn't have a name, but there was a stone tablet with the words Mt Dingjun carved on it, indicating that this mountain was extraordinary. A large number of experts had gathered on the plains around Mt Dingjun. There were saints of the 6 great sacred grounds, as well as experts from the domain race. They were from the Yen clan and the Yi clan. They were currently eyeing each other like tigers watching their prey, but they didn't make a move. This was because the ancient peak of Mt Dingjun was quietly cracking open, as if something was about to grow out. The Jade River diagram bead is the most precious treasure in our trip to the old tomb. Is this the treasure that the elders of the sacred grounds wanted us to collect? The eyes of the Nirvana sacred grounds chosen flashed. Their mission was to obtain the Jade River diagram bead. It was said that it was related to the secrets of the 6 great sacred grounds, but they didn't know the details. Of course, it could be seen from the people around that the treasure was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts waiting for it to appear. The Jade River diagram bead is said to be able to find the guardian deity of the Wavering Light sacred ground. If we can obtain it, we'll be half a step away from the guardian deity. Among the crowd, Mayubai from the Bodhi sacred palace said. He knew more than the others because he had read about it in ancient records. Of course, he didn't know if it was true, because the records also said that the Jade River diagram bead was the key to the Heavenly Fall era. Get it? Perhaps this is one of the secrets of the old tomb in the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 977. Waiting for the great treasure, alien race, get lost. This is the treasure of our Yen race. On the other side, a half-naked man with gray skin said coldly. He was one of the 10 reverends of the Yen race and possessed terrifying strength. Even the chosen stars were somewhat afraid of him. You outsiders are so greedy. The ancient tomb is our world and the Jade River diagram pearl is our winged race's inheritance treasure. How dare you covet it? On the other side, the expert from the winged race shouted coldly. A pair of wings appeared behind his back. They were huge and majestic, making him seem like a god of heaven and earth. He was an almighty from the winged race and was known as the Great Yuan Yang of the winged race. This meant that he was extremely powerful. Of course, there were too many geniuses in the sacred ground and they could only intimidate them. They would not act rashly before the great treasure appeared. The great treasure has appeared and there are many experts here. Most of them are at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. The eyes of the chosen flickered. There were too many experts here and it would be difficult for them to obtain the great treasure. Holy Son of the Water Moon's sacred ground, get lost. The top experts seemed to have a tacit understanding and they all looked at the weak experts. Obviously, the great treasure was about to appear and they wanted to eliminate the weak experts before it appeared. After all, no one wanted to be taken advantage of by the weak experts when the battle started. Yumun, you are not even at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Get lost or I will kill you. A sixth shaman holy son from the sixth shaman sacred ground shouted coldly from afar. Yumun Yun was the chosen holy son of the water moon's sacred ground. However, the sixth shaman holy son felt that her strength was only SSO and she was not qualified to appear here. Is that so, Liang? Then why are you here? On the ground, a young lady in a pink dress stood there quietly. Her beautiful eyes were clear and she was not afraid in the face of countless experts. She was Yumun Yun from the water moon's sacred ground. Talk too much. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The holy sun named Liang's pupils turned cold, and a mighty witchcraft aura spread out, causing a huge nine-headed snake to appear behind him. Each of these snakes had a different color, and they were ancient witchcraft snakes. According to legend, these snakes had the bloodline of fierce beasts, and had been planted in Liang's body since he was young. If they grew up, Liang would be able to turn from an ordinary young man into a formidable hero. If they failed, they would die. In the ancient shaman tribe, this method of raising gu had nurtured countless geniuses, but it had also caused countless youths to die for it. Strangle. A cold voice floated out from Liang's mouth, and the giant nine-headed snake charged towards Yumun Yun with an earth-shattering force. Defend. However, Yumun Yun's beautiful face did not change. She was still cold as she stretched out her lily-white hand and lightly shouted at the nine-headed snake that was rolling over. Something strange happened. The nine-headed snake seemed to have been hit by something, and its head started to shake. It even looked at Liang with murderous intent and brutality. It seemed to want to kill its master. I heard that there is a kind of talent in this world that can control all the fierce beasts in the world. I didn't expect that girl to have such talent. The old man from the Wing tribe looked at Yumun Yun, and his eyes flickered. How is this possible? At this moment, Liang let out a cry of surprise. He roared madly in his heart, and he wanted to control the nine-headed giant snake again. Come out. At the same time, Yumun Yun waved her other hand lightly, and then a huge rhinoceros appeared in front of her out of thin air. This rhinoceros was like a mountain, and its body was pitch black as if it was condensed from steel. One side of its nostrils was spitting out flames, and the other side was spitting out frost. It was the ice-fire magic rhinoceros. This girl actually subdued the ice-fire magic rhinoceros. That's a fierce beast. Many saints gasped. Yumun Yun could become the star of the saint of the water moon's sacred ground. On the surface, she was not strong, but she had terrifying trump cards. The demonic beast is powerful, but the master is weak. If the master dies, the demonic beast is not worth mentioning. At this moment, a short saint on the other side said coldly. He stretched out his hand, and the ground suddenly turned into a desert, rolling towards Yumun Yun. It kept entangling, turning the world into a desert. What a powerful emperor physique! Many people gasped. If the power to control the desert was combined with martial arts, the saint's strength would definitely be heaven-defying. He was indeed the star of the saint of the wavering light sacred ground. My desert can absorb thousands of liquids. If you are enveloped by the desert, the liquid in your body will disappear, and you will become a dry corpse. The short saint said coldly. Extreme state. However, at this moment, a red bolt of lightning attacked as if it had appeared out of thin air. It did not seem to be the ultimacy of martial arts, but it had the power to destroy everything. Soul power. Many saints' eyes flickered. It was a very condensed soul power, and it was filled with dense killing intent. Rumble. Yumun Yun, who was enveloped by the desert, revealed herself at this moment. The desert also disappeared, and she looked into the distance with a smile. She knew who had come. However, this was normal. The incident at Mt. Dingjun had spread throughout the wasteland continent. As long as one was a saint, they would not miss this grand event. Swoosh. Under countless gazes, a woman in snow-white clothes floated over like a fairy descending from the heavens. She was Yu. Do we have the qualifications? Yuer landed beside Yumun Yun, and her cold voice rang out at the same time, causing many saints to fall silent. So beautiful! As for the ordinary saints, their hearts were pounding. Compared to the Lei and Bingzhu, Yuer and Yumun Yun were obviously more attractive. Bitch! In the distance, Lei Zhuzi cursed angrily with an ugly expression. As for the saints of the 6 great sacred grounds, they were silent. Obviously, they had tacitly approved of an Yuer and Yumun Yun status. They had the qualifications to compete for the treasures. Lai Qing, you can't be considered the Holy Sun. At the same time, someone looked at a girl in black clothes and said, this girl had shocked everyone in the previous elimination round. She was the biggest dark horse, but she was not considered a saint. Clang. The black-clothed girl's expression was cold as she pulled out a sword. Attacking me? The person who spoke sneered coldly. His eyes suddenly became illusory, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had appeared. The great expansion eyes is very powerful. If you look at him directly, you will be instantly killed. Someone recognized the saint who attacked. He was the top existence among the saints. His soul power was broad and profound, like an illusion or a world. Anyone who looked at him directly would be instantly killed. The black-clothed girl, Lai Qing, spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, she was injured by the soul power, but her voice was even colder. Great indifference. She slashed out with her sword. Rumble. A terrifying shockwave exploded in the void in front of her. The surging soul power seemed to be cut off by the sword. Even the soul power was cut off. What else can she not cut off? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, while the Holy Sun who used the Great Expansion pupils smiled lightly. You are qualified. Chapter 978. Shocking the scene, the powerful chosen stayed one by one, while the weak ones left silently. They knew that if they didn't leave, they would die. For a moment, the atmosphere became oppressive. Countless gazes were fixed on the Dingjun mountain, waiting for the treasure to be unearthed. It's so lively here. However, at this moment, more than 20 people arrived. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he held a large sword in his hand. He looked like a king who had returned. His voice and aura were incomparably domineering. After all, when others came here, they would keep a low profile no matter how strong they were. Even if they were recognized as qualified, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant. There was no strongest here, only stronger. However, the arrival of the youth seemed to be telling everyone that he was here. Lin Ling is here. And Yu and Yu Mingyun's delicate bodies trembled. A smile appeared at the corners of their mouths as they looked at the frivolous figure approaching. They had long known that Lin Ling would definitely come to such an event. Villain Lin Ling. The other chosen also looked at the blue-white robe with their eyes wide open. They didn't expect Lin Ling to come, let alone in such a shocking manner. As for the 2 foreign race experts, they frowned. The person who came was very young and handsome, but his strength was only at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit realm. He dared to announce his arrival in such an arrogant manner? Lin Ling, you still dare to come? Amidst the silence, a furious roar sounded. It was the young barbarian king, Fujitor. Are you here to die? Lei Zhuzi also looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of killing intent. He missed the opportunity before, but now he had the chance. Villain Lin Ling, get lost. This isn't a place where you can come. Your fierceness can only scare some weak people. In our chosen star, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant, let alone evil. The other chosen coldly shouted. Lin Ling's arrival was too shocking. Lin Ling, apologize to them, then take the Holy Sun of Bodhi Sacred Palace and leave this place. Don't ruin things. Ma Yubai from the Bodhi Sacred Palace also spoke. He was a little unhappy. After all, Lin Ling's shocking arrival would incur the wrath of the crowd. Although it had nothing to do with him, it would affect him and cause others to vent their anger on him. Are you talking to me? Lin Ling finally slowed down his footsteps as they arrived at the foot of Mt. Dingjun. He didn't pay any attention to the surrounding voices. Instead, he looked at Ma Yubai and said, "This person is very calm. It seems that many people are dissatisfied with him, but he is still not afraid." The elder from the winged race praised. Lin Ling could be considered the most frivolous and calm among all the Shengs of the foreign races. Ha! Ma Yubai was stunned. What kind of tone did Lin Ling use to talk to him? One had to know that when he was cultivating in the Bodhi Sacred Palace, Lin Ling was just an ant in the martial arts hall. Moreover, he was the first holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace. Lin Ling came later. Was he qualified to talk to him? Didn't you hear what I said? Ma Yubai wanted to laugh, but he still shook his head. Who do you think you are? Lin Ling looked at Ma Yubai from the corner of his eyes. Haha. Ma Yubai finally laughed. I am the first holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace, and also their leader. Tell me, who do you think I am? When they were being bullied, where were you? You only cared about yourself. Now, because of my appearance, you are afraid that I will become a thorn in your side. So, you want me to leave and apologize to them? Lin Ling laughed softly, his voice full of ridicule. First holy son, I am giving you face, so you call me that. If you don't give me face, then scram. Lin Ling found it funny. In front of him, Ma Yubai wanted to be the boss, but he didn't fulfill his responsibility. When he, Lin Ling, was being chased, where was Ma Yubai? When the holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace were being bullied, where was Ma Yubai? He wasn't anywhere. He didn't care about the weak holy sons. Now, Ma Yubai was putting on the airs of a boss. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Ma Yubai, we only recognize Lin Ling. You should speak less. You want Lin Ling to apologize. It's fine if you lose face, but don't lose the face of our Bodhi Sacred Palace. The other holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace said coldly. Ma Yubai's eyes narrowed. Those who admired him in the past didn't care about him today. Fine, fine, fine. If you want to die, I'll let you. But if you cause the death of all the holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace, then I'll see how you explain it to the sword-wielding old man. Ma Yubai was so angry that his face turned pale. Scram! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Ma Yubai's eyes narrowed. He wanted nothing more than to attack Lin Ling, but he soon laughed coldly. He knew that he didn't need to do anything. There would be someone who would kill Lin Ling. At that time, he would have to watch as Lin Ling begged him for help. At the same time, numerous cold gazes were directed at Lin Ling. They were filled with malicious intent. It's time to settle old scores, but one by one. Lin Ling smiled, looking at the crowd without fear. He knew that many people here were dissatisfied with him and wanted him dead, but how could he let them do as they wished? One by one. Lei Zhuzi's smile became even colder. You harmed me before. I'll take revenge for this. Lin Ling said indifferently, but he didn't look at Lei Zhuzi. I said one by one, not for you to take revenge on me one by one, but for me to take revenge first. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had many enemies, and with his reputation as a villain and his shocking appearance, there were definitely many people who wanted to attack Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of being surrounded. Instead, he said that he would take revenge first and settle the score later. This kind of arrogance shocked the 6 holy lands. All the holy sons here knew each other. Lin Ling was a newcomer, but this was the first time they saw such an arrogant newcomer. Interesting. He's just an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm Junior, but he's not afraid of all the geniuses. How bold. The experts of the 2 foreign races laughed, and some of them were waiting to see a good show. Lin Ling, is he going to challenge all the holy sons of the Holy Lands? In the distance, the hearts of the holy sons of the Holy Lands jumped. They never thought that the villain Lin Ling would be so arrogant. I wonder, who will you take revenge on first? Young barbarian King Fujitor suddenly became curious. He noticed that Lin Ling's cultivation had risen, so he didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. In my heart, my family is everything. So, if anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll make a move against him. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's handsome face spoke softly, and the crowd's pupils constricted. The first one seemed to be the holy son of the 6 shaman holy land. Lin Ling. And Yuer and Yuman Yun's hearts were beating wildly. In front of countless geniuses, Lin Ling told everyone that they were Lin Ling's women. He was very domineering, but they liked it because Lin Ling treated them as his family. Lin Ling was still firm in his heart. No matter how heartless the world was, family was always first. This was the young man they had watched grow up, and he was still able to withstand the wind and rain. I was the first one who attacked her, and you want to take revenge on me? Chapter 979. Crushing, he found it hilarious that Lin Ling was the first to settle scores with him. Did Lin Ling think he was a pushover? Little Flame, go. Lin Ling patted Little Flame on his shoulder. Little Flame chuckled and shot towards the nine-headed snake like a shooting star. In mid-air, a sudden change occurred. The red fur on his body grew crazily like bamboo shoots. A giant ape that was nearly 50 meters tall appeared. It was earth-shattering and surged with a murderous aura. Boom! The giant ape smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Then, it took a step towards the nine-headed shaman snake. The giant ape's body was huge, but its speed was not slow at all. Ferocious beast? Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had a ferocious beast. The 6th Shaman Holy Land Saint frowned, but he shouted angrily, "Kill it! Kill!" Behind him, the nine-headed snake released a surging murderous aura. It was like the top 10 ferocious beasts in the world. Its 9 heads swallowed clouds and mist as it pounced towards the giant red-furred ape. The giant red-furred ape let out a furious roar. Its huge fist blasted out and collided with the 9 heads. Boom! The fist shook the earth and the mountains. It was like the collision of the most primitive ferocious beasts. The mountain-sized 9-headed snake's flesh and blood splattered as all 9 heads exploded. Although it was also a ferocious beast, its master was not as generous as Lin Ling, who used endless treasures to increase his pet's strength. Little Flame had been eating heartily in the Death God's garden. Now, its strength had increased countless times. Boom! The giant ape was like the most ancient monkey king. After killing the 9-headed snake with a single punch, its huge mouth roared angrily at the 6th Shaman Holy Land Saint. Endless gales swept out. What kind of ferocious beast is this? The saint screamed. That saint's son screamed in terror. Now, he didn't find it funny anymore. However, the astral winds were like sharp blades, slicing him into pieces. He was blown to death by the wind. In just a single exchange, a 6th Shaman Holy Land's designated Holy Sun had fallen, causing the entire grassland to fall into a deathly silence. Previously, that saint had questioned Yumun Yun's status, so he ruthlessly attacked and wanted to kill Yumun Yun at the same time. However, he was blocked by Yumun Yun. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Yumun Yun, so he didn't pay any attention to her. However, after Lin Ling arrived, he sought justice for Yumun Yun. Lin Ling attacked and killed her in one move, shocking everyone. What exactly is this beast? The hearts of many saint princes throbbed violently. Could it be a treasure that Lin Ling had obtained from the ancient tomb? No wonder Lin Ling was so confident. Sandstorm. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded from not too far away. It was that short Holy Sun. He'd attacked Yumun Yun earlier, and now that the Holy Sun of the 6th Shaman Holy Land was dead, he knew that Lin Ling would come looking for him. Rumble. The ground turned into a desert, and a sandstorm soared into the sky. However, it wasn't directed at the giant red ape. Instead, it surged towards Lin Ling. Previously, he'd attacked Yumun Yun. At that time, he'd said that no matter how strong a beast was, it was useless if its master wasn't strong. This time, it was the same. He'd attacked Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling died, the beast would have no master, and there was nothing to worry about. Lin Ling, be careful of that sandstorm. It can absorb a person's water. Yumun Yun shouted worriedly. However, Enuer smiled and patted her shoulder. She'd previously ventured into the ancient tomb with Lin Ling, so she knew that Lin Ling wasn't that weak. Rumble. The sandstorm enveloped Lin Ling, and like a giant beast in the sand, it instantly swallowed Lin Ling. Is he dead? Serves him right. This is the outcome of being arrogant. Many saints sneered. They naturally knew how terrifying the sandstorm was. At this moment, Lin Ling should have turned into a dried corpse. Rumble. At this moment, in the endless sandstorm, it was like a small world. Any water would be absorbed. Even blood and spiritual energy escaped from the sandstorm's absorption. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of power had reached the peak of martial arts. If placed in the rainforest's sacred ground, it could cause 90% of the experts to die. 80,000 small worlds awaken. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling shouted coldly. He could feel that his blood was about to burst out of his body. Therefore, he'd made the small worlds boil. Previously, when he'd defeated saints, he'd used 70,000 small worlds. After all, it was very difficult and slow to increase one's physical strength. However, if he increased his physical strength by 10,000 small worlds, the power would be incomparably powerful. Right now, Lin Ling was making 80,000 small worlds boil, awaken, and explode at the same time for the first time. The blood has stopped being absorbed. As expected, a strong physical body is the foundation of martial arts. No mysterious profoundness or innate emperor physique can affect the physical body. Then Lin Ling smiled faintly. A long time ago, he'd felt that a strong physical body was the foundation. Now, everything was proven. Explode. Explode. Then, Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he threw out a punch. Rumble. Countless grains of sand immediately swept over, wanting to devour Lin Ling's flesh and blood. However, the fist was extremely condensed. It was like a giant's fist, causing the sandstorm to tremble violently. Outside, everyone looked at the terrifying sandstorm. They were shocked by how heaven-defying this move was. However, at this moment, there was an explosion. The sandstorm exploded and sand fell like rain. A slender figure stepped out slowly, as if bathed in the sand rain. "You are the second one." His voice was cold and shocking. No one could believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Ling was fine? The short saint's pupils widened, and his body actually trembled. Although his sand-devouring profoundness was only at the first level, as long as the sandstorm enveloped the opponent, anyone would turn into a dried corpse. Right now, it was the first time he'd seen someone come out alive and explode his sandstorm. How did Lin Ling do it? "Among the saints, you're the first one to force me to use 80,000 small worlds." At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of him, his voice cold. Then, a terrifying punch blasted out. Puff, puff, puff. The air was torn apart, and lightning-like cracks appeared in the void. The power was too great, causing the short saint's pupils to constrict. He finally knew how Lin Ling exploded his sandstorm. It was the power of his physical body. The 6 great holy lands are not for you to be arrogant. Seeing how Lin Ling had decisively crushed the 2 stars of Saint with a thunderous momentum, Lei Zhuzi couldn't bear to watch any longer. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could be so arrogant as to annihilate an entire army. "Villain Lin Ling, today I represent the 6 great holy lands to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Lightning Rune Saint Light. Lei Zhuzi's devastatingly beautiful face was sacred, like a saintess from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. The seals she made with her hands were mysterious and complex, and there were constantly lightning snakes swimming out, causing the lightning spiritual energy in the sky to surge. The atmosphere became oppressive. How terrifying! Lei Zhuzi is even more powerful than Lei Zhuzi. Many saints gasped. Was that the profound meaning of thunder? Thunder, destructive and domineering, was one of the most terrifying powers in the world, and also the power that demons feared the most. No matter what kind of demon or demon, even if they had cultivated for many years and were about to transform into a human, they were still afraid of the heavenly thunder that came down from the heavens. This showed how terrifying the thunder was. "Look, the sky." Someone pointed at the sky. There, dark clouds were rolling, and there was a light condensed by lightning spiritual energy.